Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is March 16th, right? 2022. And we have been waiting a long time, and there are a lot of people in the queue waiting for part 3 of our epic interview series with the one, the only Rod Meldrum. Hey, Rod.
Hello. Good morning.
Welcome back to Mormon Stories.
Good to be here.
How's the response been to your first couple parts?
Mixed.
Yeah.
Actually, depends on who you talk to, obviously. But overall, pretty good. It was a good interview, and a lot of things were discussed, and yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Well, just to give kind of the summary for those who are joining us for part 3 that didn't hear part 1 and 2, Rod Meldrum is known as the founder of what is referred to as the Heartland model for the Book of Mormon, which is basically a theory that most of the events that take place in the Book of Mormon happened in kind of North America, and specifically kind of in the Great Lakes region. Is that right?
I'd say more of the central portion of America, basically. The Heartland is, the reason why we call
Midwest.
it the Heartland is because that's what it's referred to in general by people in the Midwest, basically.
So Iowa, Nebraska, is that what you're thinking?
Missouri, yeah.
Missouri,
yeah.
Okay. And and the reason why that's interesting is because, and we'll get into this, of course, the church is kind of throughout its history, and let's even say through a couple hundred years of history, there have been different theories. Originally, maybe there was kind of this idea, and even Joseph Smith seemed to have this understanding that the Book of Mormon took place in all of North, Central, and South America. But then in the 1900s, as science started evolving and casting questions on whether the Book of Mormon could have even taken place either in North America or even anywhere, there was a branch of Mormon apologetics that started narrowing and narrowing and narrowing, and moving the location of where they felt like the Book of Mormon took place. And that ended up being kind of in Mexico, Guatemala, Central America. Let's call that the two Camorah theory of the Book of Mormon, or the limited geography theory of the Book of Mormon, that kind of places the Book of Mormon happening in Central America. And that's really where Farms and the Maxwell Institute and Fair Mormon have all kind of landed. Yeah. That's their strong view, is that it couldn't probably have happened in North America. But then we've got Rod Meldrum and tens of thousands of supporters or followers, however we want to characterize it, who are now believing and investing emotionally and intellectually in the idea that it really primarily the Book of Mormon happened in North America, to the point where Rod holds an annual conference called Book of Mormon Evidences, or something to that effect, that 7,000-8,000 people would attend, which makes it one of the largest Mormon conferences of any type. You know, Thrive, we were really excited to have like 1,500 or 1,700 people. You outnumber Thrive by like a factor of 5. And I don't think the Fair Mormon conference comes anywhere near 7,000. No. So Rod's a bigger deal than Mormon Stories and Fair Mormon combined. That's kind of what I'm saying.
There's just a lot of people who have a feeling that this just kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
You know? And so, yeah.
So for part 1 of our interview with Rod, we covered his story of kind of his life, his Mormon journey, and then what got him into, I would say, Mormon apologetics, but also got him into the Mormon Heartland theory. And I really enjoyed that. Kara and I both agree that Rod's just a nice, sincere guy who's trying to do good. Kara, you like Rod, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I like that you also let me, push back and grill you too. And you don't run away crying or anything. You're not like flipping the tables like, I'm out of here. Yeah. So we had a kind of it was kind of a weird conversation, rough, but like, I don't get bogged down in, people having differing opinions than me that I, need to throw him out of here. So I don't think he's like that either. So exactly. I respect that in you.
Yeah. And there's even a comment from Jason, respect to Rod for coming back. And we respect you for coming on Mormon Stories. There's so many Mormon apologists: Patrick Mason, Spencer Fluman, Terrell and Fiona Gibbons, Richard Bushman, don't want to face tough questions. and they'll hide behind.
Maybe they
claims.
do. They just, or they're busy, John. I don't have empirical evidence on that.
Yeah. You could be right. But I think, and John Larson agrees with me, so it's true that they just, they don't want to face the hard questions. And so they claim that it's because we're not nice or because we're critical or whatever. Anyway, Rod, respect to you for facing the tough questions. Part 2 of our interview with Rod was quite emotional because we started just wanting to talk about Rod's theology and Rod's Mormon beliefs, but we quickly got into race, and we talked about racism and Mormonism for kind of the whole episode. So we had to rename part 2 to be kind of Mormonism and racism with Rodney Meldrum. And that was, for me, kind of just like a stressful, slightly disturbing, not because I'm claiming anything about, you and racism per se, just because like it's a for people who really study racism and care about that issue.
It's a hot topic.
It's a super hot topic. And some of the positions you were holding, I'm not saying are racist, but would be some would consider them to be racist. And they were certainly triggering for people of color and for people that really care about and think about these issues. We're not going to re-adjudicate that one.
and honestly, that's not part of my main research area. It's kind of outside of my wheelhouse, my realm of research. So
So disturbing, but I think it was an important episode. And overall, the feedback has been that people are glad we did that discussion. Not that they enjoyed the discussion per se, but that they're glad that that discussion happened. So anyway, that's parts 1 and 2. Today, part 3, we are going to try and focus on Rod Meldrum and the Book of Mormon. And that's going to be issues around the Book of Mormon, historicity and stuff. And we're also going to talk about the Heartland model and criticisms of it. And I'm going to be clear, our goal today is not to get into the science of Rodney's positions, because I'm not a geologist, I'm not an archaeologist, I'm not a geneticist. Kara, I don't think you are either. Maybe you are.
Yeah, I've been taking some online classes. No, because I think I've listened to lots of things that Rod said before, so it's really difficult if you're like going to say, this is true because this such and such person upholds this evidence in this place. We can't fact check that. We don't know if that's correct or not. And so we could just go on and on forever on those things. So it's more just asking questions about what you believe in all these different like Heartland model areas and stuff, but we'll save the science talk till we have somebody who can come on and talk about science who's more qualified than us.
How's that sound, Rod?
That's what you were saying we were going to do. So that's good.
Okay. Thanks for being. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm like barely qualified to run this sound mixer or anything. So like just an honor to be here.
Yeah. And so what we're going to try and do is kind of ask you yes or no questions that just kind of like make it clear what your positions are and just try to avoid getting into the weeds this time.
Okay.
And then I would love to bring Simon Southerton or Thomas Murphy or other scientists back to have a conversation with you and or people you want to bring on to actually discuss science. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. All right.
I think your listeners would really enjoy that.
Yeah.
So that's what we're kind of work towards.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got a ton of questions that I've assembled both through kind of trying to research this a little bit and from listeners and viewers. And so let's go ahead and start. We probably talked about this a little bit last time, but just, you made it clear that, of course, you agree with science that like matter is eternal, that like who knows how long the atoms that make up the earth have been in existence. But just to start again with the question of like age of the earth, my understanding is the Doctrine and Covenants says, I don't know, 7,000, 8,000 years, something like that. Where do you stand on how old the current earth as it's formed and been organized? How many years do you kind of peg the earth as being existing in its current form?
Okay, so first off, just a quick understanding, Joseph Smith is understood as having been or has said that that matter cannot be created or destroyed. Matter's always existed. So in that sense, things have always been there. question is when was this Earth actually formed? When did it actually take its shape and so forth? And I would say that what we're saying is basically we know we have 3 different creation accounts, including Abraham and Genesis and Moses, and based on those accounts, we had a spiritual creation first, and then there was a physical creation. The physical creation was somewhere around 7,000 years. There's twice in the scriptures where it talks about a day to God is 1,000 years on the earth. So it talks about a day. My understanding is, from this, again, going a little bit into the scientific realm for a second, but that the planet, if you will, that God dwells upon is so large that in the same amount of time it takes for it to make one rotation on its axis, which is by estimation a day, our Earth will have gone around our sun 1,000 times. So that being the case, 7,000 years basically for creation, and we've had about 6,000 years since then. So physical creation somewhere around 13,000 years, and that's from this organization. That's not when the rocks were all initially made.
Okay. So your general position regarding scientists, modern scientists that say the Earth is the current Earth with living, animal life has been around for billions of years.
4.5 billion years.
What?
4.5 billion years.
Yeah. And that animals, living organisms have been on the planet for billions of years.
Eons of time, yes.
Yeah. Your view on billions of years and animals living way before Adam and Eve would have been, in the garden. Right. Your response to that would be what?
Yeah, that's basically the case. The life on the earth was placed here by God, just like Adam and Eve were placed here by God, and that the primary things that show a longer Earth comes from geology, and we'll address those things when we get into the geology.
But for you, have living organisms been on this planet for billions of years?
No.
Okay. And dinosaur bones?
Dinosaurs were
that scientists would place hundreds of millions of years ago. Kara, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to add to that because I grew up always hearing that this Earth was made from other Earths and that dinosaur bones could have been from God recollecting matter and stuff. So I just wanted to ask if that is something that you believe.
Did dinosaur bones come from other planets reconstituted into Earth?
Yeah, and that's a great question. It's probably the most the answer that most people use that are in the church that said, basically what happened was there was other Earths than those people. Those Earths were reconstituted into this Earth. There's several problems with that, though. For example, most of the fossils of the Earth, the dinosaur fossils, for example, are found within 200 feet of the surface of this Earth and the crusts that are on this Earth as it is. If it came from another Earth, God would have had to basically take these pieces or these crustal remnants from another Earth or another planet, then place them on this Earth, such that all of them all face up. Number one. Number two, if that planet was a little bit different size, then the curvature of those crusts would be wrong.
Okay, so dinosaurs lived on this Earth.
Bottom line, the dinosaurs had to be on this Earth, and yeah.
But I think archaeologists, geologists would put the dinosaurs living between hundreds. Yeah, millions to hundreds of millions of years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which doesn't fit the 7,000 year kind of thing.
Correct.
So what do you do with that?
So we have to basically say, but really you have two options. Either the scriptural creation accounts are correct or science is correct. And trying to reconcile the two of them really in this particular case is impossible. And that all comes down to geology and how long does it take for dinosaur bones to turn into rock.
I have a question.
But what's your view on how dinosaurs?
Yeah, the view basically that we have is that dinosaur bones don't take millions of years. In fact, we can show that empirically through actual scientific experiments that dinosaur bones actually can go from a dinosaur bone into a rock, and it happens in between 48 and 56 hours. It doesn't take millions of years.
And I'm going to guess, and Kara, I want to get to your question. I'm going to guess scientists are going to dispute what you just said, but
sure.
But for you, how many years ago were dinosaurs roaming the earth for you?
With Adam and Eve.
So somewhere around 7,000. So
probably wiped out during the Noah's flood, the great deluge.
So somewhere around 7,000 years ago, dinosaurs and Adam and Eve were coexisting.
Yeah.
And then a flood came and killed off the dinosaurs.
Just like every ancient history says, whether it's the Popol Vuh or the Bible or the Quran or any of those.
Okay, Kara.
Okay, so that's really interesting. That the first thing that you just said was that a lot of ancient people believed things. And I think you and I would both agree. A lot of ancient people believe a lot of things, some of them right or wrong. So that's a fallacious argument. I just want to point that out and just make sure you understand
but it is
that,
a
like,
history.
I'm just saying it's so Rod, look at me. Eyes here. Okay.
Yeah.
Like when I hear that, I'm just like, yeah, I understand. Like a lot of people believed a lot of things, but it's like an argument from like a bandwagon fallacy that like just because a lot of people believed it, you still have to provide the evidence. So we're gonna get to that later. So that's just where my mind goes.
And that also is true with science, Kara. Just because a lot of people believe that things were billions of years old,
I don't think we want to go down this road.
No, that's not the road I'm trying to go down.
If you want to go there, we can.
I'm just saying, I'm not going down that road yet. Hold on.
Okay.
So the first place that I want to go is from what John was talking about. So Rod, just like a pause in the middle.
Yeah.
Do you think that if the church was restored, let's say Joseph Smith, instead of restoring it in like 1820, let's say he was a man that lived in 1920, do you think that like the 7,000-year-old earth and those ideas that were more available to Joseph Smith's time, that
would change?
That it would change at all? Or is that straight up just a universal truth that you don't think is influenced by Joseph Smith's day?
Okay. First off, to presume that I would know what the church would do in 1920 is a complete guess, and I didn't think we were here to make guesstimations about things. So the second thing is that I would say, well, if the church was restored back in 1920 or in 1920 versus the 1800s, the Bible account of creation doesn't change. That was there long before Joseph Smith and the Restoration.
That's right.
So, so no, I don't think it would have changed.
Okay.
Gerardo writes in. We love it that Gerardo's. We invited Gerardo to be here, by the way. Gerardo writes in.
We miss you, man.
I know. Gerardo writes, dinosaurs went extinct about 65 million years ago. Thanks, Gerardo, for giving us that fact check.
Yeah, 65 million is kind of the minimum age. It can be much more than that.
And your view is that's wrong.
Yeah, it's absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Yes.
But that's not based on the evidence. That's based on the scriptures that you believe trump the evidence.
On both. When we get into the science stuff, we'll show the evidence for that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's the whole point, is that you believe that the evidence supports the scriptures.
Because it's important to have faith, and that's I think one of the things that we need to. I'm trying to hopefully portray is that sometimes we just have to have faith because the answers will come, but it's also important to have some answers. We may not have all of the answers, and nobody would expect to have all the answers, but the bottom line is that we need to have at least some answers,
right? And
they need to be cogent. They need to make sense.
Okay. Yeah, but you agree that the overwhelming consensus of the scientific community is that dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago.
You know?
Okay, so you and your colleagues are kind of reinterpreting scientific data or coming up with new theories to make it plausible that dinosaurs would have existed 7,000 years ago.
Yes, but also based on actual experimental, repeatable science.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really quickly, global flood covering the entire earth, killing off all animal life.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So you believe that for sure.
Yeah.
And that's important. Why is that important to you?
Because there's over 60 different evidences for a worldwide deluge that we can find in the geological record, and every ancient history. Again, to Kara's point, I understand, just because a whole bunch of ancient people said things, they were more superstitious or whatever, but the general histories, every one of them talk about a great deluge, a flood.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah.
But again,
so it's both.
You just to show kind of how you come at these things. And we talked about this last time. If scripture says it, you're pretty much always going to go with scripture over modern scientific consensus.
And that was just the kind of question I was trying to get to.
Not necessarily over, but again, I think when
push comes to shove, you're going to go with the literal scriptural interpretation. over scientific consensus every time? When push comes to shove. Okay. Is there any instance where you believe scientific consensus when it conflicts with scripture?
That is a good question, because I don't know of a different.
Can you think of any time you've ever said, nope, on this one, science has got it right and the scriptures have it wrong?
Just, to reiterate,
can you think of any?
I actually,
because when I went to the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference,
things in the scriptures that you can somehow validate or verify scientifically, then I would say no.
Carol, what were you going to say?
Yeah, because that was what I found was really disturbing to John's point when I went to the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference.
Yeah.
And wasn't Dean Sessions, it was the other one. I can't remember. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. My apologies.
Could be.
And he laid out a list of everything that the restored gospel believes and everything that science believes. And he said, notice how they're all polar opposite. And it seemed like
there's a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. So I wanted to ask you, do you believe that? Do you believe that like the restored gospel is always going to be in opposition to, like, they say the earth is this old, we say it's this old, the restored gospel says this, Joseph Smith taught this. You're going to have people like, Darwin, who are going to teach the polar opposite, that in the year that the church was established, is what they said at the conference, that Satan establishes these things. And so I was just like looking at this room of people and I was like, that's kind of a dangerous precedent to set up, saying that the restored gospel is going to be opposite to what the scientific community says. Like, that's kind of dangerous personally, but you can tell me what you think about that.
Yeah. Well, a couple of quick things about that. In the, there's so many things that we could talk about.
Just go where your heart tells you.
Well, one of the things that I'm reminded of is in the Book of Mormon, there's a vision that Lehi has of a great and spacious building. And there's lots of people there. There's, literally, I mean, you kind of get the impression there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And they're in this building and they're mocking those who are partaking of the fruit, which is the fruit of the gospel, basically, the tree. As those who are aware of that, maybe that would be good to explain that a little bit more. But basically, there was a tree and the fruit was really good. And basically, people are trying to get to the tree and eat the fruit. And that's kind of the gospel, right? Anyway, so in that building, there was all these people and they were laughing and mocking at those who were partaking of the fruit. But if you remember in the dream, the building did it have a foundation?
It was in the air.
It was standing, as it were, in the air. Well, how many buildings that you know of stand in the air? I mean, the bottom line is that this is not reality. This is some kind of a theoretical thing that they're going to, that has no foundation.
Right.
Buildings have foundation. So back to kind of,
you feel like modern science is the building in the air.
And this is one thing, if you have a house of cards, have you ever seen somebody build a house of cards? Okay. You have all these different cards that are kind of form the foundation of it. If the foundation got cracks in it, if the foundation's got problems, then all of the other things are built upon that. And really much of modern science is built on geology. So if geology has a foundational flaw, then it will affect everything. So yes, it will affect many different things. So that's why you'd have kind of these polar opposites.
Got it. Okay. I got it.
And also, does evil exist? Does good exist? That's even that question is important, because if evil and good both exist, then you're going to have choices between good and evil.
Okay.
Thanks for explaining that. Okay, I'm with you. I understand where you're going.
So strains of modern science to you, geology, for example, organic evolution, are best represented maybe by a building in the air that has no foundation.
Or is built on a foundation that, if it has a crack in it, if there's something there that it's built upon and that is shown to be false, everything else has to adjust to it, right?
Okay. So really quickly, where did all the water go when the waters receded? Where did all the water go for you?
Well, it came out of the earth and went back into the earth.
Okay. And so you believe the core of the earth is not molten lava or magma or hot rock. You believe the core of the earth is what?
Well, the core of the earth, according to modern science, basically there's a solid central core, there's a liquid outer core, there's a mantle, and there's a crust. There's 4 basic layers, if you will, of the earth. We totally agree with that. Where we differ is in what the material is that makes up those different things. So as an example, in modern science, the core of the earth basically is, well, some more recent research has actually indicated that the core of the earth may be a single solid crystal. because of what they call anisotropy. Basically, the sound waves travel faster in north-south direction than east-west, and so forth. We could get into the details on that. But then outside of that, there's a liquid outer core, and then there's a mantle, which is thought to be basically magma or molten material. And then there's this crust on the outside, which is about as thick as a piece of paper on a basketball-sized Earth. And that's what constitutes the Earth as we know it. How do we know these different layers? From things like seismic tomography and other.
But just don't you believe that the water receded and a huge chunk of the core of the Earth is water?
Okay, to explain a little bit more in depth. It's kind of like this.
I don't want you, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Right. Don't you believe that the water receded into the core of the Earth, and that's where the water that made the flood came from, was from the core of the Earth?
But it requires a little bit of explanation. So let me ask you just one quick simple question. Does water boil at room temperature? Yes or no?
No.
No? I have a definite no.
I think it depends on the pressure.
Exactly. But if I was just to ask you a simple question, does water boil at room temperature? Most everybody would say, well, no. And then I said, but if I add just 3 little words to that, in a vacuum, that changes everything. Yeah. Because water boils at room temperature if it's in a vacuum.
But I don't want to get into the science. I just want you to say what the core.
But that can be a gotcha question. See, I could say, well, you said that water doesn't boil at room temperature. And if I just add the 3 words in a vacuum, now all of a sudden, what you said, now I can say, well, you're wrong. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So yes or no questions can be gotcha questions. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that some of these things are more nuanced and there's more information. So if a yes or no
this isn't a gotcha question. I just literally want to know the water recedes into the Earth.
But I have to have an ability to explain what I'm saying. So
I think this is a yes or no. The water that filled the whole Earth in the global flood receded into the core of the Earth by your belief. Yeah. Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah. But with this caveat, basically, that we understand that the core of the Earth may actually be a single solid water crystal called water ice, which is at phase 12.
Okay, that's fine. We can talk about that later.
There's an exterior that's also water. That the mantle isn't just water, and this is where it's critical that we're not taken out of context here.
Not just water. There's other stuff.
It's crystalline. Probably the easiest way maybe to explain it would be like a crystalline slushy. But obviously we haven't been there, and neither is science. Okay. So this is a best guess scenario.
Water plus other stuff.
So the water came out of the Earth during the flood because of a slowing of the rotation rate of the Earth, and then it came back in when the Earth actually self-corrected.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll cover that.
To set some groundwork, the reason why all of this is important is because Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon and everything we're going to get into at the Heartland model does rely on this young kind of Earth.
Yeah, it does.
And it relies on like Noah's flood being literal. Yeah. And so all of these things are very literal to you. So this is important for the entire framework of everything we're going to get.
Oh, no, I totally get that. A yes or no question can be misleading as well.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm not trying to do that. But I also do. I
appreciate that.
I don't want to get into the science.
Don't have all day.
Yeah, we don't have all day. So I'm just trying to be efficient. To lay out what you do.
And I will try my best to be quick and efficient about it.
No, it's good.
But I don't want to give a wrong answer because
that's
just like
that's fine.
That example.
So I'm going to do my best to give you lots of yes or no questions.
And I'm going to do my best to give you lots of compliments. Like when he walked in and I told him that his shirt is literally my favorite. So I stole this shirt from my dad, and I'm just like, that's a dad shirt. I love that. So
I love this color. I don't know if I even look halfway normal in it.
You look in the monitor.
Probably have red face. I don't know.
He was a little bit self-conscious about his baldness last time, and I was like, "Oh,
yeah, I prefer not to be bald.
Don't worry.
That's the way
you guys done yet?
It's just the way I am. Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Go ahead, John.
This is banter. This is banter. Okay. All right, Rod. So what if there's a global flood that killed off all mammals and animal life? Biologists would say, whether it's genetics or evolution, there's no way that in a 6,000 to 7,000 year period, all of them would migrate to all the different places, all the differentiation, the speciation, that carefully happened over literally millions of years. And the fossil record and everything else would simply testify to the fact that just the diversity of species distributed throughout the world after a global flood would make it so that there's no way that all the animals were killed off 7,000 years ago.
And how would they all fit on the ark, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's millions of species, and how do they all fit on the ark?
How would they have fit on the ark? But also, how would they have all been fed? What would have been done with all their waste? And then there's no way that animals that were let off the ark, right, 7,000 years ago, could have multiplied and diversified through speciation.
Can I ask it in a super direct
way, if you want to jump in?
Okay.
I thought you were doing good, but go ahead.
You're doing good. I want to, because I'm thinking of it in like an actual context of like wherever the ark would have landed on
Mountains of Ararat, basically, as the biblical source says. Yeah.
And I just think about like kangaroos hopping from there across the Middle East, across Asia, swimming across the ocean to get to Australia and picking up all of their bones along the way to not leave any evidence that they migrated to Australia. So that's one reason that like it just seems like that's where they evolved, and not that all of these animals in all these different locations didn't just hop off the ark.
Yeah.
So like, what do we do about kangaroos?
So that's good. Yeah, that's a good illustration.
So maybe to go into that a little bit more, first off, the number of animals that were on the ark, if you think about the number of species that live in the oceans, is by far more than the species that live on land. So the vast majority of species would have not been on the ark because they didn't need to be on the ark. Okay. And then as far as how many species were actually on the ark and how they were fed and what they did with their waste and so forth, those are questions that I don't know. Okay. I think that there's some pretty good explanations from that, like at the Ark encounter and so forth. I haven't been there, but I hope to go there someday. There's some things like some animals, some species can go into some kind of a stasis, that they would be in more of a sleep mode, like bears and things, hibernation things. Some of them don't. But how kangaroos got to Australia,
that's a head scratcher.
That is a head scratcher, and I don't know.
Okay.
I love when people say I don't know. Yeah. I'm like the biggest fan of that sentence.
It also it also saves a lot of time. So that's fine. That's a head scratcher, the speciation, but you definitely don't believe in organic evolution, that animals have been around for millions and millions of years.
Okay. When it comes down to evolution, there is a true part of it that animals can, and basically all life can, adapt to certain things. The part of evolution that I would say that I would disagree with is that they can adapt to the point they become a new species.
Yeah.
Which is for me
that's the point of organic evolution.
Exactly. That's kind of the
my
main
dad always
point
says that. Oh, I believe in evolution, just not outside of the species. And I'm like, well, the thing isn't the whole thing called The Origins of Species? Like,
yeah. Yeah. Well, that was his book, but we can actually experience part of it. I've actually experienced, some adaptation. I lived in Arizona for a few years, and I got to the point where I could go out and golf at like 105 degrees and I was okay. But if I was try to go out and golf right now at 105, my body would just not handle it.
Yeah.
So people and all every different species has been given, I believe, God-given abilities to adapt to all kinds of different circumstances and situations, but to actually change from one species to another hasn't been seen in the wild. It hasn't been seen in a laboratory, and it's been tried. No, not my opinion. That's all right. I can explain a little bit more about that when we get into that.
Okay, we'll get some genetics.
I have heard otherwise, but that is not the point. Exactly. This is the Rodney Meldrum's opinion, and whatever I mean.
Really quickly, we've had 2 super chats, one from The Last Goonie and one from Topic Discuss on YouTube. We're going to get to the questions that they're asking later, but we're starring them and we're going to incorporate them. But thanks to everyone who donates through super chats on YouTube. That's a really important way that we fund what we do. And you can also donate through stars on Facebook. So thanks everyone for that. Okay, really quick. So we had a really cool geneticist on Mormon Stories just last week who talked about the fact that we have Neanderthal DNA in our DNA. And that we would have split off from the Neanderthals tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago. So what do you make of the fact that, like, credible DNA, that the church, by the way, is a pioneer in helping to advanced the
Do
science
DNA,
of,
right.
that DNA shows without any doubt that we shared genetic materials with Neanderthals, which would have existed long before Adam and Eve were ever here. What do you make of that?
But it's the last part of that we would question. Were they actually here before Adam and Eve? Because that all comes down to fossilization and the
no. It comes
of fossilization.
An understanding of genetic migration and mitochondrial DNA. You can establish timelines based on changes in DNA over time. So it's not.
Right.
I don't think genetics relies solely. I think archaeological and geological evidence complements timelines that geneticists can produce, but I don't think we have to rely on geology or archaeology
solely
to establish a genetic timeline for our ancestors.
Right. So that comes down to phylogenetic dating of genetics, basically, and phylogenetic dating is based on some assumptions, and one of those assumptions is that humans and chimps split about 5 to 6 million years ago. And then based on that assumption, if you take a look at the rate of mitochondrial DNA mutation, then it provides the long time frames and can explain to some extent the Neanderthals and so forth being here. But it's the combination of the geology and the phylogenetic dating. The only problem is that the phylogenetic dating is based on assumptions. When they actually do the real pedigree dating, which is where they actually take real people and actually see what the actual rate of mutation is, it was 26 times faster than the proposed rate.
So not to be discourteous, we're getting into the science here. I just want to know what you believe. So you believe
but that's the reason why
you believe that there were Neanderthals, but that they existed somewhere between now and 7,000 years ago.
After
and the geneticists, all the geneticists, all the consensus of geneticists, they've got it wrong in terms of how they read the dating of those genetic shifts.
Right. If you actually go with
is that a yes or no?
They have it wrong.
Okay.
Yes.
So you know more about genetics
based on the dating of the phylogenetic.
So you know more about the dating of genetics than the consensus of geneticists worldwide. They've got it wrong.
I don't, but other geneticists do, and they actually had arguments in scientific journals about which dating method they should use: phylogenetic dating.
So can you wait?
Pedigree dating.
Just quickly, you can show me a peer-reviewed journal article. Wait, let me ask the question before you answer. You can show me a peer-reviewed journal article where credible geneticists are claiming that Neanderthals existed 7,000 years ago, and that's why we share a common genetic ancestry with Neanderthals. You can point us that will argue that.
Well, obviously that's ridiculous to think that you're going to find somebody who's going to say, yeah, that. But I can show you peer-reviewed scientific journals where the two different dating methods are actually argued back and forth, and they are actually wondering which one are we supposed to use.
But no credible geneticist is going to argue Neanderthals 7,000 years ago.
None.
What I hear you saying, Rod, is that like when science kind of disputes things, you err on the side of faith.
Yeah, he's already said that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's not to what John said.
That's not.
You're trying to say like. But you'll find a peer-reviewed something that'll say it's that, and I think Rod's like it's a toss-up, and I'm just going to go with the faithful answer.
But he's trying to say both
instead of saying that the evidence supports it.
But it's not just faith; it's faith backed up by actual research.
So wait, hold on, John, hold on 1 second. So what I hear you saying is like sometimes the evidence will support and back the faith, and then if it is a toss-up, you're still going to go with faith. Is that accurate?
If we understand the faith part of it correctly, which we don't always understand that correctly.
I think he's already said he's always, I think I asked you that when faith and science collide, you're always going to go with faith if they collide.
Yeah, generally speaking, as a general rule, yes.
And I just want to say, you're arguing that science, the geneticists disagree on
the dating,
of
and it's in peer-reviewed scientific journals.
But that's very different from saying that they would agree that Neanderthals split from humans 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, and I can guarantee you,
they don't.
There's no geneticist that's going to.
I agree with that. But if the foundation of their research is that they relied on phylogenetic dating, and instead, if you instead insert the actual observed rate of mutation in pedigree dating, then you have to go back and reassert,
right? But I'm just saying,
and relook at it, and they don't do that, John. This is the point. They don't go back and take the data.
And I'm guessing
and insert it into it and say, okay, now based on this data, and actually one time they did it. I can show you the scientific journal that says this, that the most common recent ancestor of all human beings, they call her mitochondrial Eve. I can show you physical, it was in the journal Nature, and they said if we use that dating, then that means that Eve would have lived approximately, get this, 6,000 years ago.
Yeah,
that's in the scientific journal Nature, which is the
second
biggest one in the world.
We'll bring on geneticists to review the evidence that you're putting forth. That's fine. Right. I just wanted to establish
that's the reason why
I
believe what I believe, John. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So yeah, and we can have Simon Southerton respond directly to that claim.
Do you want me to like coordinate with Rod, and if he does mention something like that, we put it in the show notes?
Sure, please. Yeah.
All right, we'll coordinate.
Sure.
Okay. So what do you make of the fact that archaeologists and geologists are finding evidence of humans existing long before 7,000 years ago, whether it's writings on cave walls, whether it's the fossil record, whether it's writing, just hard evidence of civilization dating 10 to 18,000 years ago, not 7,000 years ago. What do you make of that?
It comes down to dating. It comes down to geology, and if geology's got it wrong, then everything has to change.
Yeah.
Okay. Mormonism is just dating and dating. You know?
Would they be online dating or some other form of dating?
You know, there's an app for just about everything these days.
So like even in North America, there's evidence of humans existing 12 to 18,000 years ago.
It's the same argument as the dinosaurs, really.
Right.
Right. I mean, it's the same thing. If the dating's wrong, it's wrong.
Right.
And so if you can show that the dating is somehow flawed, or that there's some underlying assumptions that have been made in the dating process that can be shown to have potential issues, then yes, it's going to change everything, because it's like a house of cards. All of the main sciences, not all of them, but most of the natural sciences are based on the underlying assumption that the earth is billions of years old. And so,
I mean, we've already kind of made this point, but I just want to remake it again.
Yeah.
What you've put yourself in the position of doing is basically saying Rod Meldrum and your colleagues who are doing this type of writing and thinking are no science better than the consensus of geologists, the consensus of geneticists, the consensus of archaeologists, that somehow you guys are claiming that several of the major scientific disciplines are all fundamentally in error, but you and some other dudes in Utah and Idaho and whatever actually have the science right. And that's just, do you acknowledge that that's a pretty audacious?
I couldn't believe it myself, honestly. When we first started doing the universal model, I'm like, wait a minute, how could tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of scientists with billions of dollars of funding all over the world, how could it be possible that they might be wrong?
Can I ask you why you think they might be wrong? Like directly, I want to ask you that question directly, because last time we were on and you said that, like, 97% of scientists or whatever identify as atheists. Do you think that there's something, I don't know, maybe nefarious going on, that God has like I was mentioning earlier, God's ideas are on the other side, and maybe science is just led by godless atheists that are not in like what is the reason why so many science in that consensus have it wrong?
Okay, well, and answer your question, well, not really a direct answer to your question, but you asked, what about Satan? Well, is Satan real? Well, I think that Satan is real. I think that there is actually good and evil in the world, and there has to be choices so that we make different choices in our lives, right?
So is Satan tempting the scientists to give bad science to take away faith?
I did not say that.
No, that was a question.
It's just a question.
But there have been that struggle between religion and science for many years. You acknowledge that, right?
Sure.
Okay. So there's
but that doesn't have to be because
much of science was actually coming from
that doesn't have to be
people.
Because science hates religion. It could be because religion was advancing worldviews in the material world that turned out to not be correct.
Right.
So it wasn't that science was trying to destroy religion. Science was simply saying what religion has been teaching about the age of the earth and mankind is not right based on the evidence.
But there are some scientists who, in an effort to try to get back at their religious upbringings or so forth, may have an agenda to forward a science basically that would go directly against it. I think what we've found, this is maybe what I that's the way to explain this. I think what we've had before, we've had kind of semi-true religion, partially true, and then we've had partially true science, because science isn't all wrong. There's much of science that is that has it right. And when it's based on the data and observations, it's going to be more right than when you go into theoretical stuff. But these two have been at loggerheads with each other. And so you have religionists who've tried to basically put down science. I mean, you've seen that. We know that happens. We had people who used religion to pound science down and said, well, no, this is the way we believe it. But then we've also had science who's been used as a hammer to force religion into submission.
But what's science motive? To Kara's question, what's science motive to be coming up with all this evidence that undermines literalist?
That's the hard part about knowing what people's motives are.
Okay, so you don't know. You can say, I don't know. But do you believe it's Satan?
I believe that there are people who have an agenda to tear down religion.
So scientists are sitting around thinking, how can I massage or manipulate the data?
There are some scientists that absolutely do that. Yes.
Okay.
Not everybody, but some.
Okay.
And maybe to just give you one quick example.
Could it also be that Satan and his angels are tempting scientists to
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I mean, but I think that there are people who want to tear down faith.
Is that possible?
Oh, I have a follow-up question.
There are some people who want to tear down faith, and probably can we go into just one quick example about that?
Okay. Are you?
This is the underlying foundational principle that I think we need to kind of understand.
The floor is yours, Rod.
Okay, but that would be important probably to do that. So a lot of people don't know. And maybe we ought to do this, but okay.
Sorry.
In fact, should we take just a quick break? Because I could pull up some slides that might be helpful.
We're live streaming, so we can't. But
okay,
I'm here with you.
All right.
Everyone knows.
Well, I'll just kind of
took over for a second.
Okay. Okay. So a lot of people are not really familiar with the big picture of modern science. Okay. And I have some things that it's going to be real important. I think that we actually bring this up. So maybe we didn't need to hook up my computer so we can actually see this, because that way you can see the quote in context in the actual book that I'm referencing.
Why don't we just do this? Just explain it as the words that you want, and then if you feel like later or in this next episode that you need to do that, I want to make sure that you can explain yourself how you want, but just to the point of like, what is science's reason? So the big picture of basically religion, if you will, as we understand it, based on the Bible and other historical documents, is that there was an Adam and Eve, the animals and things were placed here on the earth, and then it's kind of gone forth from there. But the big picture of modern science is, and this is something I think that John really probably ought to hear this part of it, or else he's not going to know about it. I will listen and repeat it to him.
Okay. But the big picture of modern science is essentially that you have that humans came from lower life forms, less advanced, and that over the course of time, it has they've gotten progressively more and more advanced, right? Which came from still lower life forms, the very beginnings of life, which actually came from a chemical soup, basically, if you will, some kind of amino acids and things like that, which all resulted from chemicals, which resulted from a big bang. That everything ultimately came from a big bang that happened. And this is the last portion that's really kind of interesting. And that is that, and this is one thing that you don't really see a lot of people discussing. And that is the final thing. Where did the Big Bang come from? And according to modern science, everything came from, guess what? Nothing. That's right. Nothing.
And I won't do because I've heard other interviews where I won't do what I've heard other people do, where they say science just doesn't say that. Because I do agree there are some people who said that.
Yeah, but
I also think that there are some scientists who don't.
Who was it that basically said that everything came from nothing through the Big Bang?
It doesn't.
Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking is science.
Okay,
He's the epitome of science.
So
Stephen Hawking is a scientist. He's not science.
He was in Time magazine as the
That's fine, but I'm just telling you, it's a straw man. one scientist is not science.
But I understand what you mean. I'm trying to understand what you mean.
Time magazine says he was the man of the century.
I guarantee you any good scientist.
The smartest man that's probably ever lived. He's been
I'm just telling you, in my view, this is a straw man. Any good scientist would say one scientist is one scientist.
So you think that all the scientists disagree with Stephen Hawking?
I'm saying that I think this is a
I think they would say that
they hold him up as quasi.
But I think you're taking him out of context, and I think we're in a rabbit hole.
That's the reason why I wanted to bring up my slides, because I could show you in his book where he says unequivocally that everything came from nothing. So I have to ask you guys,
it doesn't matter.
If you're going to believe in modern science, then you have to go all the way there, John. Which means that you have to agree that he is the epitome of science, and he says that everything came from nothing.
You go first.
Okay. So you're denying science, right? So are you denying science then? Because Stephen Hawking.
Okay, I'm going to let Kara respond, and then I'm going to respond. Kara, you respond.
You see the problem we have?
I like talking about this.
Okay, go ahead, Kara.
I do. I really like it. So the thing is, Rod, you just said that he is science. He is science.
He's like the face of science.
He's the face of science. I want you to think on what you just said. No one person can represent a methodology. He's somebody who has spent time in that methodology, but he isn't that methodology. So
he's not the
method.
Right.
But
he is. But you have to admit, he's probably the biggest influencer of all of science.
For sure.
Yes or no?
Yeah, he's
Time Magazine.
I'll say no.
He's Time Magazine's scientist of the century.
He is the biggest influence maybe in a certain type of physics, but no, Darwin. There's so many other scientists that are more influential.
People who were living now.
Than Stephen Hawking. Go ahead, Kara.
All I'm trying to say is that I think what I'm hearing is you're trying to look for somebody who represents science to say something so that you have kind of more wiggle room. But if I were to be, I think if we were. Let me ask you this question. Mm-hmm. Do you think, to keep Stephen Hawking out of this, let's say that he had a bad day and he forgot to take his pills and he said, just pretend that we're going to put him to the side.
But he put it in his book.
He put it in his book. Sorry. Okay.
He wasn't having a bad day.
Put him to the side for a second,
this is
Rod.
His belief.
Do you believe though? Wait, Rod, do you believe that if you could poll 1,000 scientists from all different maybe backgrounds, that they would agree that that is true, that it all came from nothing? Do you think that's what 1,000?
That's speculation. You don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but I would have to say this: I didn't see anybody pushing back on Stephen Hawking and from his book saying that everything came from nothing.
Okay.
So that clearly is not something that's observable. Okay. It's not repeatable, and that's not science. It is philosophy.
So, Rod, you've made your point. Kara, do you have a response to Rod's point? And then I want to make a response to Rod's point.
Yeah.
No, but. I still just want to make sure that I don't lose that point I just made.
Yeah.
That a person isn't a methodology.
Yeah, exactly.
Science is a methodology. A person can spend their life in it, but that is not something to actually uphold as a representative of what all scientists believe.
Totally.
Is just, I don't want to make sure that point's lost.
Kara, that is a brilliant point, that science is a methodology. Thank you. That is brilliant. It's a way of trying to
I can barely run the soundboard, but I know some things.
It's a way of trying. Please let me respond. Please let me respond. Please let me respond.
Yeah.
Okay. Science is a methodology to try and make sense of the evidence that we're able to collect. Period.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And no one scientist represents science or science consensus or that methodology. And what it seems like you're trying to do, let me finish.
Okay, right.
It seems like what you're trying to say is Stephen Hawking is a really important guy that a lot of people respect.
Yep.
I was able to find one thing that he said that you may or may not be taking out of context because I haven't read the original sources. And then you want to use that as kind of like a bludgeon to try and invalidate a large body of science. And I'm just saying that's okay if that's what you are doing. And I'm just going to say that is a massive straw man. That is not logical or does not make sense on a gazillion levels, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Stephen Hawking said that or not, because what matter? It's just like what one guy said about one opinion that maybe he's respected, maybe he wrote it in a book, but that doesn't change Kara's point, which is that science is a methodology.
Okay.
And secondly, it doesn't mean that that is what science believes. It just means that's what you interpreted to be what Stephen Hawking wrote in a book. That's all you, that's the only point you made.
But the problem is that he's not the only one. In fact, they have the other books were written by John Krauss and so forth, a universe from nothing.
We'll bring on
show me anybody who has gone in, any scientists who have gone in basically tried to refute Stephen Hawking's idea that everything came from nothing.
So now we know that's okay. So
let's note that in the show notes.
So it's
all the point of this whole rigmarole is to say what Rod believes about what other scientists believe. So what is you said that was more part of the big picture of the framework of science. So tell me why.
If I explain just a little bit about how the big difference between data and the interpretation
I don't think so.
of the data.
Let's do that conversation with an actual scientist here.
Put a pin in it.
And Kara,
we'll remember
if you and Jen will put in the show notes his quote from Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
And what you're asserting,
the pages and so forth,
and then we can have a scientist respond to that.
Okay, because we're an hour in and we haven't got to the Heartland model yet.
And I'm really working hard to get there. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. I'm trying to be respectful to you and actually talk about the things that you want to talk about.
But the reason context either,
I don't think we are.
Yeah, I agree. And
but
you've given me that part. I appreciate that.
But for me, we have to talk about Adam and Eve, global flood,
absolutely,
and genetics. And evolution, because all of that impacts the Book of Mormon.
Absolutely.
Which is why you care about it.
Get such snazzy outfits. This is all.
Okay. All right. So I think
7 items.
Okay.
I love it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So let's sort of switch to Book of Mormon now.
Yay.
Yeah. You like that? Okay.
I love the Book of Mormon.
But we're going to start before the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
Because Joseph Smith is is
that whole thing,
attributed as the creator, revealer, or author of the Book of Mormon.
Right.
So we're going to talk a little bit of Joseph Smith history prior to the Book of Mormon.
Okay. Awesome.
So first of all, I'm sure you are familiar with the mound builder myth.
Yes.
And I'm going to restate my understanding of it really quick.
Okay.
Decades or even 100 years before Joseph Smith, there was a well-established theory that kind of went something like this. White colonizers of Northern America were stumbling on these ruins that were really impressive. But there's no way, as they're sort of like displacing and then even killing Native Americans to populate the lands, it was not in their wheelhouse or their conceptualization that these dark-skinned
people,
savages, in their word, I'm using air quotes there, could have ever done anything really sophisticated or advanced.
Right.
So it must have been white-skinned people who did all the cool advanced stuff. And that's where the mound builder myth came up, which was that that there was a dark-skinned set of Native Americans and a light-skinned set of Native Americans, and it must have been the light-skinned Native Americans that killed off the dark-skinned Native Americans, but it was the light-skinned ones that had done all the cool advanced, building of buildings and art and language and civilization. That was the mound builder myth, that a dark-skinned, you're right. I said that wrong. That a dark-skinned set of Native Americans killed off the light-skinned set of Native Americans, who were the ones that were responsible for all the advanced stuff.
Okay, that's the Book of Mormon story, but that's not really what what the general consensus of the day was. The mound builder myth, as I understand, can I maybe explain just a little nuance there?
Let me finish what I understand, and then I'll have you respond.
Okay.
So the mound builder myth had a dark-skinned set of Native Americans killing off a light-skinned set of Native Americans. That's my understanding of it.
Okay.
And that this was published in somewhere up to 10 or 20 books in the decades prior to Joseph Smith coming up with the Book of Mormon. Yeah. And so that would be a clear explanation for the Lamanite Nephite kind of narrative in the Book of Mormon, that it would have been something that Joseph Smith would have absorbed from View of the Hebrews, which had and so forth, and other types of sources. So what are your thoughts on the mound builder myth and the dark skin, light skin theory. And then there's a second part of that, which is that it's also viewed as a very racist sort of idea that dark skinned people couldn't have done the cool scientific stuff. So it must have been the light skin. So there's two parts to that.
Okay. Let me just kind of address the mound builder myth, as I understand it, basically from my research. And that is essentially, there's a lot of the Europeans, when they came here to America, they knew the Bible. And they knew that there was there's dispersion that happened about 722 BC by the Assyrians. They attacked the northern tribes of Israel. They were dispersed out and so forth. And so there was this desire to say, well, who are these people? Where did they go? The 10 tribes, where are they? Mound builder myth was essentially saying that it was the 10 tribes that came over here and built all these big cities and so forth. That that they were trying to show forth evidence of the 10 tribes dispersal by coming here in America, and then later on it was these Native Americans that came in and wiped them out and so forth, and so that was kind of the mound builder myth. Okay, so the
white skinned,
the Caucasian, basically Hebrews, if you will, had somehow made it here to America, and then that somehow they got wiped out by the dark-skinned people who they found here now.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. And okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. I think I'm okay with that interpretation.
Yeah.
I know you've studied this more than me.
Right.
But the general narrative that a dark-skinned group kills off the light-skinned group is
and basically
predated Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
And it was not an original idea. It was something that a lot of authors had written about.
Right. Because everybody was saying, well, where's the 10 tribes? What's going on? Where's that? This is long before Joseph Smith. Yeah. Ever since the Bible was published, basically. And so the idea was that, when they came here, that what they found, the Native Americans were in a situation where they're primarily kind of hunter-gathering. We didn't see Native Americans living in big, cities and so forth. Typically, they were more tribal.
That's in North America.
In North America, right?
Yeah.
In North America, right? And so, kind of the idea was, gosh, but we do find some evidences of big civilizations here. We have like Cahokia there in St. Louis, which wasn't known really at the time. But there's other mounds they're finding mounds everywhere. In fact, one of the interesting things is that the sheer number of mounds shows that there had to be a pretty major civilization.
Yeah.
Back in the late 1700s or the 1800s, there were maps that were made, actually late 1800s. Actually, Cyrus Thomas map shows like 250,000 mound sites. But today, with the latest research, there's a book called the Ancient American Mounds and Earthworks. That's an illustrated encyclopedia of Native American mounds and earthworks. And according to that, the authors of that book, there's over 1 million mound sites, and many of those mound sites have multiple mounds. We're talking 2-3 million mounds.
I agree.
That's not a small group. So
we don't need to dig into that. There's
but the point that I'm making here is
you don't need to dig into it. That's for the archaeologists.
Right. But the point that I'm making here is that it was thought that the Native Americans had never achieved anything close to civilization. And you're right, it's very racist. It actually came from Darwinian evolution, and the book called Ancient Societies, which was written by Lewis Henry Morgan, in which he actually says that all societies go through 3 stages of development. He says they start off as ignorant savages, and that's where the term ignorant savages was applied to the Native Americans. It was because of his book.
I was wrong.
And then after that, they move up to civilization, to barbarism, and then up to that to civilization, or marvelous us. And so that's what the book was about.
What's it called again?
It's called Ancient Society.
When was it published?
It was back in the 1800s.
But my question is,
it was Lewis Henry Morgan, by the way. He actually had many correspondences directly with a guy that you guys are probably familiar with over in Europe, named Charles Darwin.
Right. But even if evolution has been used in bad ways, including Hitler using eugenics to justify genocide, that doesn't
discredit it.
That doesn't necessarily invalidate evolution as an explanation for
people can
biology.
Use anything for good or for bad.
Okay.
Glad we agree.
But the purpose of my question was to just ask if you acknowledge that this light-skinned, dark-skinned thing,
it was being bantered about, in Joseph Smith's time frame, absolutely.
That Joseph could have easily gotten that narrative that he incorporates into the Book of Mormon from the mound builder myth
If you were alive and you were somewhat interested in these kinds of things, you probably would be familiar with the whole, because they were finding these mounds all over. People are trying to find an explanation. Why? What are these mounds? Because we don't see the Native Americans making the mounds today. So it must have been somebody else. And that was kind of the general idea is it was probably the 10 tribes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
Joseph Smith's explanation, though, is very different from the 10 tribes explanation, as you're well aware.
Yeah.
I mean, the Book of Mormon isn't talking about the 10 tribes.
But I'm unaware of any evidence that Hebrews were living in that tribes of Israel came over to the United States, to North America, Central or South America.
Well, that's what I'm here for, John.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you acknowledge that the mound builder myth predated Joseph Smith and that could have been the source for where he gets the idea of dark skin and light skin.
It was clearly something that was being bantered about in his time frame. Yes.
And you acknowledge that it's viewed as a very racist theory now. Because
it shouldn't be just viewed as it was racist.
Okay. But because Central and South America, Mexico, they were agrarian cultures. They developed corn, they developed tomatoes, they developed beans, they domesticated animals.
They're highly civilized.
And all the temples and massive cities. We are to respect our Native American ancestors, not to think that they were savages that couldn't do good
and to
things.
that point that you're making, I think this is really critical because I love our Native American brothers and so forth and sisters, all of them. Yeah. But the situation that the Europeans found the Native Americans in, see, they said, well, they're just a bunch of hunter-gatherers. But what they don't realize is that this civilization had just undergone one of the biggest depopulations in human history because of their lack of natural immunity to disease and so forth. They died like flies when Europeans brought over certain diseases, and by estimations, about 75 to 80, sometimes even I've heard estimates up to 90% of their population died.
Right.
And so I give this example to people living today. What if tomorrow morning, 90% of everybody woke up dead?
Yeah.
How would our civilization react to that? If all of a sudden we didn't have people to run our energy grid and drive the trucks and move the stuff, how soon would it take for our civilization to completely collapse into basically a hunter-gatherer society? That's what the Native Americans had just undergone. And so then the Europeans come over and they're a bunch of hunter-gatherers. The assumption is that because of evolution and uniformitarianism, well, that must be the way it's always been. And that's not the case. They were highly civilized. They made these massive mounds and this huge civilization, and then they collapsed.
But do you believe Israelis?
You can't sustain.
Do you believe Israelites made the mounds or Native Americans made the mounds?
The Native Americans are Israelites, and they made the mounds.
For you, they're white. For you, the Native
American covenant people of God.
Let me just
Book of Mormon is correct. They are Israelites.
I just want to ask the question.
Yeah.
You believe that white Israelites made the North American mounds?
Both white and dark. If the Book of Mormon is correct, then you have both. You have a light-skinned and a dark-skinned people.
But primarily Nephites.
Yeah, I would say primarily the Nephites.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is where a lot of modern archaeologists are going to take offense that you believe that white Israelites
and dark
and some dark,
they're all brothers, right? I mean, if the Book of Mormon is true, they're not two races. They're the same race. They're just, some of them have darker skin because they intermarried with Asiatic people and that were already here. And so they had a darker skin, darker features. But they were all the same. I mean, let's face it, Lehi and his family, they're all the same family. Whether they're Lamanites, whether they're Nephites, they're all the same family. Correct?
So when it talks, when the Book of Mormon, I don't want to go back into the race debate, but when the Book of Mormon talks about God giving them a mark or turning the Lamanites' skin dark because of wickedness so that they would appear repulsive to their white counterparts.
What was the wickedness they were doing?
Are you believing that it was the Israelites intermingling and having children with the extant dark-skinned Native Americans that introduced God's curse to the Lamanites?
Yeah, when you say Native Americans, basically, yes, there were Asiatic people that were here.
or to the Israelites? So let me just get this straight. Israelites come over, they're white, they build a bunch of cool stuff. God wants to curse the bad ones, and so he has them marry and intermingle with extant dark-skinned Native Americans. And that's how the curse, but that's how the
let me just clarify just really quickly. So it's not, so basically when they arrive here, they're Israelites, and Israelites are Caucasians.
They're white Israelites, in your view.
Well,
because most of the people I've talked to believe
are
that
primarily
Jesus,
white, John.
but most people I talk to say that Jesus was brown skinned. That's one thing I didn't mention last
olive
time.
skin, whatever you want to call it,
not white, dark skin.
Okay, well, I mean, we can try to talk about skin color as being race thing, but bottom line is they were Hebrews. And within the Hebrew population, you're going to have lighter skinned people, darker skinned people. It's the same in almost every race. I mean, some races have, some races have very dark skin and medium skin. So skin color is not an indicative necessarily always of just a particular race. So bottom line, so you have in the Book of Mormon account, you have Hebrews, which are Caucasians, right? Then they come over here. Then when you talk about the curse, what was the curse about, John? It was about the Lamanites. I believe this is me. Okay, so I believe that the Lamanites broke their covenant to intermarry with their own people, their own kindred, I think is what it's called in the scriptures. And then because of breaking that covenant to marry within their own kindred, they married outside of that. They married Asiatic people who have the darker features. And so their children are going to have darker features because it's genetically dominant.
So God would have given
the
them.
Nephites didn't do that. They intermarried with each other.
Okay.
And so they remained basically Caucasian or Hebrew, if you want to call it that.
So let me restate this. So
it's not so much a curse as it is a mark that they had broken their covenant and intermarried outside of their people.
Okay. So sense? Let me restate. So white descendants of Laman and Lemuel, who were Israeli, were commanded by God never to have sex with or marry the dark-skinned extant Native Americans that were living here.
It was their kindred. So that's the reason why Abraham went to a specific place to have, find a wife for Isaac.
No, but what did I say that was wrong? God commanded the white-skinned descendants of Laman and Lemuel to not intermarry or have sex with the dark-skinned Asiatic extant Native Americans that they were living with. How is that?
No, it was the Nephites that were commanded not to intermarry with their Lamanite brethren who had intermixed with the Asiatic.
But you're saying that God did not want the descendants of Laman and Lemuel to intermarry with the dark-skinned Asiatic Native Americans, and they violated God's covenant by intermarrying with dark-skinned Asiatic extant Native Americans.
I don't know if the Asiatic people were specifically dark-skinned, but I'm assuming that they probably were.
So what I just said is a yes.
Mongolians.
What I just said, that God would have said, hey, all you white Israelis that came over on the boat
and have made covenants with me, and
don't marry the dark people,
are direct descendants from Abraham. So Abraham carries that covenant.
Okay, no, I get that, but I'm asking you to, this is yes or no. God said, white-skinned Israelite
don't intermarry with non-covenant people.
With dark skin.
No,
dark skin.
It didn't say anything about dark skin. It said non-covenant people. That was the reason for it being considered a curse, I think, is because they were intermarrying with people who were not of the Abrahamic covenant.
But the Book of Mormon, that's not what the Book of Mormon says, in my understanding. And Carrie, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What the Book of Mormon seems to say is we're going to put a curse of dark skin on the descendants of Laman and Lemuel, so that they will be repugnant and ugly to the white-skinned Nephites.
We're going to jump right into the race thing again here.
Well, you can just tell me if that's what you believe.
Can I intervene for a second?
Yeah.
No.
So what I hear Rod saying is that they were not supposed to intermarry with the covenant people.
With the non-covenant people.
Sorry, non-covenant people.
Right,
covenant and non-covenant do not go together.
Right.
And the sign of somebody not being in the covenant is
they broke the covenant. They intermarried
skin.
with people outside of the Abrahamic covenant.
Wait, hold on.
Therefore, they intermarried with the Asiatic people who are already here, who had the darker skin and darker features, and so their children, had those features.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask a different question?
Well, wait, are you changing the subject?
Yeah, because people are saying we're circling the drain, and I do not want to do that again.
Okay. But I think we've already
we kind of beat that horse pretty good.
Okay. So who do you believe was living the law of Moses at the time? So,
well, the Nephites were living the laws of Moses. We know that, but the Lamanites may have continued to do that. There's some indication that they may have continued that for at least a while, but I think that they lost it after a while.
Right. So in Alma chapter 25, verse 13 says, "Yea, they did keep the law of Moses." Mm-hmm. And we're talking about you said Lamanites, right?
You said Nephites, and maybe
the Nephites and maybe some of the Lamanites were still doing that.
Yeah. And so we're just asking straight up what
the Lamanites were at least aware of the law of Moses. And we know that for a couple of reasons. For one of the reasons, for example, when the Gadianton robbers came to war against the Nephites, and it was really surprising that they had nothing but a lambskin about their loins. Well, why would they choose why a lambskin? There's probably more deer and so forth here in America than there would be lambs. Why did they choose a lambskin? I think it's because they were directly mocking the Nephites, who were using the lambs as sacrificial animals, and by killing their lambs, they actually put it on their loins. They were actually mocking the Nephites' religious rituals to sacrifice a lamb.
Theory. That's a theory. Sense? Let me ask you this though. So they were living the law of Moses. So in your estimation, so I just wanted to pull up. This is Rod's book,
annotated
Book of Mormon. And if you go through it, there's just lots of pictures of, like, we were talking about Israeli things along that the Native Americans, that Europeans,
allegedly,
and that's what I'm asking, Rod. So in your worldview, that the Israelis eventually are what we understand to be the Native Americans. And so there's pictures. I can hold up to the camera if you guys want, but
that's I can awesome.
Do. So there's pictures of, like, the different locks that people who've been living the law of Moses for forever.
They take their hair and put it down in front of their ears.
Page?
Yeah, but basically,
there's Native Americans. If you guys can't see it, if you're listening on audio, there's Native Americans today. These pictures were probably taken in 1908.
Yeah, these are some of the earliest pictures of
Native Americans, and they have braids going down the side of their head, and they have, like, braids on the top of their head that is similar to like this, like, looking like an Orthodox Jewish man or something in Orthodox Jew.
Yeah,
wearing like a yarmulke with that box. It's a picture that's
at the Wailing Wall of an Orthodox Jew. Basically, he has two things on his going on there. Number one is he has his little phylactery, which is a little, like, wooden box, and they like write scriptures on it. So they put it in the box, so the scriptures are literally on their mind. Okay, so and then they have they take this hair lock in that not almost no other people do this. They take this hair lock right here where I don't have any hair and actually braid it, and then they let that grow long, and they pull it in front of their ear. I mean, what other people do that?
So you're saying that if Native Americans, if you can find some photos with some hairstyles similar to Israelites, that you see that maybe that's Israelite influence
to their Israelite heritage. See, I look at Native Americans as being some of the covenant people of God.
Yeah.
Who were living the law of Moses is what I just want to clarify. So you believe that was them living the law of Moses is the reason
until they started baptizing people,
they lost the laws of Moses thing. But some of the ancient traditions would have continued on. As an example, in the Bible, the Lord commanded the Israelites to have a fringe on their garment. It's right there, and I think it's in Numbers or whatever in the Bible. They have a fringe upon their garment through all time. Well, one of the things that makes Native American clothing and garb basically is what? I mean, the fringes on their garment. Why do Native Americans have fringes on their garment? I mean, it could be just something that was just kind of cool. Some people say, well, maybe it helped to camouflage them when they're hunting. There's lots of different possible reasons, but it is interesting that the Jews were commanded by the Lord to have fringes on their garment, and here we have Native Americans with
and you don't see that as a coincidence at all. It's not a coincidence in your mind.
Yeah,
it's a cultural thing.
you think it's just passed on?
I could give you a dozen different cultural things that are unique to Israelites and also to Native Americans, which are
they're in that book. Like, that's what I was saying. That's why I pulled that one out as an example. But
I think if you have one or two, maybe that's okay. That could be a coincidence. But when you have a whole bunch of cultural things that match up, I think then you have to look at it as being maybe something more than a coincidence.
And I'll just say there's another critique of what you're doing. It's called parallelism. It's discard any evidence that goes counter to your theory. That's all the entire disciplines.
Sometimes you have to put it on the shelf.
Please let me respond. So the entire discipline of geology, the entire discipline of genetics, the consensus around multiple disciplines, we'll discard all that. But if we can find a hairstyle of a photo of some Israelis that match a hairstyle of some Native Americans a couple of years ago, somehow that's compelling evidence. And that's called parallelism.
Right.
And it's something that the Maxwell Institute people and the Farmers people have all done. And I think it could also be interpreted as just a blatant example of confirmation bias. Of arranging the evidence.
And I would have to say, based on a lot of things, I mean, actually, John Sorensen's most recent book is actually full of those kind of parallelisms and things like that. It's kind of like saying, you know what, in the Book of Mormon, they talked about having banners and flags and waving banners and flags. And here we have in Central America, we have, some kind of a depiction of, saying these people had banners and flags. Well, because this people had banners and flags, the Book of Mormon said they had banners and flags. They must be the Book of Mormon people.
Yeah. So Sorensen does it too.
We all know that's ridiculous.
Sorensen does it too. Karen, did you have a final thought?
I have a question.
But it is an important aspect.
Because I'm trying to follow a timeline. But
yeah. So I just wanted to add to John's question and stuff. And thank you again. I just want to take a pause to say thank you for being so patient with us as we work out these.
This is great.
These issues and stuff. Yeah. So I'm having a good time. Hope everyone else is having a good time too. So just to John's point about parallelism and things like that, there are people in the church, B.H. Roberts comes to mind, people who had a serious conviction in the church, and they looked at things like the way that the language would have had to evolve from Hebrew into the Native American languages and so many other things that were like, there are small little coincidences and parallelisms, and you could show us 100, but I feel like the weight of language and how it evolves, that outweighs the scales. And it did for B.H. Roberts, I think, in my opinion, and what the evidence is. I don't know if you agree with that, John, but like, it just seems like, what do you do with that? That there are people out there who they could know those. There are people, you could give me 100 parallels between the way that Native Americans dress, Rod, and parallel that exactly with like Hebrew culture. Sorry, I'm not saying that right.
Hebraic culture.
Hebraic culture. Yeah. You could give me 100 of those, but if you can't show the line in which people were speaking Hebrew when they got off of Nephi's boat, and now they're speaking all of these languages, these Native American languages that have nothing to do with Hebrew.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll just give you one quick example. The Algonquin language. There's over 110 tribes that use the Algonquin language. And many of them can't even really communicate with themselves, but we know that they all came genetically from each other, and they all started with the same language. Language changes a lot. That's the reason why I don't use language a lot in my research as hard evidence for really anything as far as the Book of Mormon.
It's inconvenient. Using language is very inconvenient.
Well, it changes.
We're going to get to this. We're going to get to this because it's one of the major critiques of both the Book of Mormon and the Heartland theory. Yeah. So, Carrie, you're bringing up a really good point. But language is inconvenient.
Language is
hard. And so, but see, Kara, I'll answer for you, Rod. If you tell me if this is right. Rod's already told us that if major bodies of science conflict with the fundamentalist interpretation of Scripture, he's going to go with the fundamentalist interpretation of Scripture
and have faith
every time.
I'm just pulling up examples of how that is so.
Yeah,
that's all I'm just saying. There's so many examples that come to mind.
Totally.
Yeah,
that's valid. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've talked about so we talked about the Mound Builder myth that predates Joseph Smith.
Yep.
Really quickly there, we've covered on MormonStories quite considerably Joseph Smith's multiple years treasure digging, where he believed in the fables or myths that there were buried silver mines or buried pirate treasure or buried treasure in the ground. He would use a stone and a hat to guide people. He would get paid to use a stone and a hat to guide people to alleged burial grounds. Then he would point them there, say, start digging. Sometimes they would sacrifice an animal, a chicken or a sheep or a goat or whatever, start digging. And then always sort of like miraculously, as soon as they were about to get to the alleged treasure, he would say, "Oh, the spirit took it away. No treasure." He was convicted of this he was found guilty in a court of law of breaking the law and of engaging in illegal activities, scrying, glass looking, etc. That's a well-established history that the modern Mormon Church even acknowledges. How do you make sense of that illegal and disreputable behavior by Joseph Smith prior to his creation of the Book of Mormon?
All right, then that basically comes down to, in a court of law, you have basically a hierarchy of witnesses, right? I mean, some witnesses are more credible than other witnesses. I mean, you bring in expert testimony for certain areas. So the question is, when it comes down to history, and this is one area that I would love to. In fact, I even talked to Jonathan Neville, who is kind of our resident historian person, and he'd be happy to come and speak.
But wait,
sometime about
let me restate it.
But
do you agree that Joseph Smith engaged in treasure digging with the stone in a hat? Yes or no?
No. Okay.
So you say he never did any of that.
The historical sources that I'm aware of, and I've read a lot of them, okay, is that he was hired to go and do work, physical labor for people who were looking for these things. They then claimed, well, you have a stone, can you use this or whatever? Joseph Smith actually tried to talk people out of the treasure digging.
Okay,
that's several instances and so forth, but I didn't hear you mention that particular part of it. But was he engaged in that himself? Did he go out and start trying to find treasure himself? Why was it he was always working for someone else when he was doing this?
Because they had money to pay him.
Right. Because he didn't have money to do this.
But he was doing it to make money.
But if he thought he was going to get rich doing it, John, then why wouldn't he just go out and do it himself and not have to split the money with anybody else?
Because there was no treasure, and so there was no way to get rich.
Yeah, but if he was really thinking that he had this ability to go out and find treasure, why was he poor almost his entire life?
Or he was fooling people and engaging in a disreputable behavior, which is what it was.
Again, it comes down to who's writing the history.
No. And that's fine. We can argue sources. I just want to know what you believe.
Yeah.
So you disagree with the modern Mormon Church. The modern Mormon Church came out with a Gospel Topics essay where it acknowledges that Joseph Smith used a stone in a hat to seek for buried treasure, and no treasure was ever found. The modern Mormon Church, its Gospel Topics essay, all of its scholars, Richard Bushman, Terrell Givens, Patrick Mason, Spencer Fluman, they all agree that the modern Mormon Church, that Joseph Smith engaged in treasure digging with a stone in a hat that was illegal. Right. And you, Rod Meldrum, say you, Rod Meldrum, are saying the modern Mormon Church and all of its top historians and scholars are wrong on that point. Yes or no?
That is not a yes or no answer. Okay, and when I come down to that, basically, let me go into a little bit how did we get there? Because for as well as I do,
I'd rather just tell me what do you believe? You just believe that
the bottom line is that if you are a historian, like let's say Richard Bushman, okay, for example, if you're a historian and you go to academic schooling and training, you are taught in no equivocal terms that basically you do not ever do a history from one viewpoint, from one vantage point. You have to bring in all the different vantage points, or else it's not an accurate history, because then it becomes more propaganda, right? So this is a thing that is taught to historians. This is something that they're supposed to do. You never tell a history from one viewpoint. So in doing so, Richard Bushman and others, Terrell Givens and others, have brought in other eyewitness accounts, people like Mormonism Unveiled and other people who had an agenda against Joseph Smith. He says, well, they have a history too, and we can't just leave that out. So they give the Mormonism Unveiled, for example, the same level of credibility as Oliver Cowdery and Joseph Smith and their thing.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying.
So this is in Rough Stone Rolling, for example, which I know is one, a primary book that you have people go and read, because it does bring
the church.
It brings both sides out.
That the church sells at Deseret Book and commissioned Richard Bushman to write. The church said, Richard Bushman, we need a response to Fawn Brody. Write a history of Joseph Smith, and then we'll sell the bejesus out of it. Richard Bushman did what the church asked, and then the church sold a bajillion editions of tens of thousands. They sold tens of thousands of copies of Rough Stone Rolling at Deseret Book, where your books are sold, by the way.
That's right.
And just to cut this short, if you sat Richard Bushman down here, and I have, or Patrick Mason, or Spencer Fluman, or any of these historians, and said,
so forth,
do you believe, Richard Bushman, that Joseph Smith used a stone and a hat to treasure dig?
He would say
it was illegal and that it was not found. He would say yes. And that's what the Gospel Topics essays say. And that's what the church would support.
But that is because of source documentation from people who said that they would drink the blood of Joseph Smith and would kill him if they had a chance. They're using that as their hard evidence that Joseph Smith was, that the Smith family were drunks and that Smith was all, into treasure digging and so forth. So they're using people who had an agenda against Joseph Smith as primary source documentation. And then they have introduced that into the church history.
So again,
like yes, I disagree with that.
So like geneticists, like geologists, you basically say all the historians are wrong. Rod Meldrum
when people have an agenda that they're going to kill Joseph Smith and drink his blood, then yes, I think
why would Richard Bushman and all the church historians and the Joseph Smith Papers Project, let me ask the question. Why would they give credence to tainted sources if they're credible historians? Why would they do that? Especially,
that is a great question to ask them.
Especially when it would be in the church's disadvantage to make those interpretations.
It is in the church's disadvantage because when you bring into source documentation that comes from people who hated Joseph Smith with a passion, and you use that as primary source documentation of his character.
Why are they doing it?
It's kind of like this, John. If somebody writes a book about you and your character, and they hate your guts, right? Would you want that to be the primary source document of who you are as a person?
Why is church headquarters doing this is my question.
Can I ask
because they are taking the lead from Richard Bushman and these other people who are using these source documents because they're historians. They don't want to get hammered by their historian colleagues by presenting a history that's only one-sided.
So Kara, I want to let you come in next, but I just want to restate what you just said. Richard Bushman, historian, is beguiling and deceiving prophets, seers, and revelators in the corporate church in a way that's causing
they're relying on his expertise
in a way that's causing tens or hundreds of thousands of people every year to leave the church. And the prophets, seers, and revelators aren't inspired enough or smart enough to see that Richard Bushman is fooling and hurting everybody, and they're allowing it to perpetuate. I think
the prophets, seers, and revelators have asked us as members of the church to have the Spirit with us so we can discern.
But why did they sell his book at Deseret Book to the
Why did they sell vampire books at Deseret Book?
All right, let me can I ask it this way?
I mean, John, the thing is that you have a legitimate question here.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing about it is that the prophets, seers, and revelators of the church, they have a job to do. They have to administer the ongoing and worldwide aspects of the church,
but care about people's faith.
They don't have time to go into all the details about history. Nobody can be expert in everything, so they have to rely on the Terrell Gibbonses and the Richard Bushmans to give us the right history.
But it's
if they get it wrong, it's on them, not the brethren.
Well, the brethren
the brethren don't approve everything.
The brethren are funding the historians to lead people out of the church.
Well, the historians are doing that, and actually, you've heard of the. You probably heard of the swearing elders group that were secretly meeting to undermine the some of the early prophets of the church.
Carol,
all right.
History can be used as a bludgeon as well, and I think that they're using this bludgeon because they really believe that Joseph Smith really was a gold digger. He really was into this occultic art stuff.
But my point is, the brethren are letting the historians do this to the church.
They're allowing free will, and they allow people to read Richard Bushman's material, and
they commission the book and sell it.
Yeah.
Okay, Kara.
All right. So this is just where my mind goes. Yeah. Stick with me here. So the whole proposition of the church is that it's restored and it's led by prophets, seers, and revelators, right? Mm-hmm.
And are they perfect?
No, that's not my point. That's not even my point.
Straw man.
So that's the proposition that it's led by prophets, seers, and revelators. Their perfection is not even part of the question. More the point is
why would they allow this?
They have the keys. I went through so many Sunday school lessons throughout the whole church that the bishop holds these keys and the stake president holds these keys. And then the area authority holds these keys. And then the prophet holds all of the keys.
Right.
And the prophet is the person that you look to tell you right and wrong. We sing follow the prophet. And everything centers around the authority of the church and those keys and things.
Right.
And then you have the gospel topics essays that say things like, as a young man, Hardo just added this. I believe this is in the gospel topics essays, commissioned on the church's website. Like, Christ has one true church. That means he has a website from the authority of his people who are to speak on earth. And they commissioned this. They signed off on this to tell people, as a young man during the 1820s, Joseph, like others in his day, used a seer stone to look for lost objects and buried treasure.
Where does that
What do you
come
make
from?
of that?
The gospel topics essay that
Right.
the
What do you
church
make of
published.
that? Like,
Well, I mean, okay.
they have the authority, and that's what they're telling people.
You're,
and
you're,
they're
you're
telling
asking
people
a guy
lies.
who, for many years, it seemed that as though the church was promoting a Central American theory, and we obviously disagree with that. We haven't been censored. We haven't had any issues with that. So the fact that the church at one point in time had these particular positions, and and when it comes down to that, the brethren have to rely on people who have expertise in their particular fields. If those people get it wrong, then what is their position to say? Well, Richard Bushman, you're wrong. You don't know the history. No, they're going to go with Richard Bushman and his history. So it's on Richard Bushman to tell the history in a factual way.
So they're relying on people who are lying. Are they not?
Richard Bushman's not lying. These
I
are
thought you
these are
said that
actual
he was, like-
historical documents.
I thought you said that he,
But his
like,
sources,
Mormonism unveiled.
his sources to me are
wrong.
suspect. Many of the sources that Richard Bushman relies on are suspect because they themselves said that they hated Joseph Smith.
Okay, so, like, for instance, Rockin' the Hat, Joseph Smith, 18 different treasure digs. He's looking around, never finds anything. That never happened.
If Joseph Smith is a treasure digger, he stunk at it because he was always poor.
That's the point, though. Like, no, Rod, listen, that's like the point. Like, there's no
You
such
know?
thing as treasure digging. Like, there's
Yeah.
no such thing as buried treasure. Like, no, Rod, seriously,
What
look,
that speaks
there's
to
no
is
such
that-
thing as that's why he was poor.
What that speaks to is that he was potentially deceiving people who believed there was treasure. You have to understand that, right?
No.
That's the idea. You understand that that's the idea. It's
Well, I
The
understand,
fact that
I understand
Joseph was
that's the
taking people on
accusation
treasure
about Joseph
digs.
Smith. That's the
Like,
accusation.
gullible people.
Yeah,
People
the
who
fact-
believed in him.
Yeah.
That he would lead them to treasure.
But Joseph Smith shut down. I mean, if you look at who was the guy that he was doing the digging
Josiah
for?
Stoll.
Josiah Stoll. I mean, he tried to get Josiah Stoll to stop doing this.
After
There's
he
nothing
collected
there.
the money, Rod. After he
was
collected the money.
he was a laborer getting paid for labor.
That's your interpretation.
So
Josiah,
show me where it's different.
Emma's own dad wrote an affidavit where he said, I watched Joseph with a stone and a hat take people to the place, tell them to start digging. That's Emma's own father, who is an eyewitness. He did not say Joseph was just a shovel bearer digging. He said Joseph Smith was leading the silver mine treasure expedition. Just read Isaac Hale's affidavit that he signed and swore. That was Emma's own dad, who was an eyewitness, not that Joseph was just a shovel digger. You're ignoring the evidence that doesn't conform with your views.
Well, I'm not ignoring it. I am not aware of that.
Okay,
apparently.
go read Isaac Hale's affidavit, and you'll
Yeah.
see that he testified that Joseph was leading the treasure dig
I would
with
love-
his stone and a
I
hat.
would love to. And actually, that's one of those questions that we could ask
Okay, that's fine.
in depth with Jonathan Neville, for example, because he's done a lot more of that kind of his church historical research. Anyway,
Okay, so I guess
that might be helpful.
to close this out. We're all taught that God would never let the prophets lead us astray. So
that was actually something that was, as I understand it, was actually something. I think it was Spencer W. Kimball.
So you don't believe? Do you believe that God will ever let the prophets to lead its members astray?
No, I
Okay,
think that God would
that's
actually
fine.
take
Okay,
him. Take
So
him.
you don't believe that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's Ballard recently
But-
saying, like, stay in the boat, and well,
Right.
no, this is the path.
Right. But does that mean that they can't make mistakes? See, there's a fine line here.
I
No,
understand
no,
that.
the difference is,
Yeah.
Rod. The difference is if the prophets are listening to somebody whose evidence is of an event that didn't happen.
That's
like you're
leading-
saying,
that-
John DeLynn, did you hire a female co-host so that you could talk over her? No, you didn't. Okay. Listen, love you so much. So no, I'm trying to say is like, does God have a prophet right now in President Nelson
Uh-huh.
who is allowing people, to John's point, to to believe something about Joseph Smith that causes them into faith crisis, to leave the church, to abandon their covenants, to be forced into outer darkness. Is God allowing a prophet to uphold events about Joseph Smith that cause faith crises of something that didn't happen and is just an invented narrative by people who had it out for Joseph Smith?
Okay, so maybe to just ask that first off, I don't know the will and mind of God, but I do know this about God, and that is that he allows, he's given each one of us freedom and agency. I don't believe that his prophets are allowed to basically take that freedom and agency away from anybody, including members of the church. So when there is additional information that comes out and so forth, people have to make up their own minds. In my particular case, I choose to have faith. I choose to believe. And then I got to try to find evidences and things that back up that belief. Okay. But when it comes down to prophets, seers, and revelators, are they prophets, seers, and revelators? Yes. Do they teach us that we are to be commanded in all things, that they're going to give us direction in all things? And the answer to that is, of course, no. That would go against the directive of God himself, who basically says that we are free to make choices and do things. So do they deliberately lead people into paths that would cause faith crisis? And I think the answer to that is no. Do they allow people to have to make choices and things so that they have to choose? Do I believe in the accounts of people who wanted to drink the blood of Joseph Smith? Do I believe their accounts over Oliver Cowdery's accounts? That's a subjective thing. You have to decide who you're going to believe.
All right.
But without that ability to make a choice between the two, you see the problem? Then it's just the Lord's prophets just guiding and directing people and say, okay, John, you got to do this, you got to do that, got to do this, got to do that.
That's fine. It's
way more nuanced than that. There's a lot more freedom within the church than people think to think different things. I mean, people thought about Central America for
less is what I hear.
What's that?
Follow the prophet less. There's free
no,
agency.
That's not what I'm saying.
What you said, that the prophets
will give people
allow free agency.
Different ideas to come forward. The prophets have taken no position on Book of Mormon geography, but you know that I'm very much in favor of the Heartland theory.
I've heard some things. And there's some rumors.
and John Sorensen and Jack Welch and so forth are all on the other camp. It's okay. We're all in the same tent here, but we can have different opinions.
Down to Russell M. Nelson.
Yeah.
Putting his face in a white hat saying, this is how Joseph Smith did it.
That's right.
That seems like to me like.
Well, no, that he said that's as I understand it, that's how it was done, right?
So
I would love to go into the translation process thing and the whole stone in the hat thing.
I'm sorry, we should be getting into Heartland.
That's
but this is like
thing.
I think we made the point. I think we're circling down the drain.
I would circle a lot more. All I wanted to say is my last final parting words on this is I've read this book, and this has.
What's the book?
This is Joseph Smith the Prophet, The Making of a Prophet by Dan Vogel. And he has the court documents from Joseph getting arrested. So I don't think it's as simple as saying.
Well, Joseph arrested many times.
But the court documents of what the different witnesses said, you can read what was going on in the courtroom. And that just seems like pretty strong evidence to me, as opposed to just oh, it's all Mormonism unveiled. It's all people who want to drink his blood. I'm like, are these witnesses lying? And did this courtroom scene not actually happen?
Do people ever lie in court?
No, the point is
I wonder if people could possibly lie in court.
No, what I mean is what I mean, not that I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. Sorry. Let me make my point. And then John, we'll move on and I'll literally shut up for the next hour.
You're telling me not to circle the drain and then you circle the drain.
No, the people are loving it. Read the comments.
This drain is going to get clogged if we keep going around.
No, sorry. I just wanted to clarify. I'm not saying that people don't lie in court. No, obviously people lie in court. But I'm talking about people saying Joseph Smith is a totally legit treasure digger, and everyone's show us your evidence in the courtroom, and you can read these things. And then the people who still believed in Joseph Smith, like Josiah Stoll, he's he took us on this treasure dig, and guess what he found? He found a feather buried underground, and he found a piece of something that looked like gold, and all the people in the courtroom were was it gold? And he's well, no. And so my point is did that not happen? If there was ever a time to show the evidence that Joseph Smith took people on treasure digs and he didn't find anything, it's in that book. It's it's in the court documents,
right?
That happened.
And there's all kinds of people who testify that Rod Meldrum is a scumbag, sleazeball, blah, 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 in a court of law and so forth. It doesn't make, just because somebody claimed it in a court of law does not make it the truth.
And Carol, what Rod is showing is he's consistent whether it's science or history, if there's ever history that conflicts with a favorable narrative of Joseph Smith, he's going to favor the historical documents that are favorable to Joseph Smith and dismiss or marginalize any documents that make Joseph Smith that
how do you feel about that?
Joseph Smith.
Let me just check in with Rod.
light.
How do you feel about what John just said?
If somebody writes a history of Rod Meldrum sometime in the future, and the historian decides to use people who hated me or whatever as the primary source documentation, I think that the history would be skewed. In fact, I know it would be skewed, and that would be the case if people hate Joseph Smith and they're used as a primary source documentation for his character and his life. I'm telling you, Joseph Smith had an amazing character. I mean, you look at so many others. You can choose to look at those who hated him. You can lose those who loved him, or those who are in between and didn't really care one way or the other. But those who loved him talk about his character. I'm telling you, from what I've read of those accounts, Joseph Smith's character was utmost. And I would put him up against anybody as far as having the character to be. I mean, put it this way: are you willing to die for your beliefs?
I'm not willing to die for dogma. That's a different. That's a different thing.
I mean, it shows a level of commitment, though, that he would go to, even to be arrested numerous times, and it would have been so much easier for him to just say, you know what, this is horrible. My family's suffering, everybody's suffering. If I just renounce my fakeness and so forth, if I'm faking all this stuff, if I just renounce all that, everything would be over. I'd be just a normal guy doing my normal thing.
You don't know what we would do if we were Joseph, because I'm also not banging 40 women. Like, there's a lot of things Joseph was doing that, maybe he had a reason.
Let me tell you, though, he wasn't banging 40 women.
I'm sorry for saying that. I'm just saying,
Can we move on?
There's
no evidence for that at all, genetically or in any other way.
All I'm trying to say, Rod, is
I'm just here to defend.
We're saying that we don't know. I'm just saying we don't know the reasons why people don't give up when the odds are against them. It doesn't have to necessarily mean that it's true, but I'll stop talking.
Okay,
but you have to be pretty committed. But you realize you have to be pretty committed to be able to put your life on the line for something.
Okay,
I'm gonna open this. Take a walk around the room.
Okay, there we go.
So, Rod, my point, to summarize that. That you've addressed very directly, for many, and I imagine to many of your followers, it would make sense for them to be disturbed that the Quorum of the 12, the first presidency, would, number one, commission Bushman to write Rough Stone Rolling, where he gives what you would say is an unfavorable. Let me finish, please. Where he would allow that book, where they would commission the book and sell it as a book, and that they would commission the Gospel Topics Essays project to be completed, and that they would publish the essays on the church's own website. That the first presidency of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles would lead and pay for all of that would then lead to tens of thousands of Mormons every year to lose their faith.
Church, yeah.
It would make sense if you or others were somewhat troubled or confused as to why prophets, seers, and revelators would let all that happen. And you've already answered it, which is that the Lord allows prophets to make mistakes.
Okay, that's not exactly what I think I said. I think that the Lord allows his prophets to rely on the expertise of others, and they are hoping that when Richard Bushman does the research and so forth, that he's got it right. They don't have time to go in and double check everything. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think it was a mistake for the church to sell Rough Stone Rolling at Deseret Book?
If it was up to me, I wish that they would discontinue it.
Do you think the Gospel Topics Essays project has led many, many people out of the church?
I think that, as an example, in the Book of Mormon and the DNA thing, basically, it was mostly written by Hugo Prego, and
that was a yes or no. Do you think the Gospel Topics Essays questions have led a lot of people out of the church?
I think that there's been some things in the Gospel Doctrine Essays that have been incorrect from a genetic standpoint, and
have you seen
from
evidence that the Gospel Topics Essays have led people out of the church? I have. I've talked to thousands.
I would guess there's probably some people who have done that. Yeah.
So do you think the Gospel Topics Essays overall were a mistake for the church to create and publish on their website?
I don't really have.
Are
a strong
you a little
opinion
bit
about
concerned about saying that the brethren would make a mistake?
Not through the Gospel Doctrine Essays, because the Gospel Doctrine Essay specifically says that this is, this information has been compiled by experts in the church and so forth, and does not necessarily always reflect the positions of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So there's a disclaimer in there about the Gospel Topic Essays. Personally, I think that some of them have had problems. I think it does help some people, but for some people, it's been problematic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I know that they have been problematic for some people, and especially when it comes down to the Book of Mormon DNA part. I mean, I know enough about that to know that there was some things in there that were wrong, and they actually changed it.
Okay.
We actually wrote to them and said, okay, this is wrong. And they went, oh yeah, okay. So is that considered canonized scripture? And obviously the answer is no, it's not.
Okay. Can you think of examples where the brethren have made mistakes, where a prophet or apostles have made mistakes? Is there anything in your whole understanding of Mormon church history where you would say?
I mean, President Kimball basically he loved Native American people, and he is pretty much on record as saying, if you're a Native American person, whether you're in North, Central, or South America, you're a Lamanite, you're a descendant of Lehi and Nephi and so forth. And then, of course, that was corrected by the first presidency when they changed the title page in the Book of Mormon to say that the Lamanites are not the principal ancestors of American Indians, but are among the ancestors. That was clearly a result, I think, of information and research.
Okay.
That on the genetic side of things, that shows that there are a lot of people who are here in America that are native peoples that aren't from descendants of the Book of Mormon people.
Okay, cool. Thanks for giving an example.
So that's and there's other examples too. But bottom line is that was never canonized scripture. That was never, at no time did Spencer W. Kimball ever say, "And thus saith the Lord God Almighty, I have received a revelation that all the people in North, Central, and South America are that." That never happened.
Okay, got it.
That was his opinion. And prophets are allowed to have opinions.
Okay.
And sometimes they can be wrong.
Okay.
Most of the time they're right.
Got it. Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. Really quickly, the church would acknowledge that Joseph Smith used a stone in a hat to translate the Book of Mormon, and that once he was getting to the actual production of the text that we have now, that the plates weren't even in the house, that the plates were, according to Joseph Smith, stored somewhere off property, and that not according
to Joseph Smith, but according to others.
According to the witnesses.
Other people, yes.
According to the witnesses of the quote translation process,
right, that
the plates weren't in the house, that Joseph Smith had his head in a hat with the stone in the hat, the same stone in the hat that he used to treasure dig, and that he would dictate the words of the Book of Mormon in that manner. What is your view about that narrative that the Mormon Church and all its historians agree with the secular historians was the way Joseph Smith produced the Book of Mormon? What's your view of the stone in the hat?
Okay, obviously that is something that I have had a chance to do quite a lot of research on. The primary source documentation that Joseph Smith used as stone in the hat.
No, I just want to know what you believe, not why you believe it. So what do you believe about the stone in the hat translation method?
That the source documentation is being used for the idea that Joseph Smith used a stone in the hat for the translation of the Book of Mormon is historically incorrect and false.
Okay. And so the like Emma or Isaac Hale or Martin Harris or whoever testified that Joseph didn't have the plates and used a stone in a hat, why would they give false testimony in your view?
Many of their testimonies were long after the fact, when they were years and years after the fact. They in the case of Emma, one of the things that she was at the point in that point in time doing is saying that Brigham Young wasn't a prophet and that her son Joseph Smith III was the rightful heir to the thing that so
she wanted to spoil the Book of Mormon narrative because she was salty about her son not being the successor instead of
there was also it's a very nuanced thing, and probably Jonathan Neville would be able to give you an even more concise understanding, but let me just kind of give you this. Basically, we know that there was the Spalding manuscript and so forth there, and we have the view of the Hebrews. Joseph Smith is being accused of copycatting some of these other earlier books that were published just before him, even though there's no evidence that he ever had those books or knew anything about them. But nevertheless, so Joseph Smith and when it comes down to it, there's not one single instance where in any revelation that's claimed as a revelation in the Doctrine and Covenants was anything mentioned about any stone in a hat or anything other than the Urim and Thummim being used for the purpose of that. I find it very difficult to believe that if the Lord took the time to create a Urim and Thummim and then made sure that it was passed down from the Jaredites to the Nephites, and the Nephites made sure it got all the way into the actual stone box with the gold plates for the very purpose, its primary purpose was the interpretation of the plates, right? And then Joseph Smith just somehow decides not to use the instrument that God had prepared centuries in advance. I think that's just bogus.
Right.
I don't think that that's actually what happened at all. And the source documentation of that is from, again, unreliable sources I would consider to be unreliable. Martin Harris had already left the church. He had an agenda against Brigham Young and the church at that point in time when he had his interviews, or he talked about, oh yeah, in fact, right before he talks about the stone in the hat in his interview that was published in the newspaper, he says that, yeah, well, Joseph Smith was a prophet while he was translating, but after that he was a fallen prophet. This is a guy who was not a friend of Joseph Smith in any way, shape, or form. Martin Harris. At the time when he did the interview, which he talks about the stone in the hat. Emma had an agenda as well. Other people who talk about the stone in the hat were actually from newspaper articles and so forth that were deliberately antagonistic towards Joseph Smith.
But you do see the problem.
All those historical documents that talk about Joseph Smith and the stone in a hat go completely against what Oliver Cowdery, Joseph Smith, and others who actually were there and witnessed the
Well, Martin Harris was a scribe.
Right, but Oliver Cowdery never said anything about a stone in a hat, and he did the vast majority.
But he didn't say there wasn't a stone in a hat.
No, he specifically said that he sat with Joseph Smith, as Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim to look at the plates that were in front of him and translate the Book of Mormon into English.
Well,
so the one source that we know was actually there and participated in the entire process never once mentioned a stone in a hat. Why is that?
Okay, I don't know. Probably because it's goofy and it would take away from the credibility of the story.
I don't know,
but
I mean, again, that goes into motives and so forth. But Oliver Cowdery never said anything about.
But my understanding of the history is that that many of the people involved used the term seer stone or Urim and Thummim.
Let me finish. That's true.
They used it interchangeably. So when they said Urim and Thummim, sometimes they meant the stone.
Yeah, I've heard that
and that's what the church's position is.
Yeah,
that's what the church's position is.
Right, and I would have to say that. I mean, is it possible? I mean, basically, the description of the Urim and Thummim is that it was two stones set in a silver rim, right? So there were stones involved, but were they seer stones, or was it a special instrument that God had prepared? And my personal belief is it was a special instrument that God had prepared, and Joseph Smith used that and only that in the translation of the Book of Mormon. He never used a seer stone that he got out of the well.
I know, yeah.
He never used any other stones that he got from whatever treasure digging he was involved with.
In your view?
Well, historically, there's no evidence for that except for anti-Mormon sources.
No, I mean, I don't want to circle the drain here, so I'm just going to summarize. I would hope you could see the problem of saying, I'm going to agree with Martin Harris's witness of the Book of Mormon as one of the three witnesses when it confirms my point of view that the Book of Mormon is true. But then when Martin Harris testifies,
30 years later,
let me finish.
Yeah.
Then when Martin Harris testifies of the stone in the hat being used in the translation, when he was an actual scribe, you're going to say, well, that's anti-Mormon testimony. I hope you can see.
He had lost his
I hope you can see the
inconsistency there.
The little bit of inconsistency.
But I don't think it's inconsistent because people's attitudes change over time, and that was 30 years later.
That's fine. He did die. Martin Harris did die faithful.
Yeah, he did. He came back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carrie, do you have anything you want to add about the stone in the hat conversation? Okay.
Oh, I wanted to go into more detail on the stone in the hat thing because that it's an area that I feel really strongly. Obviously, you can tell I feel strongly about it because it goes against every revelation in the Doctrine and Covenants and so forth. There's not one time when a stone in a hat is ever used in any of those revelations.
In your view.
Well, no, it's just not there, John. I mean, it's there's no stone in a hat thing mentioned in the Doctrine and Covenants, period. End of story.
All right. Well,
it's all, but Urim and Thummim is mentioned 11 different times.
Okay. That's fine. All right. So, but I do think we let you state your position.
Yeah.
And
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
And thank you, by the way. I know this is a hot topic, but trying to make the transition from, well, I disagree with the historians into the prophets, seers, and revelators are leading people down and out of the church. It's not them that's doing it.
It's the bad historians. It's the
to some extent
the wicked historians.
It's bad history. Yes, it's the reason why Nephi was told to kill Laban. He says it's better that one man should perish than an entire nation should suffer and lose their faith.
So why didn't God take out Richard Bushman instead, or Dan Vogel? Wait, let me finish. Why didn't God take out Richard Bushman, Dan Vogel, Von Brody, like he took out Laban, so that Mormons wouldn't dwindle in unbelief?
Well, then what are you going to start killing everybody? I mean, come on. I mean, every person, that's not going to work. Okay. If God is about agency.
Wait a second. Did Rod Meldrum, who believes in Noah's flood, just say, is God going to kill everybody? Did I hear that correctly? God is very in tune with killing everybody. That's kind of what he's known for.
Okay.
That's his brand.
I was literally like, Kara, shut up. And I was like, no, Rodney.
Okay.
Kara, no one wants you to shut up. By the way.
Okay.
Yeah, killing lots of people is on brand for God.
Okay, but again, remember that in God's perspective, the fact that they are changed from this earth to the next life is just a transition. It's not like it's like how we feel about it when we die.
We talked about this last time. Okay. So really quickly, what do you make of anachronisms in the Book of Mormon? So horses, I think I know your answer. You're just going to say the science has got it all wrong. But horses, steel, wheels, chariots, helmets, rice, wheat, barley, all the things that are in the Book of Mormon that shouldn't be, cattle, sheep, all the things that are in the Book of Mormon that shouldn't be, and then all the things that aren't in the Book of Mormon that should be, chocolate, corn.
Wait, chocolate's in the Book of Mormon?
It should be.
Wait a minute.
It should be.
It should be. It should be part of everybody's diet.
There's no jaguars. So a lot of the animals and food that should be in the Book of Mormon aren't.
Okay.
And a ton of animals and food and materials that shouldn't be in the Book of Mormon is. And it just so happens that all the animals and food that are in the Book of Mormon reflect a 19th century worldview that would have been what Joseph would have thought the Native Americans would have had, because it's what he saw Native Americans having in the 19th century.
Okay. I love the topic of anachronisms. Okay. Because
you can just say the science is all wrong and then we can move on. Because literally, I think you're just going to say the science is all wrong.
Should we get one of those buttons that's just like,
John, unfortunately, you don't know me very well yet, brother. Because that's the way. Right. Okay. So when it comes to anachronisms, first off, anachronisms have been a major source of issues with the Book of Mormon because of the Central American theory. The Central American theory is because of that, we have all kinds of anachronisms, which you kind of mentioned, the horses, the cows, the sheep, the goats, the grapes, the wheat, the barley, and all these other kinds of things. They're all anachronistic in the Book of Mormon, if the Book of Mormon is understood as a Central American history. Because the Mayan civilization never had horses. There were never elephants that we know of down in Central America. There was never any sheep. You look at all the frescoes and all of the quiches and all that kind of stuff that goes on in Central America, the Mayans, they never had sheep. They never had goats.
We agree with you there.
The Book of Mormon talks about having grapes and wheat and barley. It had King Noah was a wine bearer, for heaven's sake. I mean, he had vineyards, right?
We're with you.
Vineyards don't grow in Central America. Grapes don't grow in Central America that are used to make any kind of wine. Wheat and barley are mentioned specifically in the Book of Mormon, and neither one of those will grow in Central America.
We're with you.
So we have a giant map of the world, and we have a big cross, and we go, not Central America.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Right.
We're with you there. We're with you there.
Now let's turn the anachronisms over to a North American setting. Okay. In a North American setting, were there horses anciently in North America? The answer is absolutely yes.
Not during the time of the Book of Mormon.
Okay, there was horses in the La Brea tar pits and so forth,
But
and
not during the time of the Book of
it
Mormon.
all comes down to dating again.
So science is wrong.
Convenient. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
So
Actually, I have journal articles and horse found.
Not
I'll
during the
give you
time.
this.
Not
but
during
they
the
would
Book of
have to
Mormon.
be like everywhere.
Carbon dated into Book of Mormon time frames. A horse remains
Okay,
in Wyoming
so-
was found, and it carbon dates into
Okay,
Book of Mormon
I'm
time
gonna
frames.
I'm gonna stop you. We
Okay.
agreed that we're not going to talk about the science on the show. I do
Whoa.
not want you. I do not want
This
you
is the-
conveying your interpretation of scientific
right.
data, because I think there is scientific consensus that if there were elephants or if there were horses in North America, it would have been long before 6,000 or 7,000 years ago.
all based on
And
what?
if you,
Dating.
science.
Dating.
So again, you can just say you think all the
We
scientists
gotta
are
go
wrong.
into the dating art. You gotta go into the dating stuff.
That's fine. So
Okay.
I think we
Yeah.
can note, we cannot circle down the drain here.
Yeah.
You think all the scientists are wrong when it comes to North American.
Okay, there's a lot more than that
archaeology.
too. When it comes down to, as an example, horses. Did horses actually go extinct? We know that there were horses here in America before the Book of Mormon time frames, right? It's in the Bray tar pits. There's elephants and horses in the same pits together, right?
Like
The question is
17 or 18,000
The question
BCE.
is what caused the horses to go extinct, and why did they become reintroduced? And was it the Spaniards' horses that were reintroduced as the horses to the Americas? Turns out that the Native American horses that they use, the small painted ponies, they're not directly related to the horses that came over with the Spaniards. They're two different subspecies of the same species.
I'm going to say that you're not making a scientific
Okay.
proposition there, and we can debate that in a
Okay,
future
well,
episode.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay.
I mean, so I'd love to talk about horses, but bottom line, horses are not anachronistic in North America.
In your view.
Neither are
In
elephants.
your view.
Neither are elephants, right?
In your view.
No.
wait, he just said elephants. Let the man
all you
speak.
have to do is go to any natural science museum in the heartland of America, Ohio, Illinois, whatever. Guess what? They have elephants. I mean, elephant-like creatures, whether they're mastodons or mammoths or whatever. There were elephant-like creatures all over North America. Okay, they were all over
Tens of
here.
thousands of
But they
years,
weren't.
over 10,000 years before the time
Again,
period.
it comes
of the
down to
Book
the
of Mormon.
dating, right? So we got to address the dating, or else we're not going to be able to address all this other stuff. Okay. As far as that sheep and goats and so forth, anachronisms in Central America, yes, not in North America. North America has about 5 different varieties of sheep and goats that were indigenous to North America.
Okay, again,
Grapes, wheat, and barley are indigenous to North America. There's 3 different kinds of grapes that are indigenous to North America.
Okay, we'll see. We'll have scientists back on to talk about these types of things. This is your interpretation of the evidence.
No, this is science.
Science, except so science is okay if it backs up your view, but then if science has dating you don't like.
If the dating is wrong, the dating is wrong, but it doesn't change the fact that the grapes were here in North America.
Okay. All right. So I think we get your point of view.
And are indigenous. Yeah.
Okay, so here's my problem, Rod. So it's like
Okay.
when dating about horses falls in line with what the Book of Mormon says about horses in the time frame, dating thumbs up. The dating was right because it aligned with the Book of Mormon, which is the truest book in the world. But if the dating is a couple thousand years off and that dating about horses would not align, then that dating is wrong. So it's almost like starting with the starting point of, let me just scan. Where's the dating about the Book of Mormon? I'll take that. Oh, the dating about the Book of Mormon there is wrong. I'm going to shove that away. So it's like, what's the point of even caring about dating if it's only about, that's just what I'm viewing. It's like, what's the point of dating if you're only looking for the one that fits within the Book of Mormon? Because anytime we've said that, like, what about the science that they followed that doesn't fit within that? They get it wrong. So it's like, how do you believe in dating? My question is just leading up to, like, what do you believe is good dating? Is it whatever aligns with the Book of Mormon?
Well, he's already told us, Kara.
Yeah, I think I've already kind of mentioned that. But when it comes down to the horses and the dating, we know that the horses and elephants were at least extent with each other because they're both buried in the same La Brea tar pits,
like 18,000 years ago.
Yeah. Well, again, assuming that they've got it right. I mean, how do they know that it was 18,000 years ago? That this all happened, right? Well, that goes back to geologic dating, which we haven't gotten into, but when we do, we'll get into that. Okay, so do we cherry pick? Okay, an answer to that question, basically, there's dating all over the board, but there's more than just dating allowed with that. For example, you go into horse genetics. Okay, the horse genetics is another interesting aspect of it, because the Indian painted ponies. And
we're getting into the science again. I don't want to get into the science.
Well, but this is the explanation as far as, do we cherry pick that? No, we look for additional sources. We look for additional research. But in the meantime, this is what I think one of the important things for me and my colleagues. We have faith that the answers will be there eventually. We may not have all the answers now. We may have to put some things on the shelf. But one of the problems I have with the apologetics that has gone on within the church is, like, for example, one of the primary directives of, like, the Maxwell Institute, or not Maxwell Institute, but the farms, was, well, lack of evidence doesn't mean, was their famous saying, just because there's no evidence doesn't mean that the evidence is not going to be found, kind of thing.
The absence of evidence is
that's the one.
The evidence of absence, or something.
That's it. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Well, you can use that for a while, but after a while, sometimes it just might be the absence of evidence is showing an absence of evidence. You can't use that for everything. So you can't use that for every anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. But if you can show a propensity toward not having to use that phrase over and over and over again, and you can actually show some real evidence that they really did have sheep, they really did have wheat and goat and all those kind of things that are anachronistic in Central America. The bottom line, John, is this is the exciting point. They're not anachronistic in North America.
Depending on how you date things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, really? even the Hopewell culture. I mean, we know that they had corn. We know that they used barley. We know that they had because these things have been found in their actual archaeology. So it's not a faith thing; it's a fact.
Okay, and let me just respond to Glenn Fulmer made the comment. John, you don't want to get into the science. Glenn, you may have missed the beginning. Our main purpose with Rod today is not to debate the science, because in my view, neither Rod nor Kara or I are qualified to debate the science. We are simply in this episode trying to nail down what Rod's positions are.
Right.
And that's the main focus. Yeah. So just to answer those of you who joined us late.
Which is hard to do because, you have an opinion, you're like, I want to give the evidence, and then we get into sticky territory. But we're keeping the ball moving. I like what Sarah said. Sarah, you're a woman after my own heart. She said, speaking of horses, it feels like he's beating a dead one. But
that's a good joke. Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to move on.
Yes.
Okay.
So anachronisms, that's next.
Okay. So one thing, so let me just tell you, let's see if we can agree on some things just very quickly.
Okay.
I would position that Joseph Smith believed that the hill Camorah that was near his house was the hill Camorah where Moroni would have buried the plates. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Next, I believe that Joseph Smith would have believed that the Book of Mormon took place that the major parts of the Book of Mormon took place North, Central, and South America, not just Central America, for example. Agreed?
No, not at all.
Okay,
In fact, there's no evidence that he'd had a hemispheric view. Everything that we know about Joseph Smith that we know from historical sources talked about a North American setting.
Okay, so your view is that Joseph Smith viewed the primary events of the Book of Mormon
absolutely
happening in North America.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who can show me any historical documentation that Joseph Smith thought it was all about North, Central, and South America. But I can show you numerous things like the Zelf Mound account and other accounts, the Wentworth letter, and the American Revivalist accounts and so forth, that all indicated that Joseph Smith believed the Book of Mormon happened in North America. And also not just by his words, but also John, his actions. I mean, when he was commanded by the Lord to send missionaries to the Lamanites, where did he send them? He never sent any missionaries to Central America ever. Agreed. He sent them to tribes in North America.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just his words, it was also his actions.
But doesn't the Book of Mormon itself say basically North, Central, and South America?
No, not at all.
In your view, no, the Book of Mormon restricts its in your view, the Book of Mormon restricts its geography to North America.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing that gets people confused is the narrow neck of land thing. You look at North and South America, there's this narrow neck called Panama in between. And so that's that. So there were people in Joseph Smith's day who did believe in the hemispheric setting of the Book of Mormon, but there's no indication that Joseph Smith himself actually did.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So from there, let's see. So would you agree that the prophets, seers, and revelators, at least into the 1900s, believed that there was one hill Camorah?
Yes.
And that it was the one in New York that Joseph Smith talked about.
Yeah. Yeah,
Agreed?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, the idea of a two hill Camorah theory actually came from, wasn't even our church. It was actually the RLDS church, actually. When the fighting preacher, you know who I'm talking about, oh, good grief, his name just escaped me, but anyway.
It's fine. RLDS Church.
Yeah.
Came up with the Heartland model.
Well, yeah. When they basically, the Heartland model actually, I should say the Mesoamerica theory actually came originally by some people who were in Joseph Smith's still day. In fact, we call him the smoking gun of Book of Mormon geography. It's Benjamin Winchester, is the earliest historical account of somebody who was trying to attach the Book of Mormon to Central America. That he became, apostate to the church and so forth. Then you have, there was other people, John Page and others, who promoted the Central American idea. Joseph Smith never did do that. Where was I going with that, though?
Well, let me ask you, what's your understanding of the history of why the Central American model emerged? What's your understanding of at a high level?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Jonathan Neville has written fairly extensively about this, and so I'm kind of reiterating some of his stuff. But basically, the Central American theory came about primarily because of the whole Hill Camorah thing was when the church actually bought the Hill Camorah. The RLDS church basically said, well, that the Salt Lake church, they really screwed up here. They bought the wrong hill, because the real hill is somewhere down in Central America. And it was actually the RLDS church that was originally promoting the Central America theory, and then some of our scholars in the church basically absconded with that theory and ran with it. There are indications in the Book of Mormon that the geography could not have possibly been hemispheric, because there's journeys where somebody leaves, they go someplace else, they come back, and it's only a few days journey or maybe a few weeks. But it wasn't years, which would be the requirement if somebody's coming from South America into North America and back. Plus, it's just the fact that the plates were found here in the Hill Camorah, which is 4,000 miles approximately from Guatemala and Central America. It makes no sense that they would have had to haul the plates all the way from Central America.
Why do you think, what's your understanding of why the Mesoamerican model emerged?
It actually didn't come about really until John Sorensen was able to get an article published in the Ensign. And he actually tells the whole story about how that happened. He had submitted it several times. It had been turned down several times. I guess there was an article that was going to be done, and then they pulled the article. They needed something else right now. He said, well, here's an article that's been submitted before. And then they put the article in the Ensign. In regard to John Sorensen's understanding of his belief in a Central American theory. There's a ton of stuff in there. There's a couple of great books about this that has been written by Jonathan Neville that has all the historical documentation. It would be fun to actually have him on and kind of explore that in more detail, but that would be a longer conversation.
Okay, let me tell you my understanding.
Yeah.
And I'm going to credit RFM with kind of helping brush me up.
Okay.
Because we're doing way too many interviews these days. And so I'm relying on my understanding of what RFM said.
Sure.
That basically there are a couple problems with North America or the New York Hill Camorah.
Yeah.
And this is again, this is RFM. So first of all, the Book of Mormon talks about these massive battles with hundreds of thousands of soldiers.
Yeah. Potentially.
And which would probably mean millions of a population of millions all living around the Hill Camorah in New York to be able to, I'm just telling, let me get to be able to sustain the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that are fighting on either side using helmets, swords, shields, whatever is used in the Book of Mormon. And that first and foremost, there's no archaeological evidence that either there were populations large enough to sustain such large amounts of people, and then there's no artifacts of battles. If there were battles that large with that many people,
where's all the artifacts?
That there would be artifacts that showed that those battles took place. And this would have been 600, let's just say 400, 500, 600 years AD or CE, whatever the term is for that.
Yeah.
And so that's my understanding of the first problem with a New York Camorah.
You bet. And I think you stated it pretty accurately. The idea that there was tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, not just once but twice in the Book of Mormon. You had the Jaredite civilization that supposedly that's where they met their end, and then they have the Nephite civilization that supposedly met their end there as well. So actually, that brings me to I love this particular.
There's a couple
question.
more. There's a couple more I want to lay out.
Yeah. But let me just address them real quick here. So the Hill Camorah, one of the big reasons why the Central America thing is because, well, where's all the bones? Where's all the helmets? Where's the shields? Where are the swords? Where's all that stuff? If it happened there and there was tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that died there, where's all the evidence for it? And actually, I was asked to come and do a presentation actually at the Hill Camorah pageant for all of the cast members. There's about 650 members of the cast, as to what archaeological evidence is there at the Hill Camorah. And the first thing we have to really address on that, John, is that what would we expect to find based on just what we know from how things decompose and so forth, and what has been found, and is there a difference? And again, just at the 30,000 foot level here, I actually have a 2-hour presentation on the archaeological and what would we expect to find around the Hill Camorah. First off, we have to get the narrative right. The people didn't live around the Hill Camorah in the Book of Mormon. According to the Book of Mormon record, they were driven there from their main lands, and they retreated back up into the land of the Hill Camorah. So
they lived somewhere
weren't
else.
living there.
They lived somewhere else.
That was where they basically I wouldn't say migrated to, because they weren't going there to live. They were going there to defend their families and their freedom, basically, right? So you wouldn't expect to find a lot of occupation around the New York area. That's not where they were.
In your view.
Well, that's not where the
again. We're going into the science now of what archaeologists.
This is just the Hopewell Mound Builder people. Primary areas of civilization were in Ohio.
I agree with that.
Missouri.
Yeah.
It wasn't in New York.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
So, but the Book of Mormon doesn't say that they were living in New York.
That's fine.
Okay. So the point is that their civilization was somewhere else. They had moved up there for their final battles. Okay.
So they marched from the Heartland up to Hill Camorah,
which is probably about the Zion's camp covered 1,000 miles in a month. So,
but you're basically saying that they're all living in Iowa and Nebraska and Missouri, and they're like,
the Lamanites were driving them out of their lands.
So let me finish.
The north.
So like we're all living in the Midwest.
Ohio.
We want to have a really, 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 really big battle. So let's do a multi-month march up to New York to have our battle.
Okay. In the Book of Mormon account, you have Lamanites who are coming with a massive army, and they're driving the people ahead of them, basically, and saying, we're going to wipe you out. So in battle, it's pretty obvious. I mean, just look at what's going on right now in the Ukraine. How many people have been displaced? How many people are migrating out of Ukraine?
But we don't have to use Ukraine.
When you have a battle going on, with the Lamanites are determined to wipe you out, you're going to move out in front of them and not just stay there and get slaughtered. You're going to keep moving out. So they were being displaced up into New York.
And so I think scientists would say then there would be evidence of literally hundreds of thousands of soldiers migrating from the Midwest to New York
from their footprints in the dirt. I mean, what would you expect to find?
Okay, it doesn't matter. But now we know your position. And then the reason why there aren't relics of a massive battle taking place on Hill Camorah.
Yes, let's address that for a second. So first off, where's all the bodies? If you have hundreds of thousands of people and they all die there should be bones all over the place, right?
Erosion, you're going to say.
Okay, and the answer to that is no. And because science would tell you that if a cow dies out in somebody's field there in New York, how long is it going to take before that cow is completely not identifiable anymore? Probably about 5 or 6 years, because it's left on the surface. The only time you're going to actually find bones is when they're buried in the dirt. They have to be below the frost line and below the oxygen level so that the bones don't oxygenate, which is what causes the bones to disintegrate, right? So the bottom line is that in the Book of Mormon, it says in the Jaredite account that they wiped each other out down to one guy. So who's going to bury hundreds of thousands of people? Nobody. So it's just they're going to lay there on the surface until they do what? Decompose. Now, in the Nephite situation, you had the Lamanites, they were victorious, but the Lamanites didn't care about burying a Nephite. They were just, in fact, the Book of Mormon specifically says they were left to molder and to return to Mother Earth. They were sitting on the surface. Nobody, scientific or not, would expect a bunch of bodies laying on the surface of the earth to still be there after 1,000 years, or even after 10 or 15 or 20 years.
Okay. So basically erosion and
decomposition. So that's an unrealistic expectation to
even
find
for
bones.
the weapons and the swords and the shields and the
weapons are a
helmets
different thing though.
Okay.
Because weapons like made out of copper, for example, they're not going to decompose. I mean, they'll get oxidized, but they won't they're not going to just disappear. Right. But if the Book of Mormon account is correct, you have a Lamanite army that far outnumbers the Nephite army. The Nephites had head plates, breastplates, swords, and scimitars, and so forth. Right. That's what their explanation is, basically. The Lamanites, they may not have had all of the metal weaponry. So let me just ask you a question. If you were a Lamanite guy and you just wiped out all these Nephites and they have all this wonderful armor and they have all this wonderful, swords and scimitars and head plates and so forth, you go, that guy right there, he's dead. He's not going to need that armor. I think maybe I'll just take it. Now the Lamanite army
Lamanites removed all the evidence of battle.
Not all of it, but the vast majority of it.
Well, enough that there's no evidence.
Well, there was 4 times as many Lamanite warriors as there was Nephites. So
they all took it to wherever
not
they
even
took
enough
it.
to go around.
Right.
Okay, of the spoils of war. It's called spoils of war. This is
fine.
natural.
So there's no evidence of any of those battles because
there are some. The one thing you would expect to find though would be arrowheads. Arrowheads by the gazillions. Okay. Early accounts in Western New York talked about you could hardly walk on the ground around Western New York without stepping on arrowheads. There were literally more arrowheads per square mile than almost anywhere else on Earth.
Okay. So for you, the arrowheads are the evidence.
The arrowheads are definitely an evidence, but the head plates and breastplates, I think that would have been taken as spoils of war, generally speaking. Now, there's been iron in fact, there was a blacksmith that was there in Western New York who actually made the claim that he never had to buy iron because the farmers just plowing their fields would plow up pieces of iron.
I'm going to challenge that and say I would want an archaeologist to confirm that quote you just said.
Right. Yeah.
So can you see how it's a tiny bit convenient that, Joseph Smith in the Book of Mormon would have listed all these different weapons.
Right.
Of course, we all know that there is a gazillion, there's evidence of arrowheads being used throughout Native American civilization. Can I please finish? So Native Americans would have used arrowheads North, Central, and South America, probably, right?
And
so that's something that we would expect to be there. Joseph Smith got that right. There's a saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Yeah.
So he got the arrowhead part right, but then all the weapons that there's no evidence that they did exist or should have existed, all that's missing. You can understand why someone would say that's a little bit convenient that the weapons that shouldn't have been there also happen to be the ones that are missing.
Okay, well, I think that what you're trying to get out here is basically, does it seem weird that there would be hundreds of thousands of people die there and there's not hundreds of thousands of head plates and breastplates, but it also is equally plausible. In fact, I think it's actually not just plausible. I think it's actually probable that a Lamanite warrior seeing his dead comrade over on the ground and saying, you know what, this armor is about my size. I think I'll just take that with me. I mean, why would you not do that? It's human nature, especially with spoils of war, to do that.
Yeah,
that's not a hard stretch in any imagination.
Yeah.
So taking all those artifacts away and hauling them off to other places, have there been artifacts that are head plates, are breastplates, and so forth in the Book of Mormon timeframes? And the answer to that is no, if the geography of the Book of Mormon is in Central America, because guess what? The Mayans weren't doing anything with metals until long after the Book of Mormon timeframes. About 900 to 1100 AD is when the Mayans began to do metalworking or metallurgy. But here in North America, on the other hand, we have evidences not only from the artifacts themselves. We know that they actually did have head plates. We know that they actually did have breastplates. They're in the museums in the Midwestern part of the United States.
I'm
in Book of Mormon
I'm going to
timeframes.
rely on archaeologists to verify what you just said.
Just go to the museums.
Yeah,
Real simple.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that explains your view on. So that was the first reason I understand Mesoamerican theory emerged, was because of the lack of the archaeological evidence for wars and battles of civilizations around the New York Hill Camorah. Okay,
that was,
there are a couple others. One, another one is that language. So,
awesome.
So Book of Mormon would kind of assume that all of the people, all the Book of Mormon people had written language.
Yeah,
because the Book of Mormon was written in a written language.
Well, they also wrote it down and then had passed it out to people.
Let me finish. So the Book of Mormon assumes that the kings and the scribes and the generations of like 1,000 sort of years, they had written language. The only civilization we're aware of in North, Central, and South America that we know had written language is, as I understand it, the Mayan civilization in Central America.
Yeah.
And in fact, language, there's no evidence, as far as I'm aware, that shows that written language migrated to the tribes that would be in North America. And so when Mormon apologists started realizing, we've got a problem here, one of the main reasons they developed the two Camorah Mesoamerican theory was to try and account for written language, which a North American model doesn't seem to account for.
Yeah, that's very well stated, actually, John. And in fact, that's one of the big issues that we have with this whole language thing, is because in Mesoamerica, you're right, that the only one that has a known written language is the Mayans. The only problem is, though, John, is that the Mayan language has nothing to do with Hebrew, which is the primary language that is mentioned in the Book of Mormon. In fact, I think it was Moroni or Mormon that lamented. He said, if we could just write in Hebrew, there would be no imperfections in our record, which means that from the time that they got there until the very end of the record, the primary language and linguistics that they would have been using would be Hebrew. But the Mayan glyph system has nothing to do with Hebrew. It's as far away distant from Hebrew as Latin is to Chinese. Basically, there's no connection between the Mayan glyph system and Hebrew writing systems. And that's been a big problem. So we have to go back to the original text of the Book of Mormon. How much evidence of writing would we have of people who didn't write on gold plates, for example? Okay. So what were they writing on instead of gold plates? Obviously, most people didn't have gold plates. They were hard to come by, as far as we understand in the Book of Mormon. If they were writing on, for example, birch bark or other kinds of wood materials or other textiles, which they had, how long would those textiles last, number one? Number two is, who was it between the Nephites and the Lamanites that had the written language? As far as we know, it was primarily the Nephites that had a written language, because there's no indication in the Book of Mormon that the Lamanites were using written things. But what we do know from the Book of Mormon is that the Lamanites were absolutely determined to destroy the history of the Nephites, which is the reason why they had to hide the plates in the first place. They said, if the Lamanites found our records, if they found our history, they would destroy it, because they hated the Nephites so bad, right? So how much evidence for writing would we expect to find from a Book of Mormon people whose enemies survived and were determined to destroy their history? If you look back in Egypt, for example, every pharaoh that came in after the next pharaoh, they would go to all the obelisks, all the monuments, and have the previous pharaoh's name removed from the history, right? They would have him taken off. They would put their name instead on the monuments and so forth. That's kind of human nature when you have whoever's the victor of the war gets to determine the history. And they get to also, if they can, destroy the history of the previous people. So I think what we're seeing is that the effect of the Lamanites trying to destroy the history of the Nephites. But that doesn't mean that there's no evidence. Because in fact, John, we have 8 different locations in North America with ancient Hebrew writings. Some of these are controversial. There's no doubt about it, because there's a deliberate idea that there is no Hebrews coming to America. But nevertheless, we have things like the Bat Creek Stone, the Newark Holy Stones. We have the Tarleton Cross and so forth. There's been the Hanukkah earthworks, which was made by these mound builder people in the shape of a menorah, with 4 other ancient Hebrew symbols that are culturally unique to Hebrews, which are found in an earthwork that's over 50 square.
And again, we're digging into the archaeology,
acres.
and I'm not qualified to discuss whether the sources you're bringing up are even valid,
right.
if they're frauds. So that would be an archaeologist that would need to describe that. Yeah. I just am asking you, do you acknowledge that the North American is the evidence that we have for North American tribes overwhelmingly shows that they did not have written language like the Mayan civilizations? Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah. Okay. As far as what's in the ground, there's only a handful of artifacts that have been found, but there's also an admittance, though, John, that the amount of work that was done and the coordinated efforts to be able to build multiple sites that have similar geometric configurations in them, for example, in Ohio, that could not really have been accomplished without some form of a written language that they could transfer information from person to person, even from generation to generation. So there is that aspect as well.
Okay. So those, as I understand it, are the 2 main reasons the 2 Camorah theory developed. My main, to me, here's where you and I completely agree, Rod Meldrum. We agree that Joseph Smith was seeing Native Americans and calling them Lamanites. Mm-hmm. We agree with that when he sent missionaries to, Ohio and Missouri, he's saying, Lamanites. Go to the Lamanites. Yeah. So we agree with that.
Yes.
And we agree that when he said Hill Camorah, he meant Hill Camorah. There's no evidence that Joseph Smith believed in a second Hill Camorah in Mesoamerica.
No. In fact, even the Book of Mormon talks about the Hill Ramah of the Jaredites was the Hill Camorah. There's no indication in the Book of Mormon itself that there was more than one Hill Camorah. There's one hill, and that's it.
Yeah.
In fact, I have on my Firm Foundation shirt, it says one Camorah guy, right?
Yeah.
So the Heartland research, we're all about one Camorah. There was only one Camorah. It's in New York. It's been sustained over and over again by, the leadership of the church that is the hill. This is the reason why there's a visitor center there. They have the Hill Camorah pageant there. There's nothing other than just speculation that's not the real Hill Camorah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then there's umpteen gazillion quotes from prophets, seers, and revelators between Joseph Smith and even probably today, where prophets, seers, and revelators said Hill Camorah is in Palmyra, including, as Mormonism Live, RFM, Bill Reel make known, the F. Michael Watson letter.
Yes.
Where the secretary to the first presidency
comes out and says that's been the position of the church since its inception, and we maintain that same idea.
And the fact that the church sponsored the Hill Camorah pageant forever
until now.
Yeah.
Been canceled, but dang it.
Yeah. The fact that they did that forever is a good indication that that's what the church has pretty generally held. Right.
Yeah. But the way that the Mesoamerica folks have kind of tried to come to an understanding of that not being the real Hill Camorah of the Book of Mormon is they said, well, there was a repository of records that was in the actual Hill Camorah, but the plates were found on the Hill Camorah in the stone box in New York, and that they're 2 different hills. Okay, so that's where they're kind of coming from. Where our feeling is basically the Hill Camorah in New York is the place of the repository of records, and we have some really good historical documentation that can actually demonstrate that was the case in Joseph Smith's day. And then there was the stone box was on the hill, so that the room of records was in the hill. The stone box was on the hill. People say, well, wait a minute, but that's a glacial drumlin. There's no caves in there. It wasn't a cave. It was a man-made room that had been dug out and actually deliberately put into that hill. So glacial drumlins are not susceptible to cave formation. That requires a karst environment and limestone and dissolution of limestone and so forth to make that happen. That's not something that would happen in a glacial moraine, which is what the Hill Camorah is.
Okay. All right. So that's where you and I think agree that Joseph Smith and almost all the prophets, seers, and revelators between then and now believe that North America was probably the primary setting for the Book of Mormon, or at least that Joseph Smith.
Well, it wasn't the primary setting for it, but it was the final battle setting. It was the setting of the final battles, but it wasn't the setting of the archaeological history of the Book of Mormon.
North America wasn't?
No. I thought you said Hill Camorah.
North America.
Right, but okay. I'm just making the distinction that the civilization was not around New York. That's not where the mound builders were. They were primarily in the Heartland area.
Okay, all right.
Which is why we call it the Heartland model.
The best summary I've seen of this, I think it comes from Thomas Murphy, where he basically says he agrees that Joseph Smith's, he agrees that Joseph Smith's description of Lamanites and Nephites reflects a North American model for the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, it does.
He just says it reflects a farm boy's 19th century view of Native Americans in North America versus what the archaeological evidence would show 2,000 years prior in North America. And what science would suggest is actually substantiated by the evidence. Do you see what I'm saying?
Not clear.
It was probably a murky interpretation, but basically the Joseph Smith writes into the Book of Mormon his 19th century understanding of what it was like to be a North American Native American
in that time frame.
Yeah. And that's why all the 19th century anachronisms, including language, including horses and wheat and barley, according to Thomas Murphy, that's why all those anachronisms are showing up in Lamanite and Nephite culture, because Joseph is looking around at the Native Americans that he's seeing in the 1800s, seeing that they're riding around on horses, seeing that they're eating, maybe they have sheep or wheat and barley, whatever, seeing that they, whatever. And then he's using arrows and he's writing that into the Book of Mormon from a 19th century perspective.
Okay, I can understand why Thomas Murphy would feel that way, and that kind of thing. That's one possible interpretation of the evidence, but I think the propensity of evidence actually suggests that actually the Native Americans and the way that they were living in and around New York at the time when Joseph Smith was there, it would be kind of a stretch, I think. I mean, basically, they did have some farming that they did. The Book of Mormon talks about farming and so forth. The Native Americans there in Joseph's day, did they have, how many horses did they have? Did they have a lot of horses? Did they just have a few horses? Or did they do like most people back in those days? They pretty much just went on foot. I don't think that there was a lot of Native Americans riding around on horses attacking villages in New York. So having Native Americans on horseback would actually be kind of a weird thing for Joseph Smith to put if he was just basing it on his experiences with the Native Americans. Look at the French Indian War. How many of the Native Americans were on horseback? How many of them had a cavalry? I don't know of any. Do you know of any? I don't know of any. So if that was the case, then why would Joseph Smith put in the Book of Mormon, well, the Indians had horses and so forth, right? And also in the Book of Mormon, even the horses thing is a little bit suspect because of the fact that when I say suspect, meaning who had horses in the Book of Mormon? There's no evidence that they had enough horses to form a cavalry. They never said we did ride into battle on our horses. And it's kind of a funny thing. I got to tell you, this is one little funny little anecdotal thing. I saw a funny meme, and it had a Native American guy standing on a toboggan with a taper, a tapir,
Taper.
the taper, yeah, the taper, which is kind of a pig. And since there's no horses in Central America, they say, well, they must have been riding some kind of a pig, some kind of a taper, right? Which is really funny because Hebrews wouldn't even touch a pig because it's an unclean animal to Hebrews, especially ones that are living in the laws of Moses, which the Book of Mormon said they were living for about 600 years.
So that was kind of put forward by what? Just Dan Peterson?
Yes.
Right, John?
Okay. So it's like the tapers were the horses. That's not only a stretch, it's ludicrous. Okay. So that's basically, so I've got on a little that little tangent. I think it's kind of funny though that they have tapers riding into battle, but the Book of Mormon never says anything about them actually riding into battle. So horses, according to the Book of Mormon account, seem like they were not ubiquitous among all the people. They were kind of reserved for the more royalty. So, for example, King Lamoni, the Lamanite king in the Book of Mormon, he had horses, he had chariots apparently, and Ammon was taking care of his horses, right? But there's no indication that everybody in the area had horses. It was kind of a only the rich and famous maybe where had the horses kind of thing. So I'm not thinking that there's like hundreds of thousands of horses. There were some horses, but not, I mean, like I said, there's no indication they were riding into battle on horses. They were pretty much hand-to-hand combat battles as far as we understand.
Okay. So
wow.
Yeah,
I think I kind of got off on a little bit.
That's fine.
The question was a little bit more about Joseph Smith, and was he writing based on his understanding of Native Americans of his day? And the answer is I think he knew something about them, but there's a lot of things in the Book of Mormon that he would not have been really exposed to that he attributes to Book of Mormon stuff.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to convey an idea.
Right.
All right. So really quickly, what I think we don't really have to go into this because I think you're going to give the same answer that you gave regarding Richard Bushman and Terrell Givens and the Gospel Topics essays. Like the church funds farms, or the church funded farms, or Jack Welch did, but clearly the church and farms had a partnership on significant levels, in my opinion. You don't have to agree with this.
Yeah.
This is my opinion.
Yeah.
Then farms evolves into the Maxwell Institute, which literally was on BYU campus. Right. The church funded Daniel Peterson. They funded Lewis Midgley. They funded and continue to fund the Maxwell Institute,
right,
which has been critical of the Heartland theory.
Right. Yep.
And the church has a very close partnership with Fair Mormon, which has also been very critical of the Heartland theory.
Yeah.
So why do you think the church, and even though the church has let you sell your books at Deseret Book, it seems like they're not as cozy at all to the Heartlanders as they are to Fair Mormon and the Maxwell Institute. I think that's just factual. Why would the church be paying this other group of apologists to be criticizing and attacking the Heartland model?
Yeah.
Because if you go to Maxwell Institute, Gregory Smith, if you go to Fair Mormon, there are, and we can include these in the show notes, there are extensive links to rebuttals and criticisms of the Heartland model from people on the church's payroll. Why is the church funding criticism of your work, in your view?
Okay, that is an excellent question, and maybe to get a little bit of a background as to why I think that's going on. First off, the church needs to have defenders. Apologetics is, I think, an important aspect of anything. If you can't defend your positions on things, then that's pretty weak, right? And so I think you've got to be able to at least make the attempt to defend. Sometimes you have to have faith in things that we don't know yet, or so forth. But you should have a a large body of information that actually supports your basic premise, right? Anyway, so when it comes down to apologetics, the farms was originally, if you look at their original statement of their purpose for farms, was to show forth evidences of the Book of Mormon as a Mesoamerican codex. I mean, that's right in their opening. This is what we're about. So their whole purpose was not to show evidence of the Book of Mormon in general, but evidence of the Book of Mormon as a Mesoamerican codex.
And I believe that we kind of covered why. I think the reason they did that is because, let me finish.
Yeah, they had,
because they were seeing the emerging science, the linguistic problems and the archaeological problems and the DNA problems with the North American model. And they said, if we want to be taken seriously in the free world as people that aren't flat earthers, that aren't the equivalent of flat earthers, basically, then we need to develop theories about the Book of Mormon that allow it to remain as a plausibly historical document. Right. And so we've got to move the location of the Book of Mormon out of North America, where there's no credible scientific evidence to support it. We need to move it to this really tiny area in Central America, where there happens to be really, really advanced civilizations, the types of buildings that would be like Solomon's temple, where there is a written language, right? And where the area is so tiny that then you could argue, oh, there's just not enough, we don't know. It sort of removes it to this fictitious place where then the church can never be nailed down. So that's why my view would be that farms would have had that charter, because the church was worried about looking like the equivalent of flat earthers, basically.
And I think that actually has some validity to your statement, but it's a lot more in depth than that, I think. And basically, maybe to just explain it, I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain it. So, if you have a book that claims to be a history book and there's no evidence for its history, you got a problem, right? And the archaeology and things here in North America were indicating the civilization of just we're primarily just hunter gatherer people and that kind of thing. That was kind of what the archaeology was saying at the time. And so what happened was that they would be it was problematic that this civilization would actually have existed here in North America, but then in Central America, there's all this, that, like you say, all this evidence for this highly advanced civilization. It had a written language and things like that. It's only been really in about the last 30 or 40 years when the archaeology of the Hopewell Mound Builder people has become more and more understood, and the complexity and the greatness of this ancient civilization really has only come to light in about the last 30 or 40 years. But meaning that they had, that they actually may have had a written language, that they actually had built these massive structures and things that would require humongous amounts of human labor, all working for a singular purpose. They now believe that the singular purpose had to be religious or spiritual in nature, to get so many people involved in making earthworks that rival in some estimates the Great Wall of China in the amount of labor required to build over 2 million mounds and these complexes in central Ohio and other places here. We've learned a lot about their textiles. They had fabrics. They weren't just wearing raggedy leathers. They actually had textiles. They had a textile industry. We know that from archaeology again. There's a lot of things that weren't known at the time. So I think the farms and those people were trying to deflect the research down to Central America, where there was a highly advanced ancient civilization. But farms was not the first ones. John, really the first ones was actually Benjamin Winchester. And
I know, but
John
I'm just
Page
asking
and
why
so
the
forth.
Mormon Church would fund farms, Maxwell Institute, and Fair Mormon to argue against your Heartland model.
And I think the answer to that is the funding actually, I don't think, comes from the church itself.
The church paid for Daniel Peterson, paid for Lewis Midgley, paid for Will Hamley.
They paid their salaries.
The Maxwell Institute is literally on BYU campus. Like, it's not really, it seems sophistry to argue the fact that the church funded the Maxwell Institute.
Yeah.
That then
They
turned
do fund
around.
Maxwell Institute.
Then
But
turned
Farms
around.
was not, though. Farms was different.
Okay, if we could debate about whether, Hugh Nibley and Farms and all the books that got published was clearly in association with BYU.
Sure.
We don't have to even adjudicate that.
Right.
Clearly, the Maxwell Institute was hosted on BYU campus, funded by the Mormon Church, and the church was paying the Maxwell Institute to criticize and undermine the Heartland model. And they continue to do that today with Fair Mormon. And I'm asking you why you think whoever approved that budget, so Jeffrey Holland or the BYU Board of Directors, whoever it is that sponsors the Maxwell Institute and their apologetics, why are they paying and funding all that to criticize the Heartland model?
Okay, that is a good question, and I'm going to have to get into a little bit.
And you may not know because you
no,
may not know.
I have a pretty good idea.
Okay,
I think.
Okay,
although Dan Peterson may actually disagree with me on this, but when you originally had Farms, now Farms was, as I understand it, not necessarily funded by the church. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there was all private donations. Now there may have been church leadership that contacted wealthy members of the church to and say, hey, would you fund this kind of thing? But as far as I know, it didn't come from the church itself. It was privately funded. Now that was Farms. Then Farms morphed into the Maxwell Institute, and that morphing was a really interesting thing. Those who are not aware of that history, or maybe it should tell you just a real brief history of that. But basically, as I understand it from some very good sources, that the Farms was going in directions that some of the brethren were not that comfortable with. So they said, we need to get some amount of control over what Farms is doing so we can kind of give them some direction possibly. Anyway, and so the church established the Maxwell Institute, funded it, and then invited Farms to be a part of the Maxwell Institute, which then they took a vote, and the board of directors of Farms actually turned the church down originally, said, no, we don't want to be a part of that because we don't want to be under your control. And then I think there was some amount of pressure asserted. Say, if you're going to be working at BYU and getting a paycheck from BYU, then you will accept our proposal, kind of thing. I don't know if that was the case. That might have been. I might have get this a little bit wrong, but the bottom line is that they took a second vote. Farms did, and they decided to go ahead and become part of Maxwell Institute. Then Maxwell Institute took over, and they moved most of the Farms people moved into Maxwell Institute, which again was funded by the church. Okay, as part of BYU. I don't know who actually and who. Well, I know that there was a director there at the Maxwell Institute, but I think it was Daniel Peterson and Louis Midgley and others who said, we have to address this Heartland research guy because he's getting more and more people are not believing in our Mesoamerica theory and more into the Heartland research, and that's undermining what we're doing in apologetics, because we're saying that the Book of Mormon happened in Central America, and this guy is out there, claiming that it happened in North America, and we want to basically debunk his research. So, who funded it? I don't know exactly what the situation was or who made the decision, but I think it was the director Bradford at the time made some kind of a decision to do that. Now, Fair Mormon, on the other hand, as far as I understand, they're not funded at all by the church. I think they're all donation.
They work very closely.
They work closely with it, but that doesn't mean they're funded by them.
They're indirectly funded by rich donors that the church says, hey, rich donors, fund Fair Mormon.
Right.
I'm going to be honest.
It does make it second.
It feels a little bit like it is very clear that the Mormon church is funding an entire strain of apologetics that is against what you're doing.
Yes.
And they're publishing that not only with the Maxwell Institute,
but nevertheless,
but also with Fair Mormon. And I'm asking you if you have any idea why, and you're having a hard time just saying why. Why do you think church-funded apologists keep attacking the Heartland model? Why?
And the answer to that is because I think they did it at first, and then they all got canned, and they haven't done it since.
Do you think Daniel Peterson was canned for attacking the Heartland model?
I don't know that for sure, but I have several indications that would give the idea that because of taking almost 6 months of time and the money and the people and so forth to basically write hundreds and hundreds of pages of attack articles against me and our research. That was why Daniel Peterson was one of the reasons why. It could be also a personal thing between him and Bradford and so forth. But I think that the timing of it is indicative that that they spent all this time and effort to debunk my research, and then right after they publish it, they're all let go from Maxwell Institute. The timing of that just smacks of there was something going on there. Bradford said he wanted to go in a different direction, but I can tell you that the Maxwell Institute has not published really anything negative about my research since that time, since Daniel Peterson and Louis Midgley were expelled from Maxwell Institute. That makes sense?
But that's also because...
And even Fair Mormon hasn't really addressed me other than the time that they did early on, which was years and years ago. And they haven't really gone any more into that direction. So is the church continuing to fund it? First off, the church was never funding it. It was individual donors. And you can say, well, yeah, but the church kind of arranged for it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming. I think one of the reasons why the church hasn't helped me as far as financially or donate or, through these kinds of grants or so forth is because I'm not a 501c3 nonprofit. The church can't work with a for-profit company. So that's why we don't have any direct access to that. But it has been somewhat disconcerting to me that, that these guys would get so much funding and everything. I kind of feel a little bit like David going up against Goliath in some aspects, because you got people who have PhDs and who have clout and who have BYU backing and who have money and everything. And I feel like I kind of been going against them to some extent, but I look at it a little bit different than they do. They look at me as the enemy. I look at them as we're on the same team, and we're just deciding whether we're going to call it a play that goes up the middle, or we're going to go for the pass or around the end. But while we're arguing about which direction we're going to go, the other team is taking it down the field, and they're taking it to the church, and the church is getting kicked in the teeth over and over again by the research that has been done by these organizations that have been trying to show forth evidence of the Book of Mormon Central America, a place that doesn't have evidence. Sorry, but it just doesn't. The time frames don't match up. The animals, the plants, the civilization itself doesn't match up. The language, even though they have a written language, it's the wrong one. It's not Hebrew. So in doing their apologetics, they have actually, I think, done to some extent a major disservice to the church by not being as true to the church as it should be.
Are you feeling emotional about this right now?
A little bit, because, and again, I'm not expecting the church to fund me or any of our research. I've funded it myself pretty much based on, our sales of our DVDs and things like that, our educational materials. I think that's an honest living. I will have to say, though, that for all of their efforts to try to continue to promote the Central American theory, they're losing. I think that there are more that be with us than those that be with them anymore within at least the English-speaking membership of the church. But there you go.
One thing that...
What do you think, Kara? You've been quiet for a while.
Yeah, I'm reading the comments. I'm just keeping track of the comments. Everyone has a lot of things to say.
Yeah, I can imagine.
All right.
As I think about my upbringing in the church, and this is before Farms, this is before the Maxwell Institute, I remember watching Ancient America Speaks, these little movies or film strips where the church in the 1970s is basically the church, not apologists, the church itself. Church publications are saying, hey, we found baptismal fonts in Mesoamerica. We found the legend of the great white god Quetzalcoatl in Guatemala. Well, that's Jesus. And these little things we can find in a Mayan temple, well, that's a baptismal font. And this little toy that we found, that has wheels on it, it shows that there were wheels. And it wasn't apologists, it was the church that was advancing the model of the Mesoamerican model for the Book of Mormon, not its apologists.
I think a lot of it actually comes down to Arnold Freeberg. His artwork has probably done more to promote the Central America theory than almost anything else, because he he when he did his famous, I think it was 12 or 13 paintings that he was commissioned by the primary president of the church to say, we don't have any artwork to show the Book of Mormon. Can you do something that would show that? And I said, well, why should I put it? Well, make it Central America, because that's what, a lot of people believe. So he showed, depicting with jungles and jaguars and so forth. There's King Noah sitting up on his throne. There's these jaguars next to him and so forth, which are never mentioned in the Book of Mormon. They show these huge Mayan temples, and there's not one reference anywhere in the Book of Mormon to any stone buildings at all. The only thing that talks about made out of stone is stone walls. In fact, in Helaman, it talks about that the temples were made out of timber, made out of wood. Well, wood doesn't last over long periods of time. In fact, the pyramid temples in Central America look amazingly like the ones in Laos and Cambodia, because they're the same people. They're Asians. They're Asiatic people. They built the same kinds of structures. They have nothing to do with the Book of Mormon.
So I imagine you're going to give us the same answer you gave about Richard Bushman in history, that the prophets make mistakes. But I'm asking you, why was the church's, let me finish the question.
Yeah.
Why was the church's official marketing materials and educational curriculum advancing a Mesoamerican model for the Book of Mormon in my upbringing?
Because somebody was promoting that way back in Joseph Smith's day. It was not known.
In Joseph Smith's day, they were promoting a Mesoamerican model?
Yeah. Benjamin Winchester, John Page, they were promoting Mesoamerican models. When the very first book that ever came out was called The Incidents of Travel in Central America.
And that's why the first presidency and the Quorum of the 12 in the 1960s and 70s were promoting a Mesoamerican model, because they believed this Winchester guy over Joseph Smith himself.
No, they basically the apologetics, and specifically, I think it had a lot to do with well, first off is the RLDS church, and then it was kind of taken on by our LDS apologetics, basically. That Central America was the place. This is the place we're supposed to be looking for the evidences, and so they allowed these things to be promoted. In fact, the one person I know that did get money, and quite a bit of it actually, was Thomas Stuart Ferguson, and I think that was actually, I'm not sure 100% if that was direct from the church to him, or if it was through a wealthy donor or whatever. Whatever. But Thomas Stuart Ferguson spent years, I think it was about $500,000, going down to Central America looking for evidence of the Book of Mormon. And then he came back, basically wrote a letter to the first president. He says there's no in the dirt archaeology that supports the Book of Mormon in any way, shape, or form here in Central America. He basically left the church. But let me tell you the sequel to that story, because his son.
What we're getting off track from is the original question, which I think it's the same question as the Gospel Topics essays. What I think you're going to say is that the prophets, seers, and revelators of our church aren't perfect.
Yes.
That they can make mistakes.
And this is one of them.
And this is, you say it. What is one of them?
The promotion of Central America as a setting for the Book of Mormon, the church officially
is what?
You know what the church's official position is, right, John? You know what that is?
I know what it is now.
Neutral.
I know what it is now.
Right.
But that wasn't true back in the 70s.
Actually, back in Joseph Smith's day, it was probably not as true either, because Joseph Smith was pretty clear about the North American idea, North American setting. So somewhere along the line, people in administrative positions within the church have accepted what apologetics people have researched and said, well, this makes the most sense to us. Let's explore this. Let's take a look at it. The church explored it. They allowed information to go out there about Central America and the Mayan civilization and so forth. And then, but since that time, when you were on your mission, I was on my mission, and you open the cover of the Book of Mormon. What was the pictures on the inside? Central America, right? And you had the missionaries going out and doing, Ancient America Speaks and all this kind of stuff, all about Central America. How much of that is going on now? There's zero promotion of Central America in the church. In fact, the church has officially come out and said,
I'm sorry, Rod, you're changing my question. My question was, why did they allow it then?
because that was kind of the dominant idea. That was the best information they had at the time.
But you also said administrators. And what I'm going to say is Spencer W. Kimball, David O. McKay, Harold B. Lee, they would have all seen those film strips. They would have all seen those movies.
But that would have been the missionary department.
They would have all known and approved of the church advancing a Mesoamerican model.
Yeah.
And your view is that was a what?
Mistake.
That the Quorum of the 12 and the first apostles made a mistake in advancing the Mesoamerican model.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a mistake. I mean, basically, when we learn the best when we make mistakes a lot of times, right? I mean, sometimes in my life, in your life, when you do a dumb thing and then you get hammered for it, you suffer the consequences of your decision. It has a tendency to help you to learn more. I think that the Lord allows the church and its leaders and all of us to be able to make mistakes and correct them. And I think the church has corrected it. The church is not funding any more, Thomas Ferguson's out there. His son, in fact, told me after he was introduced to Heartland Research, he says, if my dad, Thomas Stuart Ferguson, he says, if my dad would have had the research and information that the Heartland model actually provides, he says he'd have never left the church. And my hope is that there's somebody out there that's listening to the podcast and they see this and say, well, maybe we should take a new look at this, because I think in a lot of ways, John, you've been right in that you've been pointing out the inconsistencies of some of these things with these apologetics, right? And some of the apologetics that have been done in support of the church haven't actually been completely supportive of the church. Some of them have had a foot in other camps and trying to reconcile the two. Yeah. And you've been basically just pointing that out, and for that you've been hammered, because pointing out that kind of thing. So my hope is that that people can see that there is a path to remain faithful in the church, to remain faithful to these things, because there is a path forward to be able to say, you know what, these anachronisms that were thought to be anachronisms are not necessarily. Joseph Smith and the translation, there's things about that are different. And hopefully it gives people a reason to believe.
Yeah.
Still believe.
Yeah. And I think that's what the Heartland model seems to be. It's basically saying, the Mesoamerican model is a loser. Work. So maybe the Heartland model needs another look.
I think that would be an accurate statement. And I think those who have looked into it in sincerity and depth, I mean, it's one thing to come to one of our events and then, with the intent of trying to show, what's wrong with it, or coming to one of the events. But basically, when new information is offered to anybody, you really have kind of three ways of looking at it. You can look at it positively, negatively, or subjectively. And if you do positive or negative, you're going to end up with confirming your own bias. If you look at it subjectively, then hopefully you can come to a new conclusion if it requires it, or you can maintain your old conclusion based on if it doesn't have validity or not.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is my main line of questioning personally that I had about the Heartland model.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I really appreciate you answering them. And
they're hard questions, but one of the things about in the universal model, we had kind of an interesting saying. It says that hard questions are easy if you have an answer.
Yeah.
And hopefully I've shown that we do have some answers that may go against the grain of what mainstream is saying, but let me just, for those who are aware of the Book of Mormon teachings, it actually talks about several times that in the last days, people wouldn't even know where to go to find the truth because it wouldn't be readily available. And that there would be so much misunderstanding and untruths out there that people can't find it. They don't even know where to look for it. Yeah. My hope is that by looking into the Heartland research, it may give people some answers that have previously been problematic, but that are not, or at least less problematic than the Mesoamerica stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got a huge list of questions now that aren't my questions. They're questions of others.
Okay.
Kara's also monitoring the chats, and we want to invite our viewers and listeners to share any questions for Rod. And we can just kind of go back and forth here now,
sure,
Kara, if you want to. But let me start with some questions that Thomas Murphy asked me to ask you,
okay,
because I really respect Thomas Murphy. He was, for me, the first scholar to recognize the DNA problems with the Book of Mormon, and Simon Southerton came later.
Yeah.
But also Thomas Murphy is a well-respected scholar with reference to Native Americans and Native American culture in North America. So we've interviewed Thomas Murphy on Mormon Stories. Let's in the show notes include past Mormon Stories interviews to Thomas Murphy, because I really respect him. And I'm just going to ask you his questions and give you a chance to answer.
By the way, I've never met him. If he's watching, I would love to meet him someday.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. I met his mom, actually. She's come to our conferences and things, and it's been, seems like a really nice guy. So
super nice guy.
Yeah,
really credible scholar. Okay, so one of the concerns, and I'm going to read about 5 or 6 of these, and then Carrie, you can queue up questions if you want. So one of the concerns or criticisms Thomas Murphy has, and actually Fair Mormon and the Maxwell Institute both share this concern with Thomas Murphy, is that sometimes you use evidence that has later then been determined to be fraudulent by the scientific community. You'll still use fraudulent evidence to bolster your claims for the Heartland theory if the evidence, if you happen to like the evidence.
Yeah.
And you can just say that was a mistake, or we shouldn't have done that, or I've never done that. I just want to know, what would your response to Thomas Murphy be about that?
Okay. Probably one of the areas that would be the most cogent as far as that's concerned is when it comes down to artifacts. Yeah, I mean, I have in my little box here, I have a couple of artifacts and there's been claims that they are fake, they are forgeries, that it's a hoax and so forth. So I could pull those out and actually show you a couple of them. But the bottom line is that there are arguments both pro and con on both sides. Just because one side claims victory doesn't make them the victor, doesn't make them the truth, right? So there's been, like, for example, the Newark Holy Stones. There's been arguments on both sides. There's non-Mormon people like Professor Houston and so forth that have argued in favor of the authenticity of the Holy Stones, but yet you have the head curator of archaeology for the state of Ohio who says that they are absolutely a fraud. Both of them have made their arguments. Both of them have some validity. So which one's right? But just because one side claims it's a fraud doesn't make it a fraud unless it can be shown definitively to be so.
So
and some of these have not been shown definitively, but yet Thomas Murphy and others will say, well, just because they claimed it was a fraud means it's a fraud, period.
Okay. And we'll have to bring Thomas Murphy on to debate that with you. Let me just ask you this question a different way. Are you aware of ever using evidence that later turned out to be fraud, that you now say, man, I did use some evidence that turned out to be a fraud and I shouldn't have used it? Are you aware of ever doing that? Is there any?
I can't really think of it, because the ones that are primarily been claimed as fraud is like the Bat Creek Stone, the Newark Holy Stones are ones that have been claimed as fraudulent. I know that there are frauds that go on out there. Some of the in one of the videos that we did, it was called the Lost Civilizations of North America documentary. There was just a flash on the screen for just a second of I think it was the Kinderhook, one of the Kinderhook plates and so forth. Well, that's been declared as a fraud as well. There's the more you delve into the details of that and the claim of fraud, there's aspects of that. There's been like the Michigan tablets and things like that, the Michigan relics, they've been declared as frauds. But it's pretty hard to understand how that could be a fraud. For example, Dwayne May has done research where some of these this symbol called the mystic symbol that was talked about by Henriette Mertz, who's not a member of the church or anything, on certain artifacts. They said, well, this guy, the Soper Savage collection, he was faking all these things. It's interesting to note that there were newspaper articles that had some of these artifacts in it that were published before Soper and Savage were even born. It's pretty hard to fake things and forge things that were in the newspapers before you're born.
So you're saying the Michigan relics were not frauds?
I'm saying that some of them may be frauds, but not all of them.
Okay.
I mean, how would somebody take tens of thousands of artifacts and hide them in over 6 states?
No, I don't want to argue the details.
You know?
I just want to know your position on it.
Yeah.
So
some of them
as
may
far
be
as you
frauds,
know,
but some of them may not be frauds.
but as far as you know, your work has relied on credible sources, and you don't rely on, or have never really significantly relied on evidence that later turned out to be a fraud. As far as you know, you would rather say the people who called, the archaeologists who called that evidence are more likely wrong than the evidence is actually fraudulent. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of things that have been declared as frauds may not be frauds.
Okay. All right. So that's Thomas Murphy. That's my first attempt at an answer there.
Yeah.
So the second thing Thomas talks about is he feels like, and by the way, we're not going to be able to talk about the genetics here in detail. I just want to get you on record as your position.
Yeah.
So you talk about the X DNA lineage,
Right.
and according to Thomas Murphy, you generally refer to the X lineage as a European lineage, when in Thomas Murphy's understanding, the X lineage is found in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. And so he has an issue with you racializing the X lineage and referring to it as European. Is that what you do? Does he have it wrong? Do you want to make a correction?
Well, he can take that up with the people who wrote the actual journal articles who talk about it being a European lineage.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
that's not my opinion. That's basically from mainstream genetics. They say that the haplogroups A, B, C, and D are Asiatic lineages, and haplogroup X is the only DNA type that is a founding haplogroup that is not Asian. It's Caucasian, basically, and that's what they say. So it's a primarily European, Middle Eastern.
And when Thomas Murphy says the X lineage is found in African, Asian, and the Americas, you would say what?
If it was Hebrews and they had after the diaspora of Israel, they went to Africa, they went to America. As far as if the Book of Mormon is correct, they went to America. So they dispersed around the different areas. So their lineages are going to be found throughout the world like that.
Got it. Okay. He wants to ask, the LDS Church leadership has called to reject racism in any form. He wants to know if you support the LDS Church leaders' call to reject racism in any form.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Then his follow-up question, and this is a little bit of a lawyerly setup. He says, why do you advocate that Lamanites were cursed with dark skin? So I think we've probably
we beat that horse to smithereens last in the second one.
Okay, that's fine. Then
so watch that one, Thomas.
Okay.
Clear your schedule.
Yeah.
All right.
It's worth it though. These some of these conversations may have I don't know, maybe I'll just say it, eternal consequences for people. You know, I mean, people make a lot of life decisions based on the things that you bring up.
Yeah.
And my hope is that I give people a reason for the faith that is in them.
Sure. I understand. Okay. Next, Thomas has a real concern with sometimes the usage of Native American artifacts.
Okay.
That just because some of us may stumble on some Native American artifacts, that they ultimately should be owned or belong to the tribes that exist today, that would be the descendants of the original owners of the artifacts. So Thomas asks, would you consider repatriating Native American artifacts to their rightful owners? Whatever ones you have in your possession or any of your supporters or followers have, do you think that that's an ethical thing to do?
I would say in general, yes. However, I mean, what about museums and so forth? There's, I guess one of the, in fact, this is one of the issues that came out with the whole genetics thing is that the Native American remains of Kennewick man. And there was about 5 or 6 different tribes, as I understand it, that were claiming his remains, the Kennewick man's remains. So which one of the tribes are you going to give it to? And that's the reason, part of the reason why they started doing the DNA analysis of Kennewick man's bones, so they could actually repatriate his bones with the correct tribe that actually has his same genetic background, right? So that's the American Graves Protection Repatriation Act. There are a lot of Native American artifacts. That, this is a huge civilization. They had a lot of stuff. And that goes into, well, who are their descendants today? So if you find something that was 2,000 years ago, for example, I have right here in my stuff here, I have a little scroll. It's a copper scroll. It was found up in the Keweenaw Peninsula up in Michigan. It is made out of copper, and it was beat into basically a copper plate and then rolled into a scroll. I have it right here with me. And but who owns that? I got it from a collection, a guy who had a big collection of these things, and I'm not sure where he got them all from, but it was there up in Michigan. I think it's a murky area, Thomas. I don't know that everybody knows exactly. I mean, who do you repatriate those things to? And if that's the case, are we going to also then require that all museums repatriate everything that they have on display that shows the greatness of this ancient civilizations, all these ancient civilizations? Do we give those back to their people if they don't have museums so that no one can ever know about them? I think it's kind of ridiculous, really. But on the other hand, if the Native Americans, I'll give you one quick example. The Back Creek Stone was dug up in Tennessee by the Smithsonian, an official archaeological dig. The Central Band of Cherokee, I believe, they kind of claim it's their stuff, but you don't see the Smithsonian giving it back. In fact, they allowed the Cherokees at the Cherokee Museum there in Cherokee, North Carolina. They allowed them to have the stone and put it on display for about a year and a half. And I would take groups there to see this stone, which is, again, it's controversial, but there's good arguments on both sides. And bottom line is that the Smithsonian took the stone back. Last time we went to Cherokee, North Carolina to go look at it, it was gone. It was off display. So should the Smithsonian give that back?
I think I get your answer. Yeah. It's just complex, and
it is complex. It's not that easy, but I think that Native Americans, if they want their stuff, they should claim it and then see, how it was procured, who got it, where was it found. It's murky.
Okay. Tell us about my understanding is you or some of your followers are sponsoring archaeological digs now in the past few years, like in Iowa, for example. Can you talk about what digs you or your supporters or followers are engaging in, and what they're trying to find and where they're trying to find it? And how they're trying to find it?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, probably the ones most involved with that would be Wayne May. He's kind of our archaeological guy. He's had an Ancient American magazine for a long time. As far as an archaeological dig, though, I'm not aware of any archaeological digs per se that has been part of this. Most of what we've done is what they call non-invasive types of research, archaeological research involving whether it be ground penetrating radar or LIDAR or magnetometry studies.
Just tell me really quickly, what are they trying to find?
Just evidences of the ancient civilizations of America here in the Heartland.
Any big hopes? Like what would be the Holy Grail discovery for these digs in Iowa? What would be the Holy Grail discovery?
Well, probably the digs in Iowa would be if our understanding of where the Zarahemla of the Book of Mormon is located would be somewhere across the river from Nauvoo. So we've done LIDAR studies, we've done magnetometry studies, we've had ground penetrating radar studies. We actually purchased a piece of ground to take a look at some things that Wayne May was finding based on those things. So far,
you're trying to find Zarahemla. Would be nice if you could find Zarahemla.
I mean, would that be cool? I mean,
okay.
But nobody's really expecting we're going to find a rock at some point that says, made in Zarahemla.
Right.
But
that's what you're trying to do, things like that.
But just show that there was at least a civilization there, and they were had buildings and houses and dwellings and stuff.
And then Kara has to leave soon, so I'm gonna turn the time over to Kara, and then I'll come back to some of these questions from Tom. But to close out this question specifically, Tom wanted to know if you've consulted with any local Native American tribes as consults in any of your archaeological digs in the Midwest.
Yeah, in fact, we had there was several Native American tribes that came and actually did a special blessing thing and so forth there at the site before we did any kind of digging stuff. I mean, yes, absolutely.
So you have tried.
We want to be 100% respectful because we believe that these people are the covenant people of God.
You love and respect them. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I've got some more questions.
Yeah, we definitely do not want to disrespect the Native Americans. In fact, we have nothing but utmost honor and respect for them. And we have a lot of them. I mean, the last big event that we had a Native American celebration where we had them come and talk about their stories and do dances and all kinds of stuff. It was awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Kara, we're sad that you have to leave early today, but we want to give you a chance to ask any questions you want to ask of Rod. So
my last one. So I was reading your book and you have this, if anyone wants to look it up later, the caricatures, I don't know what you call it. Characters. Yeah. The characters, that were supposedly, it says, given to Martin Harris to scribe to Joseph Smith Jr., where he requested that he obtain proof of the antiquity of the record being translated. And Martin Harris went and talked to Anton.
The Anton transcript.
The Anton transcript. Can you tell me your understanding of how that went down? And that this, and then in your estimation,
historical,
and then just to clarify that these characters you believe are the actual characters of the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
The what do you call it?
As we understand it, the Anton transcript, although that's the hard part about history, is knowing what's the truth and what's not the truth, right? It's very hard to go back and reconstruct.
But if you included it in your book, you believe that these are the characters. If
as I understand it now, unless I'm shown, if somebody shows sometime that the Anton transcript fragment was somehow fraudulent or something, but as I understand it, Joseph Smith wrote down specific characters from the gold plates.
Yeah.
And he put them onto that Anton transcript, and then that was taken to some people, and they said, "Well, yeah, it does look like some Hebrew." The thing that I find is interesting there is that if you look at the ancient Mi'kmaq language.
Hold on, wait, don't go to that yet. Just say what happened with was it Charles Anton?
Yeah.
Was the authenticity?
Well, he's the one that supposedly, again, again, you have to take a little bit with a grain of salt because it was. Who was it that took it to the Anton transcript to?
I think it was Martin Harris.
Yeah, I think it was Martin Harris. Yeah. And he took it to him. And then according to what Martin Harris said, is that he looked at it, he said, yes, it's a real deal. It's, this is actual characters. And he said, where'd you get it from? And he says, well, Joseph Smith has this gold Bible and blah, blah, blah. And so that's when he said, well, he says, I want that. I want my affidavit that this is authentic back. And he tore it up. He says, unless you give me the book, he says, I'm not going to do it. And as I understand it, then he said, well, I can't, some of the book is sealed. He says, well, I can't read a sealed book.
Right. So you kind of describe that in your book,
so
that kind of exchange that says that Anton wrote Harris a letter of authenticity declaring the fragment to contain true Egyptian characters.
Right.
And then later when he said, oh, did you know that it was from an angel of God revealed the characters of Joseph Smith, Anton reportedly tore up the authentication stating that there's no such thing as angels and asked Harris to bring the plates for him to translation.
If that did happen, is it possible that Professor Anton would have been biased against the Book of Mormon? I mean, is that possible?
So what was your intention with including, so when you're collecting your book, the annotated version of the Book of Mormon, what was your intention with including that story and these characters in your book?
Because the Mi'kmaq language has characters that at least some of the Mi'kmaq language has many, many characters. Okay. So this is just a few of the characters
you included them
that actually look somewhat like the characters that Joseph Smith, if the Anton transcript is correct, that Joseph Smith got from the plates, which would show a possible connection between the Book of Mormon linguistics and the actual linguistics of the people who live in the area up there.
Okay, so you are comparing the Mi'kmaq language to the characters that that Anton apparently said
it is
were
a parallelism, given
okay, but my question that I think you know that I would assume you know this. I don't know that scholars have said. There's a scholar named Stanley Kimball that said that even a reincarnated Egyptian could not have translated the characters, and that also the study of Egyptian texts was in its infancy at 1828, and not even the most advanced scholar at that time could have validated a translation of any Egyptian hieroglyphics, let alone the translation of an otherwise unknown altered form of Egyptian, end quote. So Anton would not have been able to even tell if the translation was correct because there was no such thing as the scholarship of Egyptian at the time. So why are you comparing the Micmac language to something that we can't even tell was authentic at the time? And then if you look at it, it just kind of looks like scribbled letters.
Why did he take it to Professor Anthem, I guess, is one of the questions. Wasn't he a renowned Egyptologist?
But there was no such thing as like Egypt. There was no such thing as authentic. What's the word I'm looking for? There's no such thing as confirming authenticity of something against nothing. That's something that there wasn't really scholarship in. So I'm just confused. Like, why would you like? What's the importance of including this in the book? Because it just seems like you were trying to say maybe, I don't know, like. Well, he was just like against it.
Let's make a couple of assumptions. If the assumption is correct that these actually were characters from the Book of Mormon, then it would also make sense that the Book of Mormon happened in North America, that maybe some of the tribes would still carry some of those characters forward into their current language or their language that was known back in the 1700s. And if that's the case, then that's what this is about, because that basically that Micmac language was one of the very first written languages that was actually understood and accepted as a language that was here before Columbus. So when people say there was no language, the Native Americans didn't have any language, that's bunk. The Micmac had a language, and there was people who actually went and stayed among the Micmac, and he learned the language, and then he wrote down their syllabary, what do they call this, syllabary or something like that? Anyway, their characters, and then he published it, and some of the characters that he published look just like these ones that were in the Book of Mormon that Joseph Smith said was the Book of Mormon. And Joseph Smith couldn't have possibly known about this because it was written after his time frame.
Okay.
I mean,
excuse me. Where your answer's going,
I got that wrong. Okay. The Micmac language information was written before Joseph Smith had translated the Book of Mormon. Okay. And Joseph Smith had no access to that information. So there's no way he could have copied what was written about the Micmac language as.
And you're saying that the characters right here match the Micmac language, and he wouldn't have been able to look at them.
Some of them. There's the Micmac language has like 200 and I can't remember. There's maybe even 300 or 400 characters. These are just some of the characters, but they do look amazingly like the characters on the plates. If Joseph Smith was getting those right.
Because okay. There's some funny ones that kind of look like regular American, regular English, like an H with an H with a little curl, or a D with like an extra line and a dot around it. Yeah. And that if you arrange each one of the letters on here, you could literally write the standard English alphabet.
Most written languages, unless it's a glyph system, most written languages, whether it's cuneiform or other kinds of languages, have a lot of similarities. So I mean, you could make the case that there's similarities in almost every written language just by looking at the ones that look like an H or an I or a J or whatever.
So you made my point for me, kind of. You just made my point for me.
Yeah. But again, the point is that you can make parallelisms to that, but the fact that the characters that Joseph Smith claimed came off of the plates, if the Anthon transcript is correct, is actually characters that existed in Native American culture before his time.
All right, back to you, John.
Well, Kara, summarize for our audience what point you're kind of making.
Yeah, I know. I think we got it. I think Rod explained his point. Just that the characters in this Anton transcript, he thinks that they came from the Micmac language and that they're an evolution out of ancient, like, Native American writings.
They come from a common background, basically.
They come from a common background. The only point that I was just trying to make is that I was trying to understand why he included Anton saying that he was going to prove the authenticity of something that Anton didn't have the ability to prove at the time.
Yeah.
So it's almost like
Well, we don't know what Anthony actually wrote. I mean, maybe he said, because that there's no letter extant. I mean, we don't have any more information about that. So really all we have is Martin Harris's, his history basically of what he said happened. Because as far as we know, I don't think Anton ever wrote about it or anything.
And I guess the other thing that is just like, it seems, I don't know. What do you, I should probably go. I'm doing Mormonism live tonight, guys. Which I have to go prepare for, but it just is a little bit suspicious to me. Sorry for speaking out loud, to include that Anton story in here instead of just like making the parallel. Like if you wanted to make the point that like, look at this alphabet, look at how it aligns with the Mi'kmaq language. It just seems that weird that you included a story of somebody who's not a scholar on something in a field of study that hasn't been established. And then when he says he was informed that angels had revealed to it, and he's like, give me back my affidavit, tear it up, trying to like pose this narrative that like, this is the truth, that like the world doesn't want to get out there. But we don't, like you just said, like, we don't even know what happened between Martin Harris and Charles Anton. Anyway.
Well, what we know is that Martin Harris's account of what Charles Anton said was very different from what Charles Anton said, and that Charles Anton would say that Martin Harris and Joseph Smith grossly mischaracterized his memory of the interaction.
Right.
Okay. Did he write? I'm not aware of I think I have actually heard that he made some kind of a comment about that later on, because I guess word got out that he had written this affidavit and so forth. Was he denying that he wrote the affidavit, or do you know?
He's denying that he in any way validated Joseph Smith's scholarship.
And he said
I didn't know that. So that adds like to the problem, to like include in your book that like that Anton did say it was authentic, and then he ripped it up, and it's this story of like us versus them. Like there was a scholar that knew that it was true, and that this was a true, like, authentic. These characters were actually authentic. There was a scholar out there that knew these characters were authentic, and then in the most faithful interpretation of it, it's like the evil scholar said, "Give me back my thing, and I'm going to tear it up."
Well, can I give you an example from my own personal experience? There was a show called America Unearthed by Scott Wolter. And I invited him to come and speak at one of my conferences about some of the things that he had been finding, and had some pretty awesome information and so forth about. And originally he agreed that he would come and speak at our conference, because you don't have to be a member of the church or whatever to speak at my conference. We have a wide range of ideas and individuals, and we let people make up their own minds. But anyway, so he agreed to come and speak at the conference. And then he had to call me back. He says, Rodney, says, I'm really sorry, but I'm not going to be able to come and speak. I said, well, what happened? He says, well, the Discovery Channel found out that I was going to be speaking at this essentially Mormon conference. And they said, nothing doing. We will not allow you to come speak to any Mormon conference. Okay. Same kind of thing happened with when we were doing the documentary, The Lost Civilizations of North America. We had 14 scholars in this film. There was and I actually didn't produce it. I was in it, but I wasn't actually the producer. I didn't do any of that part. I was kind of a consultant, I guess, if you want to put it that way. We had 14 scholars in this film, including like Alice Kehoe as a former dean of anthropology at Harvard University. We had Dr. Roger Kennedy as one of the directors of the Smithsonian. I mean, these are not small time. These are heavy hitters, right? And we had the head archaeologist of the state of Ohio and all these other people. Out of the 13 scholars, there were only 2 of us that were, and I'm not even a scholar, so I don't count. But there was 11 of these guys and women were not members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And when we got the film done, it was called The Lost Civilizations of North America. Why is it that the ancient civilizations of North America are so poorly known? Why is it that we consider that they're a bunch of ignorant savages, when all of the archaeological evidence nowadays shows that they were highly advanced, were an amazing civilization? They accomplished things that other civilizations hadn't even accomplished. And so we did this documentary to show forth the evidence of a great and grand civilization here in North America. Every one of those scholars, after we got the film done, every one of those scholars signed off on the film. We sent them the original, the copies, the
What's
master copies.
Tell us the kind of the point you're trying to summarize.
Okay, basically that when we sent it out to all the scholars, they all signed off. This is great. This is a good documentary and so forth. And then I started to use that in some of my presentations about how great the civilization was in North America. And all of a sudden, when they found out that it may support the claims of the Book of Mormon, a couple of them actually took issue with that and they went and contacted all the other scholars and said, "Oh man, we got to shut this down. This is promoting Mormonism," and so forth. And then out of the 13 scholars, I think it was 3 of them said, "Yeah, well, we feel like we were kind of taken out of context." What was interesting is that they were threatened with their jobs, okay, because of this film. But all the other ones said, "We said what we said, and we stand by it." And we had a chance to argue. So that the head archaeologist of the state of Ohio, bottom line is there's a bias. Anything that would show forth the evidences of the Book of Mormon in the archaeological community in North America, there's a bias against that. They don't want to have that information going out. It was okay.
Why do you think that?
It wasn't promoting Mormonism.
Why do you think that is, Rod? Why do you think scholars would not want evidence? Would not want their scholarship to be used as evidence to support the Book of Mormon? Why do you think scholars would not want that?
Probably for the same reason that we have some scientists who don't want to have evidence of young Earth creationism being taught, told,
what's the answer?
Shared, or anything else.
What's the answer?
That's the answer.
No, you said there are others,
bias.
But you didn't say bias. So they hate religion, or they just hate the Mormon Church?
I don't know that they hate it, but they don't like their information and research being used in the promotion of stuff that would actually validate and support the claims of the Book of Mormon.
Because why?
That's a good question. I don't know why.
So let me try.
That is an emotional thing. I mean, I have no idea of their motive.
I'll try one possible explanation. So flat earthers, do you believe the earth is flat, Rod?
I think it's so funny. I think it's laughable.
No, yes or no?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not.
Believe it was round.
The earth is round.
Okay, good.
It is a sphere.
Okay, perfect. So you said you think flat earthers are laughable, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say that some flat earthers contact some scientists, had some type of interaction where they gathered some things that the scientists said, and then turn around and published in their flat earther videos or materials information gathered from the scientists that gave the impression that the scientist validated flat eartherism. Can you see why scientists would say, take our quotes out of there? You're making it appear as though our evidence supports flat eartherism. Can you see why they wouldn't want that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I totally see their point.
Okay. So you can see why they could see Book of Mormon, North American Heartland model Book of Mormonism, or the Book of Mormon period, or Mormonism as not credible like flat eartherism, and not want their scholarship to be used to support your theories.
But it's kind of like our conversations that we've had in text messages and so forth. That one of your concerns is that we're going to be spouting off a bunch of pseudoscience mumbo jumbo, and you don't want your audience to be subjected to this pseudoscience stuff. And I totally get that.
Okay. Cool.
However, there are, as usual, 2 sides of every coin. And there are things that, for example, when we get into the discussion in the future about fossilization and scientific things, there are hard actual experiments that have been done that are going to be pretty dang hard to explain away as far as the dating. So really, when it comes down to it, the biggest, and this is kind of maybe at the 60,000 foot level, we had Simon Setherton coming on and basically saying that the based on his understanding, his research, that my DNA study information is fatally flawed because of primarily the dating. So we need to really focus on the dating aspect of it, because it's the dating part of it that either validates or invalidates what we're saying, and that's what I'm trying to kind of get up to that point.
Got it. Okay, Kara, I want to make sure before you go, you have You've
Are you
said-
going for a while longer, or are we wrapping up?
I've got a few more
You got a few
questions.
more
for
questions?
sure.
All
Okay.
right. We're almost 4 hours. Fun times.
Dang. Time flies when you're having fun. Are you having fun,
Kara
Kara?
forgets.
Are you having fun?
I'm having fun.
John, are you having fun?
I love this stuff. Yeah,
It's
you know, and I'm grateful you're here.
I like talking about it, and I appreciate these are hard questions for most. I can see why people in the Mesoamerica camp don't want to come and face these questions, John, because I know I'd hate to be the one trying to field these questions if I was a Mesoamerica guy.
Yeah. Well, we agree on that front. We agree that there's no evidence for the Book of Mormon in Mesoamerica. That's where you and I completely agree.
Yeah. And I know we disagree with other things, but the nice thing about this is we can disagree without being disagreeable. And so I have to say,
not me. No, just kidding.
well, except for Kara, but
I'm not part of that.
But I really, I think that hopefully we can set a precedent that at least, if nothing else, we can have a legitimate conversation and not call each other names and not say, well, you're evil and you're this or you're that or you're whatever, but we can talk about it. And that's kind of my hope, is that let's talk about it. Let's give people a reason for, my best reasoning and your best reasoning, and let people kind of let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, totally. Kara, what do you got before you have to go?
2 quick questions that I'm dying to know. Okay. So somebody else also asked, Corey Mangum in the chat asked, Rod, where is the narrow neck of land in the Heartland?
The narrow neck of land, there's not just one. There's actually, they talk about a narrow neck of land, a narrow neck. They talk about a narrow passage. I think they're all different, and they're talking about different places. But the narrow neck of land, actually, no, it'd be really the narrow neck would be between the Great Black Swamp area, which is the extension of Lake Erie. Back in the days when it was about 50 feet higher than it is today, it actually extended further out to the west and to the south. And then the Grand Kankakee Marsh, which is Lake Michigan's extension, when it was 50 feet higher as well. Those 2 lakes actually came down to within a 15-mile apart from each other, 2 huge swamp areas. They were still being drained back in the 1800s, and that would be the narrow neck of land.
Got it.
That's the simplest.
Ding!
There's a lot more than that, but that's kind of the simplest thing.
That was very simply
put. It was
put.
between the land northward and the land southward in the Book of Mormon. If the Book of Mormon happened in the Heartland, this would be a place that would be easily crossed on foot by a Nephite. It says the narrow neck of land could be crossed by a Nephite on foot. That's another big factor with the Mesoamerica thing. Where is there a place that is between 2 bodies of water that you can cross on foot in a day? According to the Book of Mormon, a Nephite could cross it on foot in a day. Well, nobody's crossing Panama Canal area in a day on foot. I mean, even ultra runners. I've done a lot of research on ultra running and stuff, and how far you can go. And even if you had the best ultra runner, they're not going to make it across the swamps of Panama in a day. So where was it? Where's the narrow neck of land if it's in Central America? And where's the place in the Book of Mormon that talks about the place where the seas divide the land? Down there, the land divides the seas. But the Great Lakes are seas that are so huge that it divides the land up. And I could go into more of the geography stuff, but that's next question.
Next question.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my last question before I have to run is, I think of the world filled with, let's say, like 8 billion people right now. And these are all what I believed, what you probably believe, all came from spirit children, from like the pre-earth life. And there are people.
Wait a minute. Did you say you believe that?
I believed.
Oh, believed. Okay.
Past tense.
Past tense. Okay.
I'm starting to believe it now after talking to you, Roz. Is that what you want to hear?
That's what I would love to hear. Yes, Kara, I would absolutely love
that.
To
actually
hear that.
Leads into my question perfectly.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I think of 8 billion people with brains given to them and bodies, and there are people, billion, Hindus in India, and people of all different religious persuasions all around the world. Do you believe that if confronted with, like, let's say LDS missionaries giving everybody a Book of Mormon, what do you think is the best way to convince 8 billion people of the truthfulness of the gospel that you believe in? Do you think it's, hey, missionaries, just hand them a Book of Mormon and they should pray on it, Moroni's promise, that'll convince them? Or do you legitimately think, like, the Book of Mormon, it needs this stuff to convince those 8 billion people, those spirit children. They're going to have a problem if these covenants are not made in this life. They need to accept the gospel. What do you think is the best way to convert the 8 billion people of the earth? Is it?
I love your question, Kara, because I really believe that there's lots of ways to divide people into different things, but I think for a lot of people, it kind of comes down to two camps: those who just kind of believe things on faith, and those who want to see the evidence. Yeah, for some people, in fact, I look at this from the standpoint of, okay, let me go just for a second. So based on your previous understanding of the pre-existence, right? We're all living with God. We're spirits. Spirits don't die, so we're going to basically live forever with God. Why can't we just say, hallelujah, game over, this is perfect, we're just live forever with God? Why do we have to come down to the earth? We had to come down to get a body, right? That's what the teaching is. We had to come down to get this body. What's so great about having a body? You know what I mean? It just gets old and your hair falls out and it starts growing out of weird places and you get sick and diseased and then eventually you die. So what's so great about that? Well, I don't know what's so great about all that, but I do know this, and that is that I don't think that we can become like our Heavenly Father is without one. There's something about having a physical body that a spirit's just not enough. In fact, in the scriptures, it talks about when you have the physical and the spiritual combined together is when you have a fullness of joy. If you apply that same kind of general understanding to the Book of Mormon, for a long time, it was just read the Book of Mormon, read Moroni's Promise, pray about it, and get your answer. Well, that works for a lot of people. But there's a lot of other people out there that says, you know what, show me some evidence. Show me something real. Show me that there's even that this history even existed.
Is that fair?
If you can't show me,
yeah,
I'm just saying it. Yeah. Who wants to read the book that claims to be a history book, and there's no evidence that it actually happened?
And just to pause for a second, Rod, and just to pause for a second, when people say that, what you just said, that seems like you can empathize with that understanding of like, who wants to read this book? Right. Do you empathize with that?
Right.
That's a hard thing to swallow. Like, just read this book and I'll understand the church is true. Do you understand why people are?
But like I said, for a large amount of people, that's okay because they're more emotion-driven people. But there's a lot of people who are logic-driven.
Yeah.
And I'm more kind of that side of things. I think I'm more logic-driven. I think John is very logic-driven, right?
I mean, he hired me.
It's not just a warm fuzzy. Okay. I mean, did I have a warm fuzzy? Well, I had it. I did have a very spiritual experience, but because of that experience, I want to look for the physical evidences that actually support the claim, and not just ignore everything else. But I am definitely in tune with things that do support the claim, right? I mean, it's just like when you buy a car and you've never seen really that many people driving a car. You buy a car and all of a sudden everybody in the road has your same car, right? Same kind of thing. So but anyway, so back to the thing. So that we have left and right brain people, basically.
People need different things. That's kind of what I'm hearing.
And intellectual people. If you have the Book of Mormon and it doesn't really go that, you know, that they read it, they study it, and they pray about it, and they just like, well, I didn't really get an answer. Okay, that happens, right? I mean, we all know that, right? They didn't really get an answer. Sometimes those kind of people might be more on the intellectual side and say, show me some evidence. If you can't show me some evidence, then I'm not going to waste my time reading a book that has no evidence. But if you can show me some evidence, then maybe there's something to this. So the physical can actually testify to the spiritual and doctrinal aspects of the Book of Mormon, which I think are awesome. And the doctrinal and spiritual aspects of the Book of Mormon testify that it was a real history. So when you put the two of them together, I think it's powerful. I've had even general authorities have gone with me on my tours, and they said, you know what, you know, if you, I already have a testimony of the Book of Mormon. You're not going to change my testimony at all by going and seeing all this stuff. I just there because I want to see. I'm interested in it. But by the end of the tour, they're going, oh my gosh, I had no idea that my testimony would grow so strongly about this by seeing the actual head plates, by looking at the actual breastplates in the museums. These are not LDS museums. These are mainstream archaeological museums in the Midwest, and there's head plates, breastplates, you know, all of this kind of stuff it's there. When you go and see the mounds, I mean, it's not fake. Nobody faked them.
To borrow a line from you, Rod, though, let's see the dating on those breastplates and head plates, though. Okay, but let me follow up my question
part
with
of
your
that mound
answers.
builder civilization,
I
which is
know,
already
I know.
accepted to be within that time frame. So there you go.
All right. But my question still is on the table because I don't feel like it was quite sufficiently answered. I totally see what you're saying, that people need to have those
Both,
two things.
yeah.
But I'm thinking about God, setting up this plan, and 99.9% of all of his spirit children are not going to have access to either the Book of Mormon to read it or the evidence of Rod Meldrum and your evidence. So what do you do with that? Why would God create a system that has so many people? 99.9% of every spirit child is never going to read that stuff.
Well, I have
Never
to
gonna
say,
be saved.
I have to say, if I was in his shoes, I would be very disappointed.
If you were in God's shoes, you'd be very disappointed.
Well, if I had several billion kids and less than 1% of them actually believed in the stuff that I was teaching,
No, had an opportunity
I would be pretty
to even
disappointed.
read it. No, not even believed it. Even had an opportunity to read it, to even know it existed.
Exactly. I mean,
he'd be disappointed in himself for setting it up that way. Darn it! I should have known. God, where was I?
No, I would have to say that I would love to see the day when. This goes back to your original question. What is it that I think the Book of Mormon is the key? I think the Book of Mormon is the key to our religion being more mainstreamed or more worldwide. I don't know exactly. I feel personally disappointed that we don't have billions of members of the church. I wish we did. Maybe that day will come. I don't know if that day will come, but for me personally, if I can help bring more people to Christ, I think I told you this in the very first episode. That was one of my mantras in my life is I want to bring as many people to Christ as I can before I die. That's my goal. That's my directive. That's what I live for, and I get up every morning to do. So that's so in doing that, am I disappointed in how well our research has gone out? Well, I think that we have, to a large extent, more believers in the Heartland research now than Mesoamerica, but that's still just a tiny,
it's a tiny percentage
of a nothing when it comes down to the entire world. Would I love to see the entire world accept the Book of Mormon? Yes, I would. Do I expect that that's going to happen? And that probably the answer is no, I don't. Yeah. But I think we'll know a lot more when we get on the other side of the veil and we see what the real deal is. What do you think, John?
Yeah, well, if we're alive, if there's life after
if there's
death,
life after death,
and if there's a God, and if
go.
there's a judgment, then yes, we'll all see. Yeah.
And then I think the answers will be more clear, right? So until then, we have to kind of walk blindly to some extent. And so really, we kind of have to make a decision what we believe. Do we believe that everything came from nothing, or do we believe there's a God? And for me, I make the choice. I believe there's a God. And if there is a God, then basically you have these other things. Otherwise, if you believe in science, then you have to go to the very first part of our discussion here. And that is the epitome of science, the one who has achieved the most greatness in science was Stephen Hawking. And he says everything came from nothing.
We will pick up with that another day, Rod. And the reason why the reason why I asked that question is just kind of like on my heart, you could say, is because Mormonism is a very small percentage of the current population and
sad.
Of the past. I'm neutral on that fact, but anyway. The thing is,
you probably think the smaller the better, really.
No, I mean,
anyway.
That's neither here nor there. Who's to say? But that's not the point of the question. It's just that it seems like it's such a small percentage of the global population and always has been. And that if there was a Heavenly Father who put this plan into motion and he's desperate to get those spirit children back, he's desperate that it just seems like the information is not accessible to very many people by his design, because he's very interventionist all through the Old Testament and sending Christ, and you have the Book of Mormon. He's a very interventionist
but even
God.
Look at Christ, though. I mean, how many followers did Christ really get?
I'm just saying, like, he's a very interventionist God. Wouldn't you agree? Like,
and that's where I think I would probably disagree, because
really?
I think that God gives a wide latitude of freedom.
Well, in the scriptures,
to make your own choice, to make your, so forth. Now, once you make a choice, then that's a different thing. I mean, it's kind of like you're standing on top of a cliff. You have a choice to jump off the cliff or not. But once you jump off the cliff, you don't have a choice anymore. You made your choice. You're going to hit the bottom. Unless gravity somehow intervenes.
There's examples after examples of Old Testament. I'm thinking of the Book of Mormon. I'm thinking of like Nephi killing Laban. Like there wasn't some choices in those things. And so if God wants his will to be known, sometimes in Mormon scripture, he makes it known. And you're like, oh, this is a God
but
who
Nephi
makes
didn't
his
have
will
to do
known.
it. Nephi could have shrunk and said, well, not going to do it.
I wonder what God would have done to a prophet who didn't follow him. Maybe like have him be swallowed in the belly of a whale, like Jonah.
Anymore. I don't know.
I think we know what would happen to him. I'm just trying to say that like there's such a wide population of people, of spirit children, that will never once be able to come in contact with this information to make a choice about what to do one way or another. Yeah. And so the entire God that you are supporting, with the Book of Mormon and the Heartland model of supporting that this God, this is his plan, these are his people, this is his book. I just don't personally, because I have to leave and I'm like speaking my piece. I'm like, personally, I don't really feel like there's much value in worshiping a God who he knows what's going to happen. He knows that less than 1% of the people are ever going to have any contact with the Book of Mormon or with your information.
Which is why
there's a Heavenly Father up there that you're worshiping, that my mom, that all of these people in the LDS church are worshiping a God that just
which I think is one of the reasons why his plan is so merciful, that basically whether or not we hear it in this life, we'll have the opportunity one way or the other, either this life or the next life. And that's actually kind of unique in the religious world, is basically to have second opportunities. That's in our first podcast we did together. That was one of the main themes of the reason why I wanted to talk about these things, that basically God allows do-overs. He doesn't interfere in our lives. I mean, he gives us pretty much ultimate freedom to make choices and do what we're going to do in our lives. But when we screw up, when we make bad mistakes, when we do wrong things, he always has a backup plan. That was one of the things that hopefully came out in our first podcast. He has a backup plan for every one of us, including the Hindus and including the Confucius and including the other Christians and including Muslims and every other different belief system.
I know, but doesn't that argue against your point though? Because that means that there's no use in actually living this gospel. It doesn't apparently bless people's lives if God's okay with 99. Hold on, wait, let me finish my point. He's apparently okay with 99.9% of every human not living covenants, not making those covenants, because we're told that this living this gospel will make you more happy. But apparently there's a God who's fine with almost nobody of his spirit children ever living those covenants or having those blessings, because he says, just do it in the next life.
Well, I think in the scriptures it says, straight is the gate and narrow the way, and few there be that find it. I think he sort of already put it in there.
That God who said that, it's like, that's kind of rude.
But that God still loves everybody. When we talked about the whole race thing, I mean, does God hate the black race for some reason? Well, heck no. He loves everybody. He loves all of his children, and he wants to give them all the opportunity. So my feeling is basically this. Yeah, there's going to be just a few that actually find him in this life, but everybody's going to have the opportunity one way or the other. And I think that's such a merciful plan. I love that whole concept. I've talked to other Christian groups and so forth, and they go, but this God is, he's like a God of judgment, and and he's just a kind of a mean God, really. And I'm kind of going, not the God that I understand. This plan of salvation that we have in the LDS Church is unique in all the world, and I think it's probably the most. It gives everyone the opportunity, that nobody's forced into anything, which is kind of really, as I understand it, Satan's plan in the pre-existence, is to force everybody. So God, I think, is very allegiant to the idea that he's going to give everybody their ability to make their own choices and make mistakes, because that's how we learn the most.
And just to reiterate, you said God is like, he loves everyone. This
Yeah.
planned for everyone though? Like, that's kind of the root of my question. Like,
Yeah,
so
I think
you
it
believe
is.
that this plan
Yeah,
is
Kara,
for
I
everyone?
think it is. I think it is. I think there's not very many people who are going to find his particular plan, this, meaning the restored gospel, which is part of the reason why I feel really blessed to have found that. And really, I didn't find it really. My parents and their parents found it, but I'm still kind of in the camp that, not kind of, I'm definitely in the camp that there's something about this. There's something special about this.
All right.
And it's different than anybody else. And nobody else has that love. I mean, I shouldn't say nobody else, but I mean, basically, if you're Catholic, I mean, it's heaven and hell, right? I mean, hell doesn't sound like a very happy place. But the celestial kingdom, is that hell? Not really. For those who are there, they're going to be, as I understand it, they're going to be happy. So the vast majority of people who've been on this earth will be in a perfectly happy place after this life. There is no burning in hell.
When God was like,
how
in
awesome
your mind,
is that?
But in your mind, did God set up the earth knowing what we would choose? Knowing?
I think he knew us as spirit children. I think he kind of knew who we were and maybe what some of our propensities were. I mean, but is there? It's kind of like the whole discussion about preordination versus or
Right.
foreordination versus predestination and so forth. I don't think that God. I think that there were some, like Abraham. He says that Abraham was was very and he was a noble spirit, basically, if you will, in the preexistence kind of thing. And so he had a special role to play here on the earth, and he'll probably have a special role to play in the future. I don't know, but anyway, I think that's very. I can feel from your heart. I think that you do love people.
Oh, of course,
and
I
you don't want to have anybody. I think it hurts God. I mean, I can't imagine. I know with my own children. If my children completely reject the things that I have tried to instill in them, it hurts. I think it hurts God when his children choose other things.
I totally understand that. And I used to think that as well until I realized that there are people on like North Sentinel Island who have been around in, again, what science has said, like 50,000 years, who they have never had contact with anything that would have anything to do with the Book of Mormon or anything. Right. And it just seems to me that there's a Father in heaven that sends people to various places.
See,
but wait, now hold on.
According to some Catholic,
they still will never have as high of a degree of glory as you, though, who was born in wherever you were.
Yes, they do. If they accept it in the post-existence, I mean,
no one will ever. How are we going to know their name? Like, how are we going to do baptisms for him? But I'm just saying, like,
their spirits are still
get
alive,
to
right?
live. If there are true blessings, is what I'm trying to also say. If there are true blessings of living the gospel, paying your full tithe, being able to communicate with the one true creator of the universe, and you get that, my parents get that, Brother Joe in Draper, Utah gets that, is what I'm trying to say. There's a God who designed a system for a few people to be able to be blessed with the covenants, living and making covenants here, that there are people on North Sentinel Island they will never get, regardless of the post-Earth life. There are 8 billion people on planet Earth who will never get to have those covenant blessings that you enjoy. And that bothers me. And that just seems like a very flawed system.
It's kind of like, it could be like anything, like we had in our discussion earlier, everything can be used for both good and bad. The covenant can be both a good thing and it could be a cursing. Being somebody who has the covenant in their life and then rejects it is probably worse than if they never knew about it, right? I mean, that's another little doctrinal thing, that where much is given, much is required. So if somebody never knows about it and in this life, and then they hear about it and they accept it in the next life.
So then why are we preaching to people?
There's nothing that's going to hold them back if they understand it.
Then what you just said, then if much is given, much is received, then isn't it in people's worst intentions? Isn't it not in their intention to go ask people to make these covenants, to go do missionary work? Well, because now it would have been better if they never heard of the gospel. because they could advance to that higher degree of glory.
Only if they reject it. But if they live it, then they're going to be blessed like anybody else is going to be blessed if they accept it either in this life or in the next one.
I don't think the math works out. John, do you have any comments? Because personally, if 8 billion people were converted to Mormonism tomorrow, as a lot of people do, like a lot of people are converted. We talked about, who did we talk to that had a mission in the Philippines? Oh, that episode hasn't come out yet. But there'll just be hordes and hordes of people from developing countries that get baptized, making this covenant, and they don't know exactly what they're covenanting to, but now God's holding them accountable for this baptismal covenant of a religion. And so they would have been better if they would have just, hold on, wait. It would have been better if they just lived their normal life, and then in the afterlife, they could advance through the degrees of glory from spirit prison to spirit paradise, and then have somebody do their ordinance work, let's say during the millennium, and then they can reach godhood, as opposed to if they convert to the church and fall away, now they're in outer darkness.
Okay.
Right?
As I understand it, maybe John can, but as I understand, outer darkness is only if you have a sure witness, meaning that you've had what we would call the second comforter. So only those people can be outer darkness. Everybody else is okay. And it's very few people who have that. So as I understand it, now I haven't had it, so I don't know. So, so there we go.
Well, Carol, obviously I feel similar to you, frustration with, if God's all powerful and all loving, how few of his children in the past 200 years have really had a credible chance to consider Mormonism. Like, if you're born in India or Pakistan or Europe or Africa, your chance of hearing about Mormonism, having a credible hearing of Mormonism, let alone accepting it, is super, super tiny. Yeah. And if you combine that with the Mormon doctrine and the Christian doctrine that narrows the gate and few there be that pass through it, it just means that a lot of people of color, and a lot of people who lived before the modern era.
Where did the color thing come from? This isn't a race thing. This is just everybody.
I'm not saying you're racist, and I'm not saying the church is racist, but the implications are, it just so happens a lot of white people from Idaho and Utah get exaltation.
It was restored in America. It wasn't restored in Zimbabwe. It wasn't restored on North Sentinel Island. The church was restored where white people live.
But it is growing like crazy in Africa and other places and so forth. I mean,
not with endowed members. And I guess I'm just saying that you've got a much bigger chance of becoming endowed in this moral probation and living a faithful tithe-paying Mormon life if your parents happen to be white Mormons born in Utah and Idaho. And you've got a lot less of a chance if you ever meet the missionaries. If you're born in Africa or Pakistan or India or Asia, your chance of becoming endowed and getting married in the temple and living a faithful Mormon life, paying your tithing, chances are you're going to drop out. And the retention rates outside the United States prove that. We now have retention rates in Latin America, in the Philippines, in Europe, less than 10%. So I'm not saying that it's overtly, explicitly racist, but the implications of it mean that a lot of non-Utahns and Idahoans are kind of left out of exaltation. Am I wrong?
In that, I get where you're coming from, but are you wrong? I think the answer to that is, I hate to say it, but I think you're wrong. And the reason for that, I mean, basically that's what missionary work is about. If the Abrahamic covenant actually did happen, then Abraham was given a charge to take the gospel to all the other of God's children, which essentially would have been, all the Asiatic people, all the Africans, all of everybody else. That was his job, was to take the gospel to all of them. Yeah. Whether they accept it or not is up to them, but God doesn't make them accept it. That's kind of the whole point of the dropping the racism thing, because people are saying we're going down the racism drain again. Yeah, we don't want to go there.
But to Kara's point, a majority of God's children are kind of not going to be exalted, and it's hard to believe in a God being loving and all power. Okay, forget racism. Yeah, it's hard to believe in a God who's all powerful and all loving if the overwhelming majority of his children are kind of out of luck from living with him again. Is that what you're saying, Kara? That
they'll never have the Book of Mormon, let alone all of Rod's research, to convince them of the fact that they are a spirit child. Fact was don't
equate my research with the Book of Mormon. Okay, it's not. But
I'm just saying, supporting
I do get what you're coming from, and I would have to say again, if I was in God's shoes, I would basically feel pretty disappointed that more of my children didn't accept that in this life. But we don't know how long the afterlife is going to be. I mean, maybe who knows how much time we have, and who knows who's going to be the ones teaching it over there. Maybe they'll be a lot better teachers than I was as a missionary. So. So I don't think that it shows an unloving God. In fact, I think that that's one of the unique things about the plan of salvation, according to the church, is that it shows a very loving God who's able to overcome our lack of being able to get information and so forth in this life. I hope so. I think if I had kids and they didn't follow my particular example or kind of whatever might share my common ideologies and so forth, it's okay, because you know what, they're still my kids. I still love them, and I think it shows a loving God rather than a God that's ready to beat down anybody who whatever. And that's one thing I love about being in this church. Happy, loving God.
I was watching a Q&A that Elder Holland did, a 7 or 8 minute clip that's on Reddit. And a bunch of people are asking questions about sealing and about like, well, if my husband dies and I was sealed to him, but then no other man wants to be sealed to me because I'm already sealed to my first husband. Yeah. Or if my parents and one is in and one is out and sealing's canceled, all these people concerned about sealings.
How's it work? Yeah.
Jeffrey Holland's answer was, at the end of the day, God's loving, God's compassionate. He's going to be fair. Everything's going to be right and true at the end. And that's kind of what I think you're saying. And the problem with that is it kind of begs the question, why do we need Rod Meldrum apologetics or any Mormon themed apologetics? Because if God's just and everything can be made right in the afterlife, then it doesn't matter if people don't believe in the Book of Mormon. It doesn't matter if people don't even get their ordinances here or join the church. You should never cry crocodile tears, Rodney Meldrum, that people are leaving the church, because everything's fair. God loves everyone. And when everybody dies, they go to the spirit prison, learn the right things, and they all get their chance to be exalted.
Their chance, but they don't have to accept it there either.
I'm just saying the stakes, all of a sudden, Rod, extending your arguments, the stakes on this life have gotten super low. Because you can always figure it out in the next life. So why should you spend your retirement defending the Heartland model when all those people that you're trying to save can just go to the spirit prison when they die and become converted then?
Dang it, that's what I was trying to explain, but you did it better than me.
Okay, well, maybe this is an anecdotal thing that we probably all heard. But there were these two guys walking down the beach, and there was all these starfish on the beach, and they were flying, they were dying. And one guy was picking them up and chucking them back out in the ocean. And the other guy turned to him and says, listen, he says, there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of starfish on this beach. They're all going to die. He says, you can't possibly make a difference. And he says, do you really think you're going to make a difference to these starfish? And the other guy just kind of stood there and leaned down, picked up another starfish struggling on the beach there, and flung him back in the water. And he says, it makes a difference to this one. So there you go.
Okay.
So yes. Are we going to be able to save everyone? Am I the Heartland research going to have everybody singing the praises of the Book of Mormon? Probably not. But for those who we are able to touch, hopefully it'll make a difference in their life. Maybe they'll get like that starfish and get flung back in the water and be able to live on.
What if, to your analogy though, what if the starfish going into the water is kind of what you're analogous to, like giving them evidence to believe in the true church, right?
To stay in, yeah.
That's your analogy.
Yeah.
But what if the starfish are being flung into something that is not salt water and it's fresh water and it's actually poison
or acid?
And it's actually, but Rod, I'm serious about this one. What about if you're actually not helping people live their best lives and their most fully actualized, most Christ-like, most honest, authentic lives? You're giving people evidence to be more dogmatic in their beliefs and more divisive and less loving to their friends and family who don't believe. Have you considered that point? That what you that the very thing that you're upholding is causing people, I'm not saying you're racist, I'm not, is causing people to believe racist things because they believe the evidence of the Book of Mormon supports it, or they are becoming more dogmatic. They're more hateful towards gay people now because they think that that's what the God wants them to, that your evidence is making families be torn apart because everything revolves around, you didn't bless your baby, you're not baptizing your kids, you're wearing a tank top, you're drinking coffee, that your evidence is causing harm. It's a freshwater starfish.
I think that I addressed that in the very first part of our first presentation when I was waiting, when I was had all these opportunities to go and manage that mink farm and so forth, and I told the Lord, basically, I need to know that this is true, because I'm not going to go out and preach something that would actually damage people's lives, and something that's not true. If it isn't true, then I don't want to be out there promoting it, right? And that's when I had the experience that I already told you about, which is that I had the experience that I knew that it was true. And so, does that bother me at this point? Well, if you've had an experience where you feel like that the Lord has given you information and you want to share that with other people, and it's not bad information. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, look at the fruit. What is the fruit of living the gospel? Well, we live longer lives, and in general, a little more healthy because of the health code. Do we love our fellow man? Do we serve our neighbors? Yeah, I think that happens a lot. That look at the fruit, though, Kara. This is what I mean. You have to look at where does this lead? Somebody who is really active in the church and so forth, that they go to the temple, are they looking at their ancestors in a different way than most people do? Do they have a bond with their progenitors? Do they serve people? Do they honor Christ? Do they live good lives? Are they hardworking? Are they honest in their dealings? I mean, all these different things. You look at the fruit of being a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and I have to say, it's pretty dang good fruit. I like it. It's pretty tasty. And not that other people can't have good fruit too, but there's a lot of bad fruit out there. People who try to tear down other people's faith and their beliefs and so forth. And that's not a place I want to go. Okay. You are just about to have something. I'm not sure.
This is going to be a question in the summation of the last episode. So please, for the love of Pete, I hope that we do not go in a rabbit hole, but this is so important for you to hear, Rod. This is so important for you to hear.
Okay.
You just said that the fruits of the church are good, and I believed that with all my heart.
I believe that
he believes it, and I used to believe that with all of my heart. I believed that the fruits of the gospel were true, and they did all of the same things that you said. And I had to recognize that I'm saying that as a person who's white, who's never had to deal with racist people in the church. And so I started listening to what Black members of the church had to say and other people of the church. And I said, okay, the fruits of the church for you have been rotten. Okay. Started listening to trans people, started listening to gay people. The fruits of the church was not happiness. It was devastation, and it was divisiveness, and it was suicide ideation. So I had to listen to people who were fundamentally born gay and say the fruits for them, the God's plan was not good. I listened to a lot of women, listened to a lot of people who felt like Mormonism stopped them from progressing because they were not of the right gender. And I started listening. Again, I wasn't a feminist. I was never a progressive Mormon, not once. I went from being as a very conservative Mormon, anti-feminist. So I started listening that a lot of people were hurt by the church. And all of the fruits that I saw was just, I like to see the happy families. I'm going to ignore the crying ones. I like to see the people serving. I'm going to ignore the ones who are going to serve dead people in the temple and not the ones of other faiths and other religions who also are doing great things, serving in soup kitchens. Sure. So all I'm trying to say is, like, it's really easy to say, like, yeah, we're upholding something that is true because of the fruits, but it's only easy to say that because from my perspective, I hadn't talked to enough people. I hadn't talked to enough people to see that the fruits are super easy to see when you look through a worldview like this, and you're ignoring all of the crying, all of the suicides. You're ignoring everything else. So I just want to caution you, sorry to make it so serious, caution you from saying that like empirically, emphatically. You can say that it works for you. You can say that the Heartland model bolsters your testimony and it bolsters other people's testimony. But to say that the fruits are empirically good is something that I can't allow.
I think we have to separate a little bit the fruits of the church from people's different choices and how it makes people feel. I mean, basically, whenever you go against truth, it's not comfortable. Or whenever you go against the precepts of God, it's not comfortable.
No. What I'm saying is that the priesthood is only for men and not for women. That's not people's choices. That's the structure of the church. I'm saying that fruit hurts women and men.
Well, why is there two different sexes? I mean,
a sperm and egg have to come together. One has to carry the child.
But assuming that God created man and woman in his image, right? Why was there two? Why not make it just easy and just do one and just have it so that they can do asexual reproduction like some animals do?
I think evolution tells us the answers to that. But I'm saying you tried to make the point though that like people's choices are the bad fruit. And I'm saying, no, Rod, It's not just people's choice. Some people make bad choices within the church, but some people from the very structure that they live in day to day, feeling suffocated because of their gender identity or sexual orientation or the color of their skin or them being a woman or a man, that there are certain expectations that the church's structure puts on them that they live every day.
There's some cultural aspects that I think you're right. Okay. But there's also some assumptions that I think are incorrect. And we probably don't want to go down that rabbit hole particularly, but I just say that when you talk about the fruit, does it cause more pain for some people based on the decisions that they make and the things that they feel about different things? Will put them at odds with the commandments.
What like a decision?
Well, let's say for example, the commandment says thou shalt not kill, right? Or take innocent blood. Well, somebody who goes out and kills someone may feel pretty darn uncomfortable about that commandment, don't you think? So they're going to go, gosh, well, the fruit of that,
very
God,
few people
God
are
said
murderers,
not to kill.
And name something else.
No, but
something that is everybody that people deal with.
It's an
I'm
example.
talking about things.
It's an extreme example.
Extreme examples aren't helpful though, because we're talking about the reasons why people live, why people find the religion toxic. Rod, people don't find people do not find the church suffocating and the fruits rotten because we're not allowed to murder. That's not what I'm talking about.
Let's take another one. Let's take pedophilia.
People don't find the church toxic because we're not allowed to be pedophiles.
I'm saying people find the church toxic because they're not allowed to be in same-sex relationships. I was born a pedophile.
And I just not a good example, Rod.
Sex with little kids.
Rod, this is not a good example.
It makes me uncomfortable when the church talks about pedophilia as being wrong, and therefore I'm going to go out and commit suicide because I feel uncomfortable about the church.
Rod, that's not a good example. Hold on, Rod, that's not a good example.
Why not?
Use the one that I use.
What's wrong with the example?
Because nobody leaves the church. Nobody en masse.
Well, you said about sexual orientation. One of the sexual orientations is pedophilia, right?
It's not.
Yes or no? Or bestiality. How about bestiality? If I want to have sex with a goat, okay.
Let's stick on the ones
if that makes me suicidal because I want to have sex with a goat, and the church says that's wrong.
Let's just stick on.
Rod,
can I just one thing, Kara? I love. Kara, a lot of people are loving your line of questioning. I love that you're questioning, and Kara, I want to turn.
I just don't even know what to say to that. But
I'm just going to say that it's deeply offensive to the LGBTQ community for you to be putting them in the same conversation as pedophiles and as people who engage in bestiality.
Well, it's all. If you look at the mainstream.
Wait, can you stop? Can you stop and just absorb what I just said? That I have LGBT people right now that are listening and watching,
right?
And they're saying it's deeply offensive to invoke the LGBTQ community in the same line of reasoning as pedophiles and people who engage in bestiality. can you sit with that for a second and think about how that's coming off to other people and how that's making them feel, and whether that's a good example?
I understand how it may make people feel, I think. And probably it's not a comfortable feeling, and so there we go.
So like the love you have for your wife and she has for you, you mentioned you're deeply, madly in love, right? Mm-hmm. We're talking about something that's analogous. The love two men have for each other and want to commit their lives to each other. Is that people... I'm trying to actually do analogies that are actually on point here.
Information. Do you want to go into that?
No,
or what do you
I don't want to. I'm just saying, like, let's step back from 20 minutes ago, and I'm trying to make the point that you're saying that you're throwing starfish back in,
right? And
that the Heartland model helps give evidence to people being able to have a bolstered testimony in this one restored church. But I just asked again, what if that's fresh water and it's not salt water? What if it's throwing that starfish into a bowl and it's not? Have you ever sat and actually thought about, there are some people who the evidence, let's say that there's a family and the parents believe the evidence of the Heartland model and it bolsters their testimony. But what it does is it creates a freshwater lake that their children of starfish are living in that they can't breathe in now because one of them is gay. And one of them doesn't like the idea of living as a polygamist in the next life. Or the other one, they have legitimate problems with the structure that causes them to suffocate. So that's the root of my question is what if upholding this Heartland model makes people not as happy as you think that they are? Are you willing to listen to people who say that?
Okay, very good, deep question. Okay.
Happy with it?
Okay.
And then I really...
It's kind of a long one. But I really think that whenever you go against principles of truth, okay, that it is going to be difficult. Okay. And it's going to be uncomfortable. Now, if you take things to the logical extremes, for example, would our civilization survive if everyone had same-sex attraction, and if everybody was gay? Would we survive as a people, or as people in general? Would there still be?
I'm just going to say this conversation's as offensive as the racism conversation, or worse.
Yeah, and probably I would think it would probably be a good idea to maybe stop it. But I'm willing to kind of go there. But
I think we should stop this line. But Kara, I love what you were saying that led up to this, so I want to give you a chance to finish. Unless you want to continue, Kara? I mean,
I get your point, though. You actually don't have to explain it. I get your point. I read you.
Okay, but what is my point, though? I want to make sure that you really understand my point.
The gospel is good for people. The gospel is true. The gospel is good for people. And it is indeed salt water. And there's some people going to be like, but I don't like salt water. I actually want to go against the salt water. And it's like, you don't even know that the salt water is good for you because you're trying to go against it. That there's that people...
That's actually a pretty good... I think, decent, explanation, I think, as far as that's concerned. I think whenever you go against certain principles, there's going to be some pain involved in that. And that's the choice. That's a choice that you make. So
okay.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe we should just let that one sit. I think. And
furthermore, the last thing I'll say on that is I hope that people who like the Heartland model, that feel like that is a good evidence, that it encourages their testimony. That's the hard thing for me, is that I only want people's conviction in Jesus Christ to bring out the best in them, the best in them to look for people who are downtrodden, who are on the margins of society, that it bolsters their testimony in only the best of ways. And there's so much pettiness that can happen in Mormonism, and I'll chalk that up to culture. Sure.
It is.
Between families. We mentioned ceilings earlier. The fact that like I was mentioning, like a Mormon parents who really believe in the Heartland model and they really believe in the Book of Mormon, that there needs to be at least doing away with like this snide remarks that people who don't believe in the Heartland model, that don't believe in the Book of Mormon, and have chosen to make
not everybody knows how to deal with it. You know, I mean, when the children make choices other than theirs, I mean, sometimes parents are learning too. I mean, we're all here to learn and grow, and we screw up and we make mistakes, and we say things that are hurtful and that may not be exactly what we feel, but many times it's because we do love someone and we want them to find the happiness that we have, and so forth and so on.
And that can't really be done through snide remarks. And I'm a funny gal. I understand, humor and things, but I come from this ex-Mormon world where there's just so many broken families over these issues, where there's parents against children, spouses against one another, all over something.
That happens in almost every.
Let's not have it happen here. Is what I'm trying to say.
Child situation.
Let's call it out and say, let's not have it happen in Mormon
other words,
culture.
I'm just saying it's not exclusive to the Mormon church that this happens, right? I mean, you realize that. So parents everywhere in every generation and every dispensation has had the same issue. The kids choosing a different path than them.
Yeah, not every dispensation has like a Rod Meldrum who has like book after book saying that this thing is absolutely true that happens, and it gives people more of a motive to be more dogmatic, to be more doubled down in their beliefs, which I would hope would make them more Christ-like. If their beliefs are doubled down in, please let it be the one that is loving and supportive of different people, instead of the doubled down belief that says we're right and anyone who chooses something else is led by Satan or they're of the devil and they're going to make snide remarks and they're going to tear apart their families. Like, I would hope that that's what people who believe in the Book of Mormon with all their heart, it helps them to choose better things. But I'm just a little bit disheartened by your remark, though, that like the things people choose is almost them like rebelling against the truth. And I don't know if you want to answer that.
You don't think that people rebel against the truth? I mean, does that not happen? Do people not rebel against the truth? I think there's both. That happens.
Like things, like something as simple as like drinking coffee. And there are families out there. There are Mormon families out there. There's a husband and a wife out there right now fighting over something. Like one's disobeying the word of wisdom, drinking coffee, because their belief that drinking coffee removes the spirit from their household. How dare you? No, you can't do that. They're arguing over something like coffee because one person believes in the Heartland model in the Book of Mormon with all of their heart, and it's causing a divisiveness that doesn't need to hapen. That's what I mean by like,
but I want
to talk about pedophilia. I want to talk about actual real world issues.
But where's the divisiveness coming from? I mean, it's kind of like somebody said, you mean if I drink this cup of coffee, I'm going to hell? And I think the answer was drinking the cup of coffee won't, but if you continue with disobeying the commandments of God, that will lead you to hell. And if drinking a cup of coffee is indicative of your attitude towards the commandments, then that might be something that might lead you there. That makes sense?
Yeah.
In other words, drinking the cup of coffee isn't going to make you go to hell, but it's your attitude about being defiant against God's laws that will take you to hell.
An attitude
in hell in a loving way, in the plan of salvation. There's no hell in LDS theology.
But wouldn't it be cooler if there was just like a non-believing Mormon, like non-believing husband, a believing Mormon spouse? The husband drinks coffee every morning, and the wife, instead of
I know several families that do that.
Yeah, and so instead of the wife saying like,
they hang in there, they're doing fine.
But I'm saying like the idea that there's people out there, there's a wife out there going like, I believe in the Book of Mormon with all of my heart, and it's you, and Joseph Smith is a prophet, and he really revealed the Book of Mormon and all of this. And the husband, you drinking that coffee right now is going to lead you and me and our whole family are probably going to watch you drink that coffee to hell. What do you think that does to the average Mormon family when they're people saying what you just said, though? Like, this is like, I'm saying this is like a real family issue. Like,
it is a real family issue. Like,
there's a wife out there saying what you just said. Right now,
sin or things that go against God's commandments are never things that are going to feel comfortable, because we all have our spirit, and we basically so doing things that go against the commandments of God, for example, are things that are they're not going to produce happiness.
You think drinking coffee doesn't produce happiness?
Yeah, I'm going to take issue with that.
I don't know. I haven't personally imbibed, so I couldn't tell you. From a personal level. Just kidding. Anyway, yeah.
All right. Well, Rod, it's been a pleasure. I do have to take off. Thanks everyone for
Kara,
sticking
thank
around.
you.
John has more questions for you.
Yeah. We're going to continue on.
Well,
yes?
I'm done with my questions. I am going to say that there are a lot of either LGBT people or LGBT allies, like with the racism discussion, that were deeply offended by those comparisons. And we don't have time to go into the LGBT thing with you. And I honestly don't think that's your specialty.
It is.
I don't think you probably know a lot about that. So, but I do have to represent, there's several viewers and listeners that were deeply hurt and offended by that. And I just want to acknowledge that.
And I apologize if I have hurt somebody's feelings about my thoughts there.
Well, I would say more than apologizing at hurting people's feelings, I would say, Rod, my recommendation is talk to more LGBT people and read more LGBT research to understand that it doesn't belong to be compared to bestiality or
I have actually done quite a bit of
pedophilia
research involving some of that stuff, but yeah.
Well, I know what you mean by doing
and it
research.
Shows, she said sarcastically.
No, I mean, I know.
Like, come on.
I'm saying if you were to value mainstream scientific evidence and to review it, I think you would learn a lot that would make you change the way you talk about LGBT people. But we can leave it at that. I just didn't want to leave those comments.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
I think it probably best at this point left unsaid, but
we can move on. Kara, I always love having you on the podcast. And like every other podcast we've had, you made super valuable contributions. And I'm sad you have to go, but I also love Radio Free Mormon and Bill Reel and Mormonism Live. Rod and Kara just did a fist bump. But Kara, thanks for joining us, and we love having you.
Tune in tonight, Mormonism Live. Bye,
all right. Okay, thanks, Kara. Rod, I just have a bunch of questions, not for me, but that a bunch of other people.
Okay.
And by the way, viewers and listeners, two quick things. Several of you are saying you don't like it that we brought Rod on, that you disagree with the things Rod said, that you find his views on race or on LGBT people offensive, that you view his views on science as offensive or as harming. And I just want to say, but how do we ever progress? Rod has tens of thousands of followers, people who believe like him. Many of the people in the comments are making a really important point, which is that Rod's views simply reflect mainstream Mormonism. And if that's true, if we can't have people on Mormon Stories podcast that can represent mainstream Mormonism and represent the church's, the implications of the church's doctrines and teachings, then we're literally an echo chamber preaching to the choir. So I know that many of you found what Rodney teaches to be harmful or offensive, but Mormon Stories has always stood for making its best attempt to bring on people in all sides. We brought Daniel Peterson on before. We've brought Richard Bushman on, the Givenses. We've brought lots of people on all sides of the belief spectrum on. And I don't want to do Mormon Stories if I can't keep doing that. So while I'm not happy that harmful things got said, I'm super happy that we got on the record, audio and video, of people reflecting mainstream Mormonism so that it can be, number one, made record of, and number two, discussed and challenged, and maybe it can lead to positive things. And so I had to say that. Rod, you were going to say something?
Well put, John. I think that's I think that actually shows that you're trying to be a genuine and honorable person. I mean, to be able to bring up all these different sides, and to have me on your podcast, I know was probably a big gamble. I hope it was a good one, because it's the same thing for me. Basically, coming on your podcast is kind of like, people go, Rod Meldrum, Mormon Stories. Oh my gosh, what Rod Meldrum has gone on, to the dark side of the force or something. That's kind of what they, and I said, if we're going to live a Christ-like life, basically one of the things that Christ said is you leave the flock and you go to the one. If one's out there and lost or whatever, if you can help them to kind of stay with the flock, hey, you know what? That's not a bad thing. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
See you, Kara.
Okay. Thank you, Rod.
But I agree. I think we as a society are very easily offended by things that we don't agree with.
But also sometimes we believe and say super offensive things.
Yeah.
And so I would ask you to consider
talking
to a lot more LGBT people and people of color to understand why they find the things you're saying deeply offensive, instead of staying impervious in your worldview that a lot of your followers are going to probably adopt because they believe in you and respect you. Your views are not only your own, you're going to be influencing tens of thousands of people with the voices you give platform to and with the positions you put forward. And I would just say, please, Rod, please spend more time with LGBT people and people of color to understand why you should never make some of these comparisons ever again. You don't have to listen to that. That's my respectful
it's good advice.
request to you. Okay. Yeah. And I'm not trying to like dress you down or like embarrass you or call you out. I'm just responding to, number one, my reactions to what you've said today, and part two last time, and to the overwhelming comments and reactions of LGBT people and people of color that have been really hurt by some of the things you've said. But I say this honestly with love.
And I don't do that in any way spiteful or mean or whatever about anybody as far as their sexual orientation or their race or that kind of thing. I think there are some differences in that, but we're not going to go into all that.
Okay. The only second thing I was going to say is there's a lot of people that want us to just end the interview, and and I understand that, and I just want to say that Mormon Stories believes in long form. And yes, we could have done this interview in 30 minutes or in an hour, but while we have Rod here, while we have the lights on, while we've dedicated time, I don't want to have Rodney go away with a bunch of questions that I wish I had asked him. And I've got a bunch of smart people like Brian Hauglid, like Radio Free Mormon, like my friend Randy Bell, a lot of smart questions that I still want to ask you really quick. And a few other things that I actually do want to ask. And I want to, so if you need to drop off, but please don't argue that you want Mormon Stories to be shorter. That's not what Mormon Stories ever has been or will be. We do long form because we think these topics are so important and they're so serious that they deserve comprehensive treatment. And you can always fast forward, put it on double speed, or choose not to listen. But I guarantee you, if Radio Free Mormon cares about the questions I'm about to ask, if Randy Bell, if Brian Hauglid, if others care enough to ask these questions, and if I care enough about them, and if Kara and others, they're important. So please just understand we do long form on here on Mormon Stories. Anyway.
Well said.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you some questions that some of our listeners have asked. And the first couple questions come from Randy Bell. We can answer them quickly. We don't need to go into a lot of detail.
Okay.
Randy wants to know, where are the ruins of the temple constructed after the manner of Solomon? And I don't know is a perfect answer.
Okay.
Probably, I think he's referring to a stone.
Yeah, probably in Tennessee.
You think they're in Tennessee? They just haven't been found yet.
No, it was found. It was discovered actually when in the TWA, or not TWA. It's it's the water resource people there in Tennessee, the Tennessee Water Authority, something like that.
Yeah, Tennessee Valley
Authority,
yeah.
TVA. Anyway.
Okay, so your interpretation of the relics.
There actually was an archaeological dig that was done. They found what they even considered to be a temple, and it had two big pillars, two big stone pillars, and those pillars ended up in museums over in Europe and blah blah blah.
Okay, so Randy, his answer is Tennessee. Okay, where are the ancient gold mines that would have been required to smelt the gold, to make the golden plates and any of the other types of gold mentioned in the Book of Mormon?
Okay, so gold, number one, gold is not generally smelted. The gold that was probably used in the Book of Mormon was probably just on the ground.
In your view, found in rivers or whatever.
Well, actually, around Tennessee, which if our geography is correct, it puts the land of Nephi, which is the first time they really talk about having gold, in the Chattanooga area of Tennessee. Chattanooga is what is interesting because it was the first ever gold mining district. It was actually the first gold rush of the United States wasn't in California. It was in Tennessee.
So you're saying they got it in Tennessee.
And actually one of the biggest nuggets ever found, gold nuggets actually found historically in America, basically was there in Tennessee. It was it was like 100 and something kilogram solid gold nugget was just found in a riverbank.
This is stuff I can't dispute because I don't know the evidence.
Right.
So you can just say you think it's Tennessee. I'm not trying to cut you off. No. Other than I don't want you to advance.
This is actually historical documented stuff. So if we had like hours, we could talk about all that stuff. But basically,
you're saying Tennessee. You're saying
it's in the historical record of Tennessee.
But it wasn't mines. You're saying the ancient Nephites to you would have been mining gold.
Right. They would have been mining instead zinc and also iron.
But the gold they would have found in riverbeds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Plenty of gold just in the riverbeds. They didn't have to mine it. They didn't have to smelt it either. They just take and hammer it into plates.
Okay.
And there also is gold artifacts that have been found in Harvard and Peabody Museum and so forth, gold artifacts from the mound builders that were mashed into little plates. So there you go.
Okay. Next question from Randy and RFM. I'll read 2 questions in a row. Randy asks, what qualified PhD archaeological experts have endorsed the Heartland model? So PhD level archaeological experts, are you aware of a PhD in archaeology who's ever endorsed the Heartland model? And it's okay if you just say no.
Non-LDS or LDS or both?
Either one. A credible, let's just say a PhD level archaeologist at a Division I university has an established, credible PhD level archaeologist at a Division I university, LDS or not, ever endorsed the Heartland model?
Yes.
Who?
You asked the question, yes or no, right? But
you don't remember?
No. Well, actually, for example, K. Godfrey. He's I'm pretty sure he's PhD. He's an archaeologist. But
is he tenured at a university kind of thing?
I don't know all of his background, but he is an actual archaeologist. He's a huge Heartland fan. And
what's his name?
K. Godfrey.
Okay, so we'll have Jen write that down, and we'll just include that in the show notes.
Yeah,
as someone to look at their credentials. It's not.
I mean, there's others. I mean, but in answer to your question, I think the answer you really wanted to hear was no. There's not really mainstream, non-LDS archaeologists who say yes, the Book of Mormon is absolutely true. I believe in it completely because the archaeology shows that it's true.
Right, and I'm going to just tell you,
if you're expecting that, then you're expecting something that will never happen.
And I'm going to tell you, I understand logical fallacies and appeals to authority and bandwagon appeals can be fallacious arguments. So I'm not saying that question I just asked you proves anything.
Exactly.
It just answers the question.
Sure.
Are there any credible mainstream archaeologists, PhD level at universities that support the Heartland model? And it sounds like you're not aware of any, but that's fine. I'm acknowledging that doesn't necessarily prove
that's
it.
One, but he's not an active archaeologist as far as that's concerned at this point. So
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
This is RFM's question. Any publications substantiating the Heartland model in peer-reviewed academic journals that you're aware of?
The Heartland model itself, probably not.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that proves or disproves anything. RFM asks, it was widely believed, and we're going back to the Bat Creek Stone thing, but I just want to get your answer to that. RFM writes, it was widely believed in the 19th century that American Indians were descended from Jews. Because of this, there were a number of forgeries produced to support this belief, like the Bat Creek Stone from Tennessee. Today, Meldrumites frequently use these 19th century forgeries as evidence of their position. So my question is, do you believe the Bat Creek Stone evidence is fraudulent, or do you believe that it is credible evidence? Well, we don't have to. I mean, just for the sake of time, if you can just say whether you.
There it is.
Okay. What is it? Go ahead and show it. Pull the mic close. Pull the mic close.
There you go. Microphone's a little bit closer. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
There we go. Hold that up.
Okay.
There you go.
And just what do you think?
That's a replica of the Bat Creek Stone.
And do you think it's fraud or do you think it's legitimate?
It was dug up in an official archaeological dig by the Smithsonian, by a guy by the name of Emmert. He pulled the stone out. They published it in one of the publications of the Smithsonian.
Fraud or legitimate in your?
I think it's legitimate.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to understand that. Okay,
I know that there's others though. I acknowledge that there's others who think that it's a fraud.
And how do Heartlanders think it substantiates the Book of Mormon? What is it about it?
Because it has characters on it. When the Smithsonian originally published it, it was published upside down, and they said it's some kind of Paleo Cherokee writing. We don't know what it was, but it comes out of a mound that carbon dates into Book of Mormon time frames. Okay,
by your
by
okay.
them.
Okay,
by the Smithsonian.
But you don't like carbon dating.
No, I think we didn't really get into science, but the carbon dating can be pretty accurate up until about the Noah's flood.
Okay.
But everything after that gets messed up because of the carbon changes ratios and so forth that the flood caused. But anyway,
that's a tiny bit fishy.
So what happened was that basically that there was another lady who was not LDS, and she saw the stone upside down. It was published in a particular orientation in the Smithsonian publication. When it was the other direction, she goes, "Wait a minute, but that's perfectly legible Hebrew." And when they talked about it, and they said, "Well, what do you mean it's Hebrew?" I said, "Well, the characters are Hebrew characters." They had epigraphers that actually verified that, and the bottom line is it says for the Judeans.
Okay, so it's got
this came out of a mound that carbon dates in the Book of Mormon time frames in Tennessee.
Okay,
there you go.
Okay, got it. And I think modern archaeologists have established that to be a fraud.
It was on display at the Cherokee Museum on loan by the Smithsonian.
And they could have been wrong. I'm just saying
it could be a fraud. It could be otherwise. But the fact is it could be authentic too. And actually there's a lot of non-LDS people who believe that it is authentic.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Brian Hauglid, he asks, number one, and Brian Hauglid was a member of the Maxwell Institute for many, many years. He's retired now. He used to be a Book of Abraham apologist. Now he's since renounced his Book of Abraham apologetics. Okay. Dear friend, love the guy. Brian Hauglid asks, on a scale of 1 to 10, what?
Hey, Brian.
Brian asks, on a scale of 1 to 10, how certain are you that the Heartland model is correct?
Probably an 8.
Okay, good. Next question. Any general authority emeritus support the theory these days that you're aware of, that you can share?
Yes.
Who?
Can't share.
How many are you aware of?
Many.
More than 3?
Oh yeah.
So
out of the 15, there's anyway.
The current quorum of the 12?
Right.
Wait. Okay, so he asked emeritus. Are you saying of the current first presidency of the quorum of the 12, you're aware of some
that are nobody has come out in an open endorsement, but I know that there are some who espouse basically the general idea of it.
So it's your belief that there are current members of the first presidency / quorum of the 12 that believe in the Heartland model.
I don't know that for absolute certainty, and we can't verify anything. So I think it's probably better to just say don't know.
But you believe that you believe that's true.
Based on conversations and so forth and so on. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Brian wants to know how much funding, ballpark figure, is typically expended in a given year for conferences, speaking engagements, and research related activities. So basically total annual revenue for your organization. Are you comfortable sharing?
About all of it. That's as much as I probably will say.
Okay.
It's a lot. I mean, basically we bring in quite a bit and we spend a lot.
More than $1 million a year?
No.
More than 500,000?
Probably somewhere in that range. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. People have associated Heartlanders with so Julie Rowe, Preppers, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, the Preparing a People group, and Denver Snuffer. First of all, have you found a lot of your followers are also supporters of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, Preparing a People, Julie Rowe, Denver Snuffer? Is that what you found? That there's a correlation there?
Well, interestingly enough, at my conferences, we typically have, between 60 and 80 people that speak. So there's a high probability that we're going to end up with somebody speaking that's kind of gone off the rails. But Julie Rowe has never spoken at my conferences. Chad Daybell never spoke at my conferences. Denver Snuffer. He was actually an early adopter of our Heartland research and so forth. And he's now obviously out of the church, but he's never spoke at one of my conferences. So we've been able to kind of, if you want to say, thread the needle as far as that, we've been pretty careful about the kind of people that we have come and speak at our conferences. Is there a propensity for people to be attracted to the Heartland research? And then, I don't necessarily think so. I think that some people have issues with the apologetics that have gone on with the church, because frankly, some of the apologetics have been miserable and have not been really true to the teachings of the church. I think what you'll find, if nothing else, we're consistent. Yes, we may be mainstream, Mormonism, and I'm guilty as charged there. Okay, but I think people like, at least if nothing else, the consistency. At least we're not trying to have one foot in both camps and say, oh yeah, we believe in science and we also believe in the church and we believe that both of them are right, because there's issues that they both can't be right.
Okay. So Julie Rowe, sort of like end times, prepper kind of stuff, visions, predicting the second coming with earthquakes and, stalking. What are your views on Julie Rowe, her spiritualism, and kind of the prepper movement overall? Are you for it? Are you against it? Do you like it? Do you not like it?
I'm all about prepping as far as that's concerned. I mean, I've been involved with that most of my life. I feel like that if you read the Bible, you read Revelations, and John the Revelator talked about some pretty bad stuff happening. I think it's foolhardy to think that things are just going to go along happy forever, and that it doesn't make some sense to have some food stored or have some amount of self-reliance. We have, in fact, in our conferences, we have a whole section on just self-reliance. As far as people like Julie Rowe and other people who've had, claim visions and so forth and so on, we haven't had them on our conferences and so forth, because that if they did have a vision, that's great, but it's probably their personal deal. I don't know that that we should be sharing that stuff. There's lots of different people that I have come in contact with that have had, what they would consider to be, visions and dreams and so forth, and involving that kind of thing. We don't really delve into that. That's not our deal. The preparing the people, folks that they were doing that, they asked me to come and speak at one of their conferences, and I agreed to do so. After I saw some of the other speakers and so forth, I said, well, if I'm going to come and speak at any of the other conferences, there's some people that I'm not going to be speaking at the same conference with them. Just don't need it. And so Chad Daybell was one of those people who spoke at one of their conferences, and I said, if he's going to speak again, I'm not going to be part of it. And so they actually canceled Chad Daybell, and he didn't speak at any of the last conferences that they did. So I mean, what does that mean? I mean, just because somebody speaks at a conference with somebody else who's gone off the rails,
I understand that.
Doesn't make them, a bad person. But on the other hand, you got to be careful, especially in what we're doing here, that we don't introduce things that would be harmful to people. And so we try our best to, so the prepping that we talk about, that's not a secret. The church has said for years that we should have, supply of food on hand. And
so just to be clear, nobody's concerned with people having food storage and a 24-hour, 48-hour pack. It's sort of this Julie Rowe saying, oh, there was an earthquake. Oh, Moroni fell off the Salt Lake Temple. Here's a date for the second coming. I received that in a vision or in a near-death experience. Wait, let me finish.
Nobody in our group is.
And then a bunch of people selling their 401ks, selling their retirement, buying a bunch of weapons and tents and trailers, going up to the mountains to live in tent cities in preparation for an imminent second coming of Jesus that causes a bunch of people to waste a ton of time and money when then the prophecies don't come true. Those are the concerns about prepperism and Julie Rowe.
We share the same concerns.
Okay.
Which is the reason why we haven't had those kind of people come and speak at my conferences.
Okay. Huge thanks to Ben Zula for the super chat. These donations are very valuable. Thank you so much for supporting us. Okay, what about thank you for expressing concern about that, because that's another area where we agree. We're concerned about extreme prepperism.
Yeah,
both of us.
Although I will have to preface that with there's only 2 times in the scriptures that talk about food storage actually saving people. One of them was Joseph in Egypt, that required a 7-year supply of food.
Yeah.
And then the other one was in the Book of Mormon, but Laconius and his people, and they gathered together the people in the center of their lands with a 7-year supply of food. So do we advocate storing food? Yeah, absolutely. We do.
Sure.
Not apologetic about that.
That's fine. Okay. Next question. There's a line of the church is actually, believe it or not, the church is more interested in fundamentalist Mormons right now than they are liberal or progressive Mormons. And an example, kind of the leader, one of the main leaders of that movement is Denver Snuffer.
Yeah.
Because Denver Snuffer's position would be, if I understand it correctly, that the modern Mormon church is in apostasy, that the current first president of the Quorum of the 12 have taken the church in the wrong direction, that he, Denver Snuffer, is now God's prophet on the earth. Denver Snuffer is receiving revelation and printing the revelation, his revelation, as revelation, and leading entire groups of people in what he perceives to be the true order of the Lamb of God or whatever it is, because the current corporate modern Mormon church has fallen into apostasy. What is your views on Denver Snuffer and people who follow Denver Snuffer who believe the modern Mormon church is in apostasy?
Yeah. I actually, like I said, Denver Snuffer was an early adopter of the Heartland research and actually wrote some of that. Excuse me. Just 1 second. Dry.
Yeah, because he likes what Joseph Smith thinks, and Joseph Smith was probably a Heartlander, right?
Probably so.
Yeah.
Okay, but Denver Snuffer, interesting individual. I've only met him one time in his office, and we had a cordial conversation and so forth. I don't know that much about him, but I do know we had a young fellow who became he was inactive in the church. He heard about the Heartland research and became active again. And then he wanted to do a bunch of things. He wanted to really help the youth of the church. Excuse me. Too dry here. But anyways, and anyway, but he was kind of an extremist himself. Anyway, long story short is that he ended up joining the Snuffer group up in Boise, Idaho. And again, John, I have to go back to the fruit thing. What are the fruits? I mean, he had his wife and his young, I think it was a daughter or so, and now they're divorced, and he's got a beard down to his navel, and just completely kind of gone off the rails when it comes down to the church, and he thinks he's having regular visitations to by Jesus Christ and so forth. So there's weirdness that goes on really in probably every every religion. People can become fanatic, but I think it becomes a problem when they try to shoot what I think the scriptures talk about going beyond the mark. That makes sense.
Yeah. And
I think that Denver Snuffer is one of these that basically has said, I feel like that we're not getting the guidance from the church and its leadership and the church has got me to a certain point, but now I have to leave. I know there's a lot of people who feel that way, that have left the church and say, the church got me up to this point, but in order to progress further, I have to, do something, spectacular or whatever. I have to, be willing to offer my son up or whatever kind of thing you want to do. And I think that level of fanaticism is dangerous.
Okay. So you feel like the Denver Snuffers movement has bad fruits. That's first one summary that I have. And then the second is you do not believe that the modern LDS church is in apostasy. Those are two things I took from your answer.
Correct. There is, however, in the Book of Mormon itself, it has a very distinctive warning. In it was actually the last prophet of the Book of Mormon, Moroni, and in the Book of Mormon in the Book of Mormon, which is, it's Mormon's book, but actually in the preface of the chapter, it says that Moroni is now making commentary here. And he actually says, he basically says, Jesus Christ has shown you unto me, and I know you're doing. And then he proceeds to tell in his narrative what it was that Christ showed him was going to be happening in the last days. And he says, oh, ye hypocrites, ye pollutions, ye teachers who sell yourselves for that which will canker, why have you polluted the holy church of God? And I have to go, well, wait a minute. Who is the holy church of God? I mean, I don't think he's talking about the Baptists here. I think he's talking about us. And if Christ showed him this pollution that was going on, and he's actually talking about that in the Book of Mormon, what is the pollution? I mean, who are the teachers that sell themselves for things which will canker? And as I pondered that, first off, they have to be people who are being paid because they're selling themselves, right? And things that canker are things that don't last, things that, if you have a steel and you put it in the ground, it's going to rust, right? It's going to canker away. It's going to fall apart. In other words, it's not going to last long term. So who are people that are teaching things that are not going to last, which things of man don't last, things of God do, in my opinion. And so the Book of Mormon actually prophesies that there would be pollutions that would rise up in the church, basically, and pollute it. He didn't say, why are you trying to pollute the church? He says, why have you polluted it? So there's that aspect. Now, in my personal understanding, that's not the brethren. That's other people. And maybe I probably shouldn't say it, but maybe faulty apologetics could be part of the responsibility why the church has been polluted, because there's people who are trying to straddle the great divide between what we know from the true gospel and what is true science and what is not true science and what is not true religion. Those things are not compatible oftentimes, and when you try to make them compatible, you're going to end up many times being wrong on both counts. And we already discussed this in the previous thing.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. So I don't know who those people are. I just know that at least from what Moroni said, he was shown by Jesus Christ that there was going to be pollutions that were going to enter in.
Well, yeah. And so you kind of beat me to it, because I was going to ask you if you had to share your opinion on who the main polluters were. I was going to ask you who they were.
I let other people make up their own minds who they think that might be.
Okay. But you did say possibly bad Mormon apologetics.
Well, I think any apologetics that actually leads people out of the church is bad apologetics.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And here's another area where you and I agree. Fair Mormon and the Maxwell Institute and farms have led probably hundreds of thousands of people out of the Mormon church. Would you agree?
Absolutely. In fact, Jeremy Reynolds, in his letter to a CS director, he said, that was one of the catalysts that actually caused him to lose his faith in the church was these apologetics that don't make sense. So that's the reason why in our first interview, I said, I'm all in. I will take my licks basically for being, somebody who's, a science denier or whatever you want to call it, kind of thing. We're not science deniers. We're actually, instead of just denying it, we've actually gone out and tried to find the answers that are true, but also faithful answers.
I understand.
And so that's where we're kind of coming from. I think that one of the reasons why our apologetics is different, why a lot of people are, in fact, drawn to it.
Yeah.
Because we're not making excuses for things and trying to have one foot in both camps. We don't believe that we came from apes and slime, and then at the same time say that we believe in Adam and Eve. That's not compatible.
Yeah,
in our view.
You're saying modern Mormon apologists of the Fair Mormon, Maxwell Institute type have irreconcilable positions that lack integrity. When I say integrity, not that they're being dishonest, but that they don't fit together.
Mesh. And what's interesting is that a lot of the apologetics that we have from Neil A. Maxwell, well, not so much the Maxwell Institute, it's mostly been Fair Mormon and Farms, okay, that were kind of the original ones that that really were promoting. But it's interesting to note that the organizers and the heads of those organizations have several common threads that run throughout their apologetics. So, for example, although Fair Mormon will say that that they believe in Adam and Eve and so forth, they will also basically say that they promote the idea of evolution, promote the idea of that the Earth is the organization of this Earth happened 4.56 billion years ago, that Noah's flood wasn't really a real event, and other things like this. I had actually a guy who was he was asking me, he said, so based on what I understand from your Mormon apologetics organizations, you guys don't believe in Adam and Eve. You guys really don't believe in the flood. You really don't believe in creation as it's laid out and so forth. He says, basically, you're not Christian. Now, this is a Christian guy, right? He says, if you don't believe those things, then you don't believe in the Bible. If you don't believe in the Bible, then how can you call yourselves Christians? And that, I think that was a pretty astute observation on his part. If we don't believe in creation, if we don't believe in Adam and Eve, if we don't believe in the flood, then we don't believe in the Bible.
Yeah.
And if we don't believe in the Bible, then how can we call ourselves Christians? And so my point is basically this: if you're going to be a Christian, then be a good one and believe.
Yeah.
And not just believe blindly, but believe and then go out and find the evidence that supports your position.
Yeah. And I would, I'm thinking of like Patrick Mason or Terrell and Fiona Givens or Spencer Fluman. I think they would take offense at the suggestion that they're not true or real Christians. I just think there's a form of,
I'm not calling them not Christian. I'm just saying that other Christians are saying, if you guys don't believe the Bible, then you're not Christian.
There's a group of apologists, both traditional Mormon apologists and neo-apologists, that just say, no, religion is more metaphorical. Scriptures are metaphorical. They're mythical. There's some history there, but there's also a lot of myth, and they're flawed, and they represent the mistakes of mankind. And it's just a more progressive form of Christianity.
Yeah.
It's a less literal, it's a less fundamentalist type of Christianity.
Right.
But they would say they're still legitimate Christians.
Oh yeah. I'm not the one saying that. I'm just saying that I have had other people who are Christians who are questioning. They said, well, you guys aren't Christians. I said, well, yes, it's right in the name of the church. And you go, well, if you were Christian, you would believe this, and this based on the Bible.
Yeah.
I'm not calling anybody non-Christian. I'm just saying that was an observation made by a Christian guy that I had a conversation with.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, cool. Let's a few more questions. We're almost done. If you had to characterize the probability of your average advocate for the Heartland theory, if you had to characterize them as more often being sort of supporters of Republican Party or Trump versus Democratic Party or Biden or Obama, where would you say on average the majority kind of fall?
Oh, absolutely on the more conservative side.
Like overwhelming? Like what percentage of the Heartlanders would you guess are like conservative Republicans?
Well, we have a kind of an older demographic. Generally speaking, that's been much to our consternation. We would like to have a lot more of the youth and so forth that would be more involved with that. But we do. I mean, I'm just saying the facts. But we have an older demographic. Older demographic tends to lean. At least those of our in our group tend to lean more conservative. We do have Democrats, and we've even had Democrats come and speak at our conferences before.
I'm just talking about on average.
But on an average, I would definitely say it's more conservative. I mean, put it this way: we are the advocates of traditionalist views.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, that's going to be more
Republican.
More exciting for people who are traditionalist than people
when you
who
talk
are
about
progressive.
When you talk about fruits,
yeah.
Does Trump and his fruits ever concern you or bother you? Mormon Stories is not pro-Republican or pro-Democrat. It's not pro-Biden or pro-Trump. We don't like to have an official point of view there.
Yeah.
But I do, but since you did say that there's a lot of conservative Republicans in your group,
yeah,
I think there are legitimate concerns about Trump's behavior and some of his fruits. And I'm curious whether you might share some of those concerns.
Probably we'd be going into the political
okay, you want to stay with
rat hole.
Okay.
And there's no good winners in that whole thing. I would just have to say probably, I mean, just say this, and in general, I would think that the policies and things that Trump aspired to, I mean, let's face it, an abrasive personality is something that a lot of people had issues with Trump's, and I get that. I think that in order for Trump to get in a position that he got, to become the president of the United States, you have to be pretty gutsy, right, and pretty straightforward and so forth to do that. I think his policies resulted in things that are undeniable, which is economy that was great. We didn't get into any wars. We brought people home. Those kind of policies, I think, are much better than the policies that have been going on with the progressive liberal policies, if you will.
Sure.
Which have brought us, gasoline prices 3 times what they were, and
I don't know, I think
massive inflation and an economy that's on the verge of collapse. I think that's where we're going, but that's my personal opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I won't dig into politics. I could respond to that, but
Yeah.
I don't want to go into a rabbit hole.
Right.
His treatment of women, Trump's treatment of women, is that concerning to you at all?
God uses his, whatever. I mean, David had, wives and concubines and so forth. I mean, so,
are you saying Trump's in God's hands?
No.
Or are you just saying God uses imperfect
people who basically, if you want to talk about, using women and so forth, I think the Clintons are equally right up there with. Well,
I'm not asking about the Clintons. I'm asking about if Trump's behavior with women bothered you.
Yeah, I mean, in any time when women are idealized and and sexualized and that kind of stuff, I think that's not a good thing.
So in that area, you feel like he doesn't represent Christianity well.
Probably in that area. I mean,
okay.
He's got his Achilles heel, and it happens to be women. And I guess when you're rich and whatever, the women throw themselves at you, basically. Okay. I don't know that because that's never happened to me. So.
Okay, so you and I,
yeah,
another area of agreement we share discussed for Trump's treatment of women.
I think he treats his daughters and his wife. His wives have been pretty well treated, I think.
Some women.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think he cheated on them. I mean, I think that's fairly openly, discussed and so forth. But when you say his treatment of women, I mean, I don't know if you're talking about, did he pay them less because they're women? I mean, he had executives and so forth who were women. He had women on every one of his cabinets and so forth. I mean,
no, I mean, like the multiple reports of sexual impropriety.
Yeah, well, and some of those were actually manufactured by other people.
Others may be valid. None of them were legitimate.
I don't know. I
okay,
mean,
right. That's fine. How about?
I just know this, and that is the media. I believe the media cannot be trusted hardly for anything anymore.
Okay. Next question is around vaccinations. Generally speaking, would you say Heartlanders tend to be supportive of getting a COVID vaccination? Or
both?
No, but just generally speaking, would you say there's the average Heartlander would lean towards being for the COVID vaccine or against the COVID vaccine? Equal?
Equal. I'd say, yeah. I'd say
for masks equal. Or against masks?
I'd say probably in general, probably against masks. I mean, again, if you're looking at a conservative demographic, I think that's pretty obvious that, masking up and that kind of stuff, and I mean, even you have Saturday Night Live actually questioning the validity of masks. Did it really help anything? I mean, you had Fauci basically getting out and said masks don't work. And then after that it was like, oh yeah. And
no, it's okay. You don't need one
mask. And
we don't need to.
Well, 7 masks is even better.
You don't need to go into that. Well, I just wanted to know kind of if there was a leaning there.
I think there's a tendency of Heartland people, if I was going to categorize them, to be freedom loving, very
Probably suspicious
very
of government.
patriotic.
Suspicious of government.
Yeah, I think if you read the Book of Mormon, you better be at least a little bit questioning about government, because there's talk about secret combinations taking over the government in the Book of Mormon.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Really quickly, the problems with Joseph Smith's translation of the Book of Abraham, and Egyptologists saying that Joseph Smith did not do an accurate translation. Just in a couple sentences, where do you fall on that problem?
I'd say best thing to do would be to talk to my friend Bruce Porter.
But do you have an opinion on that? I'm not asking you to provide evidence.
I haven't dealt in it enough that I really feel comfortable in even really addressing it. I mean, I know the things around it, but I don't know enough to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to declare the fifth on that one.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That saves us time. So the existence of Deutero-Isaiah in the Book of Mormon. So the idea that parts of Isaiah that were written after Lehi would have left Jerusalem, that would not have been contained on the brass plates that they would have carried with them. The fact that somehow appears in the Book of Mormon, and that it also seems to match the version of the Bible that Joseph Smith had when he would have had when he translated the King James.
Yeah.
What do you have an opinion on Deutero-Isaiah, or do you just not have an opinion?
Somewhat. Basically, the assumption there would be that everything that they knew about Isaiah would have come, or I should say from Moses and so forth, would have come from the brass plates. Isaiah was actually, in the same kind of time realm, if you will, the general time frame of Lehi and his family and so forth. But then if the Book of Mormon is correct, that Christ actually did come to them in the land bountiful of the temple there, and instructed them, then that would have been, 600 years, after Lehi left Jerusalem, and long after, the death of Isaiah. And so those Isaiah teachings could have been from Christ to the Nephites, and at the time when he was there, and then perpetuated basically after his visit in the Book of Mormon. So that I don't think is a big issue for me. That makes sense.
I mean,
because the brass plates would have been written long before Isaiah, and then you have the and then you have basically, Christ coming to the Nephites around, 0 AD, and then if he actually did instruct the Nephites there, it's a very good possibility that he may have been instructing them also about the teachings of Isaiah, especially since he, in the Book of Mormon in 3rd Nephi, he specifically said that great are the words of Isaiah.
Okay.
So I think he probably was teaching him Isaiah, and that got perpetuated down through the ages and ended up in the gold plates.
Gerardo is saying that Nephi is quoting Deutero-Isaiah.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. All right.
You don't think the Deutero-Isaiah thing is a problem?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. No. That's totally fine. All right. So this is not a gotcha question. It's not intended as a gotcha question. It's literally a question that someone posted. Somebody expressed a concern about promoting the Heartland model tours. Well, promoting the Heartland model and then promoting Heartland model tours. And they seem to feel like that's a conflict of interest, because you're promoting a theory for the Book of Mormon that's just kind of a spiritual endeavor. Yeah. And then you're profiting from that. Some would say they're concerned with the profiting from the advancement of that spiritual model by making money off of the tours or the events. And this isn't me.
I can see that. I mean, I can see people would possibly go, well, wait a minute. So it's kind of like the old thing about, somebody gets a rock through their window and they pick up the rock and it goes, if your rock broke, your window broken, call, Jones Paint and Glass, so create the problem and then sell them the solution to the problem. Right. So I understand that could be looked at in that fashion, but basically this situation is that, we didn't start off with tours. That was never, the intention. The intention was just to show forth the evidence of the Book of Mormon. But when people talk about evidences, they go, well, okay, so show me. Well, how are you going to show them unless you actually take them there and show them the head plates, the breastplates, the mounds, and the other things that go along with that? You can send them off on a goose chase, and say, well, here, go here, and look at this, this, and this. But a lot of times, the information that they're going to get while on the tour is way more than they would get from a interpretive sign out on some mound someplace. So the answer to that is basically, do we take tours? Yes, absolutely, we do. In fact, invite anybody to come on the tours. We've had probably 3,000 or 4,000 people have come on my tours. It has been a life-changing experience for most, I would say. In fact, we've had people who are not even of our faith have been on the tours. And out of those few people, several of them actually have decided that they saw enough information and enough evidences that they actually chose to go ahead and take missionary lessons and actually join the church. Because, again, some people want to see the logical stuff. It's one thing to believe blindly. It's another thing to believe with an education, or at least, to have some amount of reasoning behind the whole thing. So yeah, we also offer educational materials. I mean, it's the same kind of thing, but we do have bills to pay. We have to have, we maintain, several websites. We have these big conferences. No,
I get it. And we covered your finances in the last episode. So in the first episode in part 1, at the end of part 1, if you guys want to hear him talk about finances, we talked about it as much as we could.
When you spend your life studying these things and where the places are and kind of how to take people there, it actually condenses a lot of people could waste a whole lot of time going and looking for all these different things themselves.
Yeah.
And we just save them a lot of time by just taking them on the tour, and they love it.
I get it.
I love it. It's great.
So RFM, we love anytime RFM joins in. Radio Free Mormon just posted, just getting back. Is this still going? Have we at least gotten to the Heartland theory yet? And RFM, I'm just going to tell you that not only did we get to the Heartland theory, I literally read Rod your questions and allowed him to answer the questions you gave me. And RFM, I attributed your explanations to me of the 2 Camorah Central American theories for the Book of Mormon. I attributed that to you, RFM, because you, in my view, are the fountain of all truth, light, and knowledge. I'm saying that tongue in cheek a little bit, and Rod's
never met you though, RFM, whoever you are.
Well, RFM, let me just ask you now, Rodney Meldrum, will you come on Radio Free Mormon or Mormonism Live and be interviewed by RFM and Bill Reel?
If time permits. I mean, it's kind of like the old Aesop's fable about the Briar Rabbit and the Tar Man. the more he kicked into it, the more it just kind of completely consumed him. I don't want to get completely consumed in this whole realm, but I thought that, and I felt that you would be honest about what you said. And so far, you have not disappointed the fact that you said that you weren't going to do a lot of gotchas or that kind of stuff. It's going to be an open discussion. I get to kind of express my thoughts and views, and you get to ask the questions. And so hopefully, it's been a good exchange.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know how much time I have to devote to all of this, but I felt that it was something that I should probably do.
No, I appreciate it
for you specifically.
All right. Thank you for that. I've tried to honor our understandings beforehand. RFM also writes, does Kara know she is supposed to be on Mormonism Live tonight? RFM, Kara left early,
so she could be there,
probably 4 hours early, with our blessing, because we're really glad Kara can come on Mormonism Live tonight. And she gave you guys a big
she's not on the board.
Yeah, this
anymore.
is Kara.
There's
so
Kara
RFM, there's Kara, there's Kara, and
she's
good.
Gone.
Okay, a couple more. Really quickly, I'm almost done. I'm reading now from Gregory Smith's summary of the problems with the Heartland model.
Mm-hmm.
This was really rich because Greg Prince attacks you for attacking other members. And Greg Smith, like you said, that you think that maybe Daniel Peterson was let go from the Maxwell Institute for attacking you. It was my understanding that he was let go from the Maxwell Institute for attacking me when I was a member, and Greg Smith was writing these long hit pieces against me. But regardless, it's one of the most rich and ironic and hypocritical things I've probably ever read in the 18 years of being in this business, to have Gregory Smith criticizing Rod Meldrum for criticizing other members. Rod Meldrum, do you have a response to that? Is that a softball? Are we on the same page there?
Well, okay. So, one thing that I think you'll find, and that is that early on in our research is when we had that I got blindsided by the Fair Mormon organization and Scott Gordon, and they called me and said, we understand that you've got a new DVD that's coming out. It's about DNA and so forth. And we'd just like to talk to you about that. And I said, okay. And I was actually in California at the time doing some presentations over there around the San Diego area. And anyway, so we set up a conference call, and I got on the line, and there was like, gosh, there must've been like 7 or 8 people. And they just started peppering me with questions and so forth. And I was like, whoa, hold on, wait a minute. And they said, anyway, long story short is that they said, well, you need to address these concerns of ours and so forth. And if you don't do it, then we're going to publish a bunch of stuff about you and so forth. I said, okay, well, what are your concerns? What are your questions? And anyway, and like literally a week later, they published, and they spent almost 6 months of their time. I feel sorry for them because they spent so much time and effort and publishing. They took my first DVD and just tried to dissect it into every little nuance and every little detail. And Rod Meldrum is wrong because there was only 30 million buffaloes on the plains and not 60 million buffaloes. And Rod Meldrum was wrong about that. And I actually have the sources that claimed it was 60 million. So it was just trying to take issue with any little thing that they could, any nitpicky little thing, and avoiding the elephant in the room, which is that there's major problems that are going on with the Mesoamerica theory. So Gregory Smith, he published his piece, and I decided long ago that, you know what, life is too short to just deal with negative people all the time. And so I did a quick, probably about a 3 or 4 page, I can't remember, maybe 4 or 5 page response to his probably 30 or 40 page, article that he wrote. And but what you'll find is that we in the Heartland research camp, we have not gone out and published a bunch of all the reasons why the Book of Mormon could not have happened in Central America. We just want to tell our story. So you won't find on our websites dozens of articles or hundreds of articles trying to poke holes in the Central American theory. We just tell our side of the story and let people decide where they want to go. And the vast majority of people, when presented with both sides of the information and looking at it objectively, go with the Heartland research every time. I'd say it's probably high 90%. But if you go to a lot of these sites that promote the Mesoamerica theory, I swear 3/4 of their articles are all the reasons why the Heartland research is wrong, and not much about why their theory is right.
My point is they also attack you personally while then accusing you of attacking other people. Do they not?
Yeah, but I honestly don't. I don't try to make this personal. I mean, if I took it personally, we wouldn't be having our conversation here together, right? Because so if you're going to be in this arena, you better have a little bit of a thick skin.
Yeah. And
maybe that's thick skin or just hard-headedness. I don't know. But anyway, but either way, we have not tried to tear them down in order to build ourselves up. We just want to tell our story and let people decide.
Well, I respect that more than Gregory Smith. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And, so there's this accusation he makes that he's saying that Heartlanders rely too often on conspiracy theories to explain why your model has not been accepted. And he's saying it includes attacks on BYU, on LDS scholars, on LDS who offer a different model, the National Science Foundation, the National Association of Science, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, DNA researchers, even James Talmage. Like, so we've covered a lot of this, but I just want you to address just this idea that you sometimes have to lean towards conspiracy theories to try and explain why so many scientific organizations and so many LDS church funded organizations don't support the Heartland model.
Yeah. Okay. That actually it's a pretty good question, I think, overall. Obviously from our previous conversation earlier on in this long interview, I think it's pretty obvious that somebody looking from the outside and not having any additional information would go, "Oh man, these guys are just into pseudo theories and all this." I mentioned about the three big scientific organizations, the NSF, the AAAS, and the NAS, and how that in their own internal surveys they're 97 or 98% atheistic. That's not an attack on any individual, but it is an observation from their own surveys. And I think it's relevant because of their position at being able to be the dispensaries of funding for scientific research in the United States. So I think that's at least somewhat interesting, or should be important to know the background of who it is that's funding the research and the science. As far as attacking BYU, I love BYU. I think it's awesome. Although I went to Utah State, and so I'm kind of an Aggie, really, more than a Cougar. But I live close to BYU, and when BYU is playing games against other people besides Utah State, I usually would have a tendency to root for them. But I love BYU, but there's also things that are being taught at BYU that I disagree with. BYU spent, or not BYU, but the Bean Museum at BYU spent over $1.5 million making a display on human evolution from lower life forms, which obviously I disagree with. So is that an attack against BYU? Well, kind of, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. But actually, I'm hoping that we can move the narrative in the direction of what the scriptures say and what the prophets have said, rather than what mainstream biological thought is as far as evolution. And I think the church would be better served by teaching the teachings of the prophets and the scriptures than teaching modernistic theories of how humans evolved. So that's my personal opinion about that. So is that an attack against BYU and the church? No, I'm hoping to maybe move people in a particular direction that actually is faithful to what as I understand the scriptures and the creation accounts that we have, something that's more along the lines of what the scriptures say.
Okay. Thank you for answering that.
That I don't know if that's
thank
kind
you.
of concise or whatever. I'm trying to keep it.
No, thanks for answering.
But I mean, like Daniel Peterson, I mean, you won't find anything on my website saying, what a low life he might be or whatever.
No, I get that.
I keep it non-personal because it's not a personal thing. I would hope that Dan Peterson would be a friend of mine.
Yeah, totally.
We've actually had lunch together, and he's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
And so is Simon Southerton.
In person.
I don't have personal vendettas against really anybody.
Totally.
Except for one guy. I don't know, Lewis Midgley maybe, but anyway. That's another
thing we share. Okay, really quickly, a couple very quick things. There's a very patient commenter who's actually super chat donated 3 times because he wants you to answer the question, do you believe that giants existed in North America? And I have no idea why he's asking that question.
Oh, the Nephilim he's talking about, probably. Giants in what degree? It would be the thing. I think
what word did you just use?
Nephilim.
What is that?
You don't know Nephilim?
I'm sorry. There's so much I don't know.
Well, then you must not know Jack either. No, just kidding.
There's so much I don't know.
Yeah. You know what? That's like we said in the very first thing. Everybody's expert in certain little areas, and everything else we're all ignorant. It's just the way it is. Yeah. But as far as giants is concerned, giants as far as 12 and 13 footers, I think that's obviously way out of no way. Okay. And I don't know of any credible source that talks about those kind of giants. However, on the other hand, the Adena people, which we're talking about, would be the time frames of the Jaredites. In other words, in our viewpoint, the Adena culture and civilization are the Jaredite culture of the Book of Mormon. And some of those people were pretty dang big. Many of the men were 7-footers or more.
Where's the idea of
were 6
giants
feet.
coming from? Why is this person even asking about giants?
Because there's been, there was well, really back in the 1800s, there were skeletons being dredged up and so forth.
But is there a scriptural reference to giants? That this is, or
a scriptural reference to giants?
That is the origin of this question.
Not in the Book of Mormon, as far as I know. I don't know that they're
talking
about giants. In the Bible, it talks about giants in the land. But that was pre-flood, if I remember correctly.
Did you believe in giants pre-flood?
I don't know. I mean, the Bible talks about it, but what is gigantism? I mean, is that just somebody that's like 7 feet tall and everybody else is 5 feet and they're giants in comparison to a 5-footer? Or is there somebody that's 25 feet tall? And the answer to that is, I've never seen it. I've never seen anybody that's more than about, I think the tallest person I've ever seen, actually been next to, I think, is Mark Eaton. And he made me feel pretty small. I mean, I would consider him to be a giant, in that sense. But I mean, he's what, is he 7 feet or something?
Yeah.
I'm 6'4".
So it's the last Goonie that's asking this, and he's saying, I'm talking about North American Adena giants, not the Bible ones. So
yeah. Okay.
I would love the last Goonie to explain why you're asking Rod Meldrum about giants.
I think maybe because they were being dug out of the ground, actually, and they were making claims as like, that there's a 10-footer and so forth. Obviously, when people are dead and their bones disarticulate, and they get stretched out from erosion or whatever that causes that, it could appear larger. I am not aware of any like 13-footers, but there's pretty regular that people would be 7 and 8 foot tall. In fact, the Zelf Mound account talks about Zelf, and they actually, the brethren procured his thigh bone, and they made measurements of the thigh bone, and if that Zelf guy, when they measured his thigh bone and compare it to my thigh bone, I'm 6'4", his thigh bone itself was about 2 inches longer than mine, which would indicate, if you do the ratios and so forth on an average male person, it would be somewhere around 7 feet tall.
Okay.
And that would be they're big. They're big people.
So the last Goonie writes, Rod knows the Smithsonian conspiracy theory about giants is a classic one. So apparently there's some Smithsonian theory about giants. Well,
there was people making claims of 13 and 15 foot tall people, and they supposedly found their bones, and it was kind of a circus thing back in the day. Who had the biggest giant remains or whatever.
And I'm just wondering how this ties to the Book of Mormon.
Well, I think that ties with the Book of Mormon just because the Jaredite people were actually very big. I mean, they were way above average.
As described in the Book of Mormon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it talked about in the Jaredites being large in stature, but then again, you have Nephi and other people saying they're large in stature as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. That
which just as a side note, I think is another kind of a funny little correspondency or whatever, or correlation between or difference between the Heartland research and the Mesoamerican research is throughout the Book of Mormon. They say, Nephi says, I'm large in stature. You have, Captain Moroni is large in stature. Mormon Moroni, they describe themselves as being large in stature. Why are they putting that in the Book of Mormon? They got some kind of a egotistical thing going on. I think it's just, they're just making the claim that they're above average in size. And you look at the Mayan civilization down in Central America, would anybody call them as a people large in stature in comparison with other human beings around the world? No, they're smaller bone. They're smaller people.
Okay. That's fine. That helps. Really quickly, Joseph Smith's polygamy. There are a lot of people these days that don't believe that Joseph practiced polygamy at all, or that it was all spiritual stuff, but Joseph never had sex with other women other than his wife. Where do you stand on Joseph Smith's polygamy and him having sex with his plural wives?
Okay. First off, I think polygamy is something that is pretty well established that God allows at certain times and disallows at other times.
So with Joseph,
and so with Joseph, I think that it was probably allowed at that point in time.
Okay.
I know that Central Molecular Research Foundation took the top 25 individuals.
No. I just want to know what you believe.
Okay. I believe that he was told to and commanded to practice polygamy, that he had sealings with other women, that those sealings there's no evidence that those resulted in actual children being born or whatever. So if they were consummated, which there's, at least that any consummation that may have happened didn't result in any children. So I think that the propensity of evidence is that there was not sexual things involved with Joseph Smith and these other women. It was more of a sealing thing and probably more about the next life.
So in your view, Joseph Smith likely didn't have sex with his plural wives.
Yeah.
Okay. And the fact that several of his wives later signed affidavits testifying that they were married to him in the very deed, meaning they had sex. Your response to that would be bad sources, disgruntled people.
Probably one of the more, highly researched areas as far as our Heartland group people, if you will. Hannah Stoddard actually has done a lot of research involving that, and it's just published a book involving that. But I don't think there's any denying that polygamy was something that was bantered about and talked about and practiced as far as the early church is concerned. There's no point in saying that didn't happen.
Yeah.
The question is do we understand properly how that was handled and what was really going on there? And I would have to defer, I think, to Hannah Stoddard and others who've addressed that issue.
But that's what you think. That's what you believe.
Yeah.
Do you believe in multiple mortal probations, that we can basically reincarnation within the Mormon system?
Yeah.
Where if I die, my spirit can come back to another mortal
or whatever.
What?
Yeah.
Into another into another human incarnation.
No.
Okay, you don't believe that. Okay. That's something Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were really big into. So I was just curious. One quick thing. Somebody's saying that the term Asiatic is actually kind of
racist,
and not good to be used anymore. I was just passing that on. Have you heard that before?
Well, some people want to deny that the races even exist, and that there's really no such thing as races and so forth. And I guess you could really a more proper term would be descendants of Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
I'm just saying, do you know that people find the term Asiatic offensive, and
I haven't found many Asians that are offended by being called Asians. I'm sure there probably is somebody who wants to be offended because they want to be offended, but that's just the way it goes.
Or because it potentially might be sincerely offensive to them.
Why would be?
I don't know. We'd have to ask them.
If somebody calls me a white person, or a Caucasian, I'm not offended by that.
No, but I'm saying if an Asian person came to you and said that is an offensive term, here's why. Would you listen and consider not using the term?
I would listen to it, but I would think I'd probably have a preconceived that if somebody is Asian and they're offended by being called Asian, that they're being nitpicky.
Well, would you at least listen to them and give them a chance? And if they
gave you to why they would think that,
would you consider to no longer use the term once they gave you the evidence for why they felt it was offensive? Would you consider changing?
Yeah. Good. I think society in general. First nobody knew what to call, people from of black skin. Did we call them Africans? Do we call them African Americans? Do we call them blacks? What do we want? I think there's a lot of confusion even in the black community as to what they want to be called.
Let's not go down the race
or what we want to be called.
Let's not go down the race.
You want to be called white guy or an Anglo-Saxon or a Caucasian.
Okay.
It doesn't offend me either way.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And hopefully I'm not trying to offend anyone by not using the proper terminology because there's so many people and everybody has their different hot buttons and what what sets them off. I try not to set them off. I'm not deliberately trying to do that. But on the other hand, we have an English language and words mean things. And so we try to use the words that are the closest proximity to what we're trying to express.
Totally. Okay. And if there are any people of Asian descent who want to pass on to Rod reasons why you might find that term offensive, I'll be happy to pass those on.
Right.
We don't have to keep going.
Most of the time, I do use the word Asiatic because that's what's used in genetics journals and so forth. Asiatic. They typically say Caucasian, African, and Asiatic is the three primary lineages.
I think those are out of use now. I think those terms are out of use now, long gone. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I could probably show you some articles. But anyway.
Okay. So really quickly, I'll just say one last thing. Joshua writes, I get the impression that John literally hates Rod. So that's what Joshua is saying.
Really?
Man, I hope you don't feel that way, Rod.
No, because you know what? I feel like, we're all, if the gospel is true, then we're all brothers and sisters at some point. And I would venture to say, in fact, I think it would be kind of fun, John, if you have ancestry, whatever, on your phone, to see if we have common ancestry, because I would bet we do.
Cache Valley, baby.
Yeah, man, Cache Valley. I have no reason to hate you, and I don't.
Well, I don't hate you either, Rod.
All right,
thank you.
And I know that we disagree on many different aspects, but bottom line is we've been able to have a pretty decent conversation, I think, and so what the heck.
I feel that way. All right. Well, believe it or not, we're 6 hours in, and I think I'm done with my questions.
Okay, is it my turn to do questions now? Is that'll
be the next episode?
Yeah, sure.
If you want, bring me on Heartland podcast, and I would love to be interviewed by you for your podcast.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
So questions. So are we going to do any more?
Yeah, I'll talk to Simon and Tom Murphy and any other scientist. And if they are interested, then we'll get back in touch with you. But if scientists are willing to engage you on science, I would be willing to allow a scientific discussion to take place.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah. And I will say just really quickly, this conversation can continue both in the chats on YouTube and on Facebook, on the blog, MormonStories.org. And we have a new Discord channel that maybe Jen will paste into the comments right now. You can get it from the top left corner of the MormonStories.org website. There's a Discord link. And we invite you, any of you who want to continue this conversation, you can do that also in our new Discord community, which we think is really valuable. So Rod, I just want to say thank you for coming on. Thank you for taking the hard questions. And I really respect that. And there's a lot of others who won't do that. And so for that, you have my respect.
I had quite a few people after our last podcast that said, have you read the comments? Oh my gosh, you're just getting hammered. They're just ripping you up on one side and down the other and so forth. And I have to say, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but I don't really read the comments. I don't have time. I know that the many of the folks that would be watching would be probably not happy with some of the things that I have to say, and I understand that. I just hope that we can all be civil and nice to each other and listen with an open heart and open mind, and realize that we don't have to have a lot of hate out there, and in the world we can be agree to disagree and not be and still be civil about it, which is one of the things I really appreciate, John, that you've been able to do for me. So thank you for that.
Well, it would make me feel really good if you felt like we treated you like we promised, that we treated you respectfully, courteously, and fairly.
Well, the fact that you're willing to do it live and not have it edited so that people can see the whole thing and not have the little snippets of things. Because just like when the very first question I asked you guys, about water, water boiling at room temperature. it's easy to construe that one way if you don't have the last part of it, which is the in a vacuum. And so that can be that's an easy gotcha question. Does water boil at room temperature? And if somebody
I had the right answer.
You had the right answer, but Kara, now I have to say, Kara, because she kind of fell for it. She said, "No, water doesn't boil at room temperature," because I left out a crucial piece of information in a vacuum, and then all of a sudden she would have had it just right. But her answer, if I just left it at that, you say, "Oh, she's wrong," because I left out that important critical piece of information. That's why I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to kind of not just answer the question yes or no, but give a little bit of explanation as to why. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Kara, who's not here.
Yeah.
We love Kara. We're grateful for her. So Kara, wish you well. Kara's about to show up on Mormonism Live tonight at 6:15, 6:20 on YouTube. So big shout out to Bill Reel, Radio Free Mormon, and Kara. Check out Mormonism Live tonight. We support them. Huge shout out to Jen, who's back here.
Good job, Jen.
Doing the time code and the show notes. Jen, we love having you in the Open Stories Foundation. You've done really important work. So yeah. And also
until another time.
Yeah. Thanks, Rod.
But we still need to address the dating aspect and the DNA stuff and Simon and Thomas. And it'd be awesome if we could do that in person. That'd be great. But I know that'd be a big commitment on Simon's part. Coming from Australia up here, but maybe he's going to be coming up here for another time, and we can have a little sit down together. Who knows? Break bread. I
would love to have.
We broke bread last time. It was it was good.
I mean, I made a commitment to you that we would discuss science with scientists. So even for those who are telling me that they don't like the idea, I want to fulfill that commitment with you. If there are legitimate scientists that are willing to talk science with you, then I want to try and make that happen. So anyway. Okay. Thank you, Rod.
Well, if you feel like that's something that that you shouldn't do or go there or whatever, I respect that too.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see if that happens. But Rod, thank you for coming on.
You bet.
And I'll just say finally, thanks to everyone who joined us in the chats. Your chats on Facebook and on YouTube added a lot to this conversation. So thank you. Thanks to everyone who gave donations through the super chat feature of YouTube. Your donations go to pay for Kara, and for Jen, and for Gerardo, and for Brooklyn, and for Jennifer, and for everyone who makes the Open Stories Foundation possible. So thank you. Me too. So, and thanks to all the donors just generally that support Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation. And if you value, some of you may not value this type of programming, but if you value this type of programming, where in this instance we try and bring on people that we disagree with or on different sides of the spectrum, we invite you to show that support by becoming a monthly donor at MormonStories.org. And you can email us at MormonStories@gmail.com with feedback, or you can comment on all the different places where you can comment. Thanks, Rod.
Thank you, John.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys all
now.
Again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast.